Good morning, everyone. I am calling to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 9:54 a.m. on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. Can't believe that. And we are conducting this public hearing in person in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. We're also streaming on the DC Council website and on YouTube and X at CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct performance oversight hearings for two agencies under our purview. First, the Corrections Information Council, and second, the Department of Corrections. We'll first hear from the Corrections Information Council, or sometimes referred to as the CIC. CIC is an independent oversight body responsible for inspecting, monitoring, and reporting on the conditions of confinement at any facility where district residents are incarcerated, including our own DOC facilities, but also Federal Bureau of Prison facilities and private facilities. CIC's inspections include direct assessments of facility conditions, interviews with incarcerated residents and facility staff, as well as community outreach. The CIC translates its findings into regular reports on conditions at inspected facilities, including an annual report on broader issues affecting conditions of confinement. Both the agency's annual report and its yearly report on DOC held very valuable information, and I intend to ask Director Isaac about the improvements that they've seen DOC make towards CIC's recommended changes since last year's report, and get more information about how to improve the areas that still persist during today's hearing. Then we will hear from the Department of Corrections. The Department of Corrections is responsible for providing a safe and secure environment for individuals in custody at the district's correctional facilities, which include pretrial detainees and sentenced inmates. In this role, the DOC manages the DC jail facilities, including the Central Detention Facility and the Correctional Treatment Facility, as well as oversees a range of programs and services offered to residents at these facilities, including educational, workforce development, and other programs focused on residents' successful reentry following the completion of their sentence. There have been many improvements that we have seen at DOC, but I continue to be concerned about the overall safety and day-to-day operations of the DC jail. I intend to speak with Director Faust today about many areas that have given me pause and concern over the last year, including how different departments are operating and communicating with one another, ongoing vacancies at the agency that continue to disrupt our ability to see these real improvements, as well as updates on the ongoing work to design and build a new annex. All of these needed investments and improvements are all part of all of our public safety goals and need to be prioritized as such. I also hope today to get an update on critical infrastructure upgrades at the severely outdated DC jail facilities while the new annex is being built. Finally, and most importantly, I want to understand the processes and procedures for tracking and investigating violent incidents, overdoses, and deaths of residents who are at DOC. We had 6 deaths in fiscal year 2025 to 2026 to date. 1 death is too many, but I look forward to discussing with the director their plans to improve upon issues that could be contributing to these deaths. We have to ensure that nobody dies in our custody. For today's hearing, we will first hear from public witnesses and then government witnesses here to discuss the CIC, and then we will move to DOC and hear from our public witnesses to discuss DOC, and then our government witnesses for DOC. All public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and I want to thank everybody who's joined us in person today or who is joining us online, and for all of the collaboration and feedback many folks have provided to us and the committee over the course of the past year so that we can follow up with the agencies and get needed answers. So we are going to begin today with the Corrections Information Council, or CIC. I'd like to invite our first panel of public witnesses up. We will hear from Crystal Jones-Neves. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Nieves, excuse me. Crystal Jones-Nieves, welcome. And Commissioner Ashley Ruff, who's joining us online. Okay, we will begin with Crystal Jones-Nieves from Open Horizon Criminal Justice Fellow, Counsel for Court Excellence.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to testify at today's performance oversight hearing on the Corrections Information Council. My name is Crystal Jones-Nieves, and I am the Criminal Justice Open Horizon Fellow for the Council for Court Excellence. My testimony today will cover report timelines, BOP inspections, and public communications. In the past fiscal year alone, CIC has released 4 DOC inspection reports and their annual report on DOC. The annual report provides summaries and key findings for each DOC inspection, providing insight both on what has improved in the DC jail and areas that still need improvement. CCE and many of our fellow organizations rely heavily on the information gathered by CIC. On behalf of the DC auditor, CCE conducted an audit of conditions at the jail. The report, entitled Urgent Need for a New DC Jail, used data from both DOC's official records and also relied on CIC's inspections reports. These reports enabled CCE to have a clear and comprehensive view on the multiple ongoing issues found within the DC jail. CIC's power and the explicit oversight duties makes their work uniquely valuable. Their reports would be even more valuable if they could be released quickly. They often take months to be published after inspection. When delays in reporting occurs, families are left in the dark regarding the conditions of their family members are living in. Organizations aren't able to effectively advocate for change. This council cannot hold agencies accountable, and remediation may take longer. We would recommend CIC conduct bi-monthly unannounced inspections of all DOC facilities, with those reports being released within 1 month of inspection occurring. Unannounced inspections would enable CIC inspectors to see the true state that the residents live in without any potential preemptive cleaning, changes, or repairs being completed hastily beforehand to receive a better inspection report. CIC also produces other resources to inform the public, like the CIC Radar and CIC Bulletin. While the bulletin continues to be emailed to people on the CIC's emails list, it has not been posted on the CIC website since February 2025. This is particularly problematic since the list link is not currently functional. Similarly, the CIC Radar has not been updated since January 2024. Finally, we would like to see CIC inspect more BOP facilities that house individuals from DC. We are glad that CIC was able to conduct 4 inspections at BOP facilities in this last year. We would like to see more inspected. CCE understands that what a large undertaking these inspections and reports are. We hope in their testimony, CIC will share what financial constraints the agency may be under and how it currently limits their work. With such a vital mission, it is important to understand CIC's current limitations and what could be achieved with a budget that meets their needs. In closing, we hope to see CIC well supported in an expanded budget and authority that can adequately inspect the many facilities where DC residents are held. Thank you for your continued interest and concern. Please know we are happy to assist you in the council in any matters. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I don't think Commissioner Ruff is online. So Commissioner, if you're hearing this later, please make sure to submit your testimony so we can have it for the record. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Nieves, from CCE's perspective, what is your communication like with the CIC? Like when you have your own reports or they have their reports, is there a level of collaboration or communication that you've experienced over the last year?
I personally haven't. We are on the CIC bulletin list, so we get those monthly emails where we get a lot of the reports and the new updates that they do. I'm not sure if my superiors have better contact with them, but we do use their reports to really inform our work as well. But the bulletin is the most point of contact that I have with CIC, which is why I think it's really important that the mailing link works. Right now, no one can sign up to get the bulletin.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that is our only public witness for CIC. So we are ready to call you up, Director Donald Isaac, the Corrections Information Council and team. Good morning. And anyone joining you, Director, if I can ask that you all introduce your name and your position for the record, we can start here.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Ukebu, Deputy Executive Director for the CIC.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Naila Sebron, Chief of Staff for the CIC.
Good morning. I'm Kareem McCraney, Program Manager for the CIC.
Well, thank you.
Good morning, and I'm Donald Isaac, Executive Director.
Thank you. And as you all may know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you all to turn your microphone on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
Yes.
do.
Yes.
Thank you all. All right, well, Director Isaac, welcome back. And I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Good morning, and thank you to Chairwoman Pinto and other members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. I am Donald Isaac. I'm the Executive Director of the Corrections Information Council, and I'm honored to testify before you. As indicated, the CIC is an independent agency created by the 1997 Revitalization Act. Our agency inspects, monitors, and reports on conditions of confinement for DC code offenders housed within the local DC Department of Corrections and within the 110 Federal Bureau of Prison facilities located throughout the country. Our inspections take a holistic account of demographics, daily living conditions, including access to recreation, out of cell time, and other internal operations. We review food, physical plant conditions, physical and healthcare operations. We also review education, safety, security, including staff and residents' interactions, assaults, and deaths, including access to PREA reporting. In FY 25 and 26, the CIC went to 8 Federal Bureau of Prison facilities. The most frequent issues concern lockdowns, programming opportunities, and staffing challenges. The most frequent communications were reports concerning medical care, compassionate release, sentence commutation, especially about First Step Act and good time credits, re-entry, and the grievance procedure. The CIC has introductory and closeout meetings with facility leadership regarding findings while on site. We produce written reports that encapsulate population data, observations, confidential survey outcomes, resident perspectives from confidential interviews, and communications with staff. Separate from the on-site meetings, there are additional meetings with executive level BOP administrators to exchange ideas regarding the federal prison landscape. The federal government is bureaucratic in nature, and staff changes are frequent, which can pose challenges for establishing consistent relationships and meaningful connections. However, we're pleased to say that the CIC has reestablished its line of communication with the new BOP Director, William Marshall, and looks forward to observing the impact of this administration's leadership. In FY 25 and 26, the CIC went to the District of Columbia Department of Correction facilities at least on 12 different occasions. Some of the most frequent areas of observation involved in programming opportunities and general facility conditions, such as mold remediation, shower renovations, and the like. The most frequent communications from DOC residents were reports concerning inadequate or untimely medical care relative to diagnoses from external medical providers, mold abatement within cells, and the desire for programming in maximum security units. Residents also have complaints about repetitive food menu options, inadequate portions, and the lack of taste and variety, which are impacted by budgetary constraints and fluctuating population numbers. We would want to acknowledge the DOC directors, Thomas Faust and his team, for their efforts to remedy many of the concerns observed or received by our inspections. Some issues that are not readily fixable on the spot are oftentimes related to infrastructure challenges or budgetary constraints. There are approximately 4,800 DC Code offenders incarcerated locally and throughout the country. The CIC does not have enforcement power, but we have focused efforts on the best way to disseminate information at the aggregate level. In addition to our meetings and communications with leadership and the incarcerated population, we distribute publicly available inspection reports with facility responses for transparency. We also distribute monthly newsletters that highlight recent developments within the agency, population data and trends, and current events and reentry opportunities. We produce information sheets containing aggregate data and locations of those currently confined. Also, we communicate with other agencies to acquire and produce documents containing helpful information for those who are incarcerated, such as our legislative booklet. Additionally, we use mediums like thematic reports, social media, and film to communicate the trends or developments related to specific populations such as IRA or incarcerated voters. Our work provides an opportunity for incarcerated people to communicate their experiences and questions, for facility leadership to vocalize their perspectives and concerns, for stakeholders and interest groups to acquire data and information, and for families and loved ones to acquire information and guidance relative to correctional practices and useful resources. Our agency is committed to transparency, and we are happy to meet with you, your team, whenever we can be of assistance. Thank you for your continued support. Chairwoman Pinto, I'm now available for any questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Director Isaac. And you all have had a busy year, clearly, which is even more impressive with a too small budget. So thank you very much for all that you and your team have done throughout the year. I want to start with some of the recommendations that your last report made that have not yet been resolved. There were some that look to be partially resolved, but I want to ask some specifics about those. So the first was around programming access for maximum custody residents. The recommendations you made said make more programming more accessible to units housing maximum custody residents. That was not resolved. You recommended in December of 2024 that programming be made more accessible. What barriers have you all identified to that recommendation's implementation? And have you had any follow-up with the agency around what steps they're taking?
Yes, well, as I indicated somewhat in the testimony, the physical plant, neighborhood disputes with regard to just being able to be considered security concerns with regard to not being able to intermingle persons from certain communities, budgetary constraints and other things of that nature have basically been the reasons that they've not been able to be more, personal upfront programming in that sense. With regard to our meetings, we meet with the DOC leadership probably on a quarterly basis at least. We also have inspections or go over unannounced or otherwise within every quarter to kind of see how these things are happening on the ground level. So it is an issue of continued monitoring. I guess we all know the situation and challenges of the outdated structure and the infrastructure challenges that are always present and always there as an impediment to many things that we would like to see to happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, there are certainly several areas that DOC is working on that other places across the country will look to as a leader and say, oh, maybe we can adopt something like that. But in terms of programming, especially on this issue that you highlighted of people not being able to be in the same space safely, have you seen any other BOP facilities doing anything creative in that regard to get people to be able to be in safe spaces, even if they have a certain background or history of a beef?
Not that I can really recall. I'll let Kareem speak to that since he has both. Let me just say one of the factors in the way I can rest probably pretty confidently is that we have persons who have lived experience. So we have people who've actually been inside of the BOP and now been working with others, subject matter experts to kind of talk about that. So I'll defer to him on that particular question.
So the difference between the BOP and the DOC regarding programming and individuals not being able to be around or coexist, the BOP doesn't allow people to be on the same compound if they have separations. By the DOC, DC jail, CDF being our only local facility, there's no other place to put them. So you have situations where as though at the jail, you may have a separation against someone. You may be on the third floor, they may be on the second floor, or maybe on the first floor, right? But it's really nowhere for them to put them. So you have all these different individuals from different communities with conflicts coming from society into the jail, and they just can't coexist. And we don't have another facility where we can send them to, so they all confined at the jail, and the jail have to find ways to maneuver around that for safety and security purposes. So that's the difference between the jail and the BOP.
Interesting. Okay, that's helpful context, and I think yet another reason why we'd all like to see more space and more flexibility with where we house folks within our local facilities.
Difference in and the difference in a jail and a prison. I mean, you know, the populations are different, and so that therefore the opportunities are therefore different as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. Okay, how about the recommendation for more access for fresh air through outdoor recreation?
So that's an ongoing thing. Oftentimes, you know, in us communicating with the DOC staff about outside recreation, a variety of different things come up. Sometimes it's staffing, sometimes it's inclement weather. But the main thing that we've encountered when asked about it is staffing issues. Not having enough staff to run outside recreation consistently. So they try to come up with other forms of indoor recreation to accommodate the population.
Is there sufficient space to have outdoor recreation if the staff budget was improved?
Yeah, they have space. They have a nice size outdoor recreation area at the CTF and at
Mhm.
the CDF.
Okay. Thank you. How about the recommendation around mold remediation?
That's another ongoing issue. We was in communication with the DOC. They sent us a communication about a mold remediation plan and team. Upon our last inspection, when we visit them on, I believe it was December the 10th, 2025. I believe it was Northwest 3. We went into that housing unit to interview one individual about another matter, but upon speaking with him and having the opportunity to view his cell, he had mold growing on the back wall. And then we went and viewed some other cells because the other residents seen what was going on and complained about the mold. And we had to have several residents moved from those cells in that housing unit to other cells because of the situation with the mold. So it's just still an ongoing thing since the last time we visited, which was December the 10th.
Over the course of the last year, have you seen any of your inspections for mold remediation then been resolved?
As far as the mold remediation, no.
Okay. It's concerning. How about access to the law library via tablets? One of your recommendations was expanding access to the law library between the current 2-hour tablet cap, but I see this remains unresolved.
So, prior to COVID, the population at the DOC had physical access to the law library. Modifications had to be made during COVID, and then after COVID, via the tablets, the population have access to the law library through the tablets. The complaint we've been having is that it's a 2-hour, I believe a 2-hour limitation on the tablet, right? Once you exhaust your 2 hours, you have to wait 24 hours before you can get back access to the law library. That's problematic. So as of right now, that's a recommendation that's still pending on how or if the DOC can provide some other angle to provide more access to the population regarding law library access.
Okay, thank you. And that's a good reminder of the way it was before the pandemic, then that there could be room to go back to. So since your annual report on DOC, what changes have you seen at the DC jail facilities, especially around conditions?
Well, first regarding safety measures, they've implemented new technology in the hallways that can pick up on contraband such as homemade weapons. Also, we've seen that as opposed to residents that may leave the housing unit to participate in programming, religious or otherwise, as opposed to them just being able to leave the unit, they're now being escorted by staff. We've seen additional programming in lockdown units like South One, whereas though as far as education, whereas though previously outside of the tablets, that wasn't the case. They're actually able to have some in-person programming by way of education. In North One, which is a restrictive housing unit at the jail, they are allowed to keep their tablets, whereas though there was a time when they wasn't able to keep their tablets so that they can still have communication with their family. By them being allowed to do that, the conditions, it's usually a hostile environment down there. It's been relatively cool during our last inspection. And even in some of the, units where they have maximum custody residents, and minimal opportunity for programs, we've seen that the DOC is trying to find different innovative ways and come up with programs to accommodate that particular population. So those are some of the things that we've seen over the course of the past fiscal year, and with some of the recommendations that we made and some of the things that they're trying to implement.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
We heard from our public witness around the need for unannounced visits.
Mhm.
Of your 12 visits that you conducted for DOC facilities over the last year, how much notice was provided for those visits?
So maybe more times than not, before we go into the DOC, we'll probably let them know a day in advance. And the reason being is because I can assemble a team and we can just show up, right? But when we show up and the areas that we may want to see, because the DOC never knows what we want to see when we get there. Even if we give them notification that we're coming, we're just like, we're coming. We don't pinpoint to them what areas that we're going to inspect when we come into the facility. So what happens is if we just pop up, then now it's going to take us a substantial amount of time of waiting downstairs to come into the facility to find the people that they need to find to accommodate whatever it is what we're looking for. So at least when we give them about, let's say, 12 to 14 hours in advance that we're coming to do an inspection, then they'll make sure that the necessary people within the facility is available to accommodate whatever needs we may have when we come in there.
What has CIC recommended to DOC regarding maximum allowable continuous confinement? And have you found that the agency has complied with those recommendations?
Could you repeat that one time?
For continuous confinement,
Okay.
how, what were your recommendations for the maximum allowable use of this?
I don't think we made a recommendation regarding the continuous use of confinement. We know that, again, there's a lot of different barriers with regards to those types of situations, because though DOC is only one facility with 2 CTF and CDF, and sometimes things happen, and sometimes it's space, sometimes it's separations, and sometimes people, for their own safety, may have to be confined within a special housing unit until a situation is more safe for them to come out into a space where there's a minimal chance that something may happen, right? And we see that a lot where something may happen to an individual. He goes on lockdown, we go up there, we visit him, but now he has to wait maybe over the time that he's supposed to be there because he has separation on the first floor, second floor, third floor, you know what I mean? And then they have to wait until those individuals are gone, or maybe they go into some type of additional confinement in order to let that individual out. So those are some of the things that happen there regarding that, but I don't think we've ever made a recommendation regarding that. Not that I recall.
I don't think we have either.
Yeah.
No, we have never made a recommendation at all, yeah.
Why is that? Is it not something that you look at of how much out of cell time someone may need to be healthy?
Well, so you know, the way that the jail is designed currently, the units come out half and half, meaning that this side will come out during the daytime, this side will come out during the evening time, right? So they get about maybe like 5.5 hours of recreation throughout the course of the day. That's general population. And then when you get into like administrative housing or restrictive housing, they're getting like 2 hours of recreation Monday through Friday. So in most instances, when you look at administration segregation or restrictive housing around the country, the most you may get is 1 hour. So they're exceeding the norm as far as around nationally when it comes to like restrictive housing. Now, some places, let's say like with the BOP, for instance, which is not a detention facility, but a prison, they're out for the majority of the day until count time. So they get a little bit more than 5.5 hours of recreation in the general population. But during restrictive housing, they lucky to get an hour a day, Monday through Friday.
And let me just add to that, I think with regard to comparing what we find in the federal system, this is a problem across the board, not just in the federal prisons, but we're also part of a peer learning group of other cities that are encouraging the same challenge. And most of the time it ties back to staffing challenges. I think that we have an ongoing issue with the BOP feeling there could be more out of cell time, but they always raise security and staffing as their two answers for why that's happening across the board.
Okay, but in terms of what we see with the restrictive housing, even for that 2 hours a day, have you found that is really honored? Like, is that something that you inspect when you've done your inspections, or heard any other reports from residents who have been placed in restrictive housing that they didn't get access to that 2 hours a day?
So it is honored. As I said, during our latest inspection in December, that when we visited North One, which is the only classified restrictive housing unit at the jail, it was actually in a state that we hadn't ever seen before doing our inspections, right? And what I mean by that is just, it was quiet, it was clean. We talked to some of the residents, they had their tablets, they was good. The only thing that we find where individuals don't get the time that they're allotted for recreation is sometimes they may start very early in the morning, maybe 5:30 in the morning. And so they may be on this side first and residents may be asleep. And so if they sleep and they notified and they choose not to get up, and then they get up, they still want their recreation. But the time has came and went, and oftentimes so that everybody in that unit can get their recreation, because mind you, they're locked down, so they can't let them out together. So they doing them cell by cell by cell. So if you miss it, you miss it. But that's the only time that we've encountered where residents complain about not receiving the time that they're allotted for recreation. But it's offered to them based upon our experience.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Your reports states that sheets and towels are being cleaned irregularly rather than on a weekly schedule. What kind of documentation or oversight methods do you use to verify laundry practices? And do you think that there is additional need for improvements around hygiene?
I do think there's additional need for improvements. During our last few inspections, not everyone, but you've had some residents that complain about the timeliness of them changing their linen and things of that nature. And then we would do follow-up inspections. Once these complaints are made and we do follow-up inspections, then, and we'll speak with those residents, they'll inform us that they have been receiving the stuff that they once complained about in a timely manner.
How about for ventilation when cells get too hot or too cold?
So I think that's just an infrastructure issue at the jail. We go into the housing units. You may be in one housing unit on this side of the housing unit, the ventilation may be working on this side, it's not. And, you know, we might make a recommendation about the ventilation or point these things out, but again, these, you know, the building is old, these are infrastructure issues. So, but it's definitely something that's prevalent at the facility.
Have you seen any progress made on any of those ventilation issues when a
No.
report is made?
No.
So around mold and heat and AC, you've seen no progress over the last year?
No.
How about around some of the contraband violations and recoveries? We've seen reports including weapons and drugs, but your report had a 3-month period with 0 drug recoveries. What do you think that anomaly is attributable to for that 3-month gap? And have you seen, you mentioned the technology improvements to scan to see if contraband is coming into the facility, but what other things have worked or we need to lean in to do more of to make sure that everybody is kept safe and that there's not contraband getting into or flowing around the facility?
I think that can be attributed to some of the just things that the DOC has implemented. Like when we had our, I want to say it was our last quarterly meeting or the one before that, where they gave us a list of some of the things that they was implementing by way of security to try to combat the contraband, like the cell tech detectives in the hallway, additional canines, additional shakedowns within the units where there's been you know, a high propensity for contraband and things like that. I think those are some of the things that they've implemented to reduce the flow of contraband in the facility.
Is it your sense that most of contraband in the facility is coming in from the outside or is created or accessed through any of our other medical programs?
No, it's coming from the outside.
And is it coming in from staff or is it coming in from family or visitors?
So, I mean, that we don't know. We don't have any evidence of that one way or another. We know at the jail, they don't have physical contact visits. They don't even have them at CTF no more. They used to have them at CTF. They never had them at the jail. And so I guess it would be hard pressed for someone's family or support to bring in any type of narcotics. But as far as, or contraband, and as far as the staff, we don't personally have any evidence of, you know, staff members bringing in things or what have you, but nevertheless, the stuff is there.
So what would your recommendation be to, I mean, it's getting in the facility somehow, right? We're seeing it in the
Absolutely.
overdose deaths. So
But-
what do we
some-
need to do to stop that?
Ooh, that's a great question. You know, unfortunately, whether it's the DOC or any other place of confinement that I'm aware of, contraband has a way of finding itself within these facilities. And I don't have the answer in regards to what could be done to completely stop these things from entering the facility. I mean, I don't know, that question is beyond me. Because everywhere I've seen, whether it's the BOP or the DOC, contraband gets in.
You know, it's interesting because I've heard that for years from Director Faust. And really everybody who works in this space continues to say that to me. And I just continue to not be able to accept that contraband's just gonna get in. I mean, we have got to do more to make sure that it's not getting in, especially if it's coming in through our own people.
I agree, but you have situations like you may have sometimes you have individuals who are going to court, right, from society, and they know that it's a probability that they may be stepped back and going over to jail. They may package themselves with contraband and take it in there with them as they go. And how do you get around that? I have no idea.
Okay, well, we will discuss more with,
And stay
Sure.
with it, Madam Chairman, you know, like Kareem indicated, I think it's just been consistent, and I just say this, you know, having been in the public sector space for a while, Director Faust, I was just chatting with him, before the hearing, has been in this space for 50 years. So so I think his know-how and experience, along with your enthusiasm and commitment, for the ideal, I think is something that and district has been a model in many ways. So we're open to it and would love to see it, but I can say that it is consistent, not only in the district, but in the federal system and in other state system as we just compare. So we'd love to figure out an answer to it, but.
okay, thank you. Thanks for raising that. So the CIC documented 67 inmate on inmate assaults in FY 2025. And then also had a month with 0 reported incidents. What are you seeing on any recommendations to improve safety and reduce fighting between DOC residents? And what do you attribute that month without incident to?
I think a lot of the stuff that goes on in the DOC by way of violence is usually more times than not a direct result of some conflict in society, neighborhood conflicts and stuff like that. And I think that the DOC has been vigilant in observing what communities that certain residents come from, and just kind of, been making that concerted effort to keep them away from each other. And I think in doing that, when you can do that based upon, I guess, the geographical politics of what goes on in the facility, you minimize the chances of, those type of violent confrontations. And I think the DOC has been trying to do a better job in just being able to identify who is who and what's what, and to keep those individuals separated each other.
Have there been specific people, from your understanding, hired who better understand some of those dynamics to specifically work to reduce?
So
Incidents?
they have a system there that when a resident is arrested and brought into the facility, immediately he's or she's basically interviewed and looked at to see what part of the city you come from, what neighborhood you may come from, and if you possibly have any conflicts in the jail. That's something that's done for everyone who initially comes into the facility. This happens as soon as they come in, as they going through R&D. So this kind of gives them a better sense of awareness of who's who.
Is that an area that you think could be improved upon, to have folks work in the jail who have a deeper understanding of?
Yeah, that would definitely help, because sometimes you may have situations where a person may come through there and they don't know. And for whatever reason, that individual might not want to tell them what area of the city he comes from, and may end up in a housing unit with individuals that he may have conflict with. And 9 times out of 10, if that happens, something's going to happen, whereas though it could have been avoidable. So if you're able to, increase budget or staff where they have individuals there who are maybe a bit more knowledgeable about these conflicts, I'm sure that would definitely help regarding safety and security.
Thank you. Your last report stated that residents in some units reported filing grievances against correctional officers resulted in reduced recreation time. What kind of evidence did you all gather on that allegation, and have there been any steps taken to reduce retaliation?
So we had a situation with one resident where, he spoke on, filing a grievance on a particular officer that was working in the housing unit. And then when that officer came into the housing unit, when they got ready to come out for recreation, that officer, I guess, did a thing what they call like deadlocking the person's cell and wouldn't let them out for recreation according to the resident, as a retaliation mechanism for the resident writing the grievance. And we brought this information to DOC staff. They informed us that they doesn't tolerate that they will rectify the situation. After this exchange, following our next inspection or visit at the jail, we had not experienced directly individuals telling us something like that. So when it was brought to our attention, we brought it to their attention based upon what we know the date that they rectified it. That was that.
Okay, so over the year, you heard that once.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you know what steps that they took to rectify it?
I don't know the exact steps that they took, but they did say that they would get on top of it immediately because that was something that they don't tolerate regarding if a resident files a grievance against a staff member and then that particular staff member comes to the unit and don't let the individual out for recreation. A person supposed to get their recreation unless for whatever reason they're locked down. So
And is that like when did that happen? That allegation?
say that again.
When did that happen?
Oh, well, I want to say this may have been maybe 2 inspections ago.
Okay, so is that generally something that the CIC, once you bring it to their attention and they say they'll take a remediation step, that the next inspection you raise that again?
Yeah, so oftentimes if there's any type of issue that if as we going on our tours through the facility conducting inspections, if we see something and we can verify right then and there that this is accurate, then we will bring it to their DOC attention. And if they can correct it right then and there, they'll correct it right then and there. If they can't correct it right then and there and need some more time, we'll do a follow-up on our next inspection. And then when we do our next inspection, we'll address, did this happen, did this happen, did that happen? And then, we'll go back and forth regarding if it did happen or if it didn't happen, why not? And then we'll try to build out from there.
But in this case, when they told you that they would be taking remediation steps
Yeah,
several inspections ago,
yeah,
was that something that you all then followed up on the next inspection?
yes.
Okay, and
Yeah.
what was their response then?
So, I mean, we didn't get any more complaints about that or from the resident that initially gave us that. He was good because he was still in custody. And then we didn't get any more complaints regarding that specific issue in filing a grievance and staff doing what that
Right.
particular staff member.
I guess I'm
allegedly
just trying to
done.
understand your own process.
Yeah.
Where when you raise something to their attention, they say that they will kind of deal with it. Whether that's mold or a staffing issue or a fight. Like what is your internal process for follow-up look like?
So basically the internal process is if we make a recommendation and you're saying you're gonna do a particular thing, when we come back into the facility, we want to see if that particular thing was implemented, right? Let's say one summer in a housing unit, it was hot and, they didn't have any fans in it. We recommended that they put fans and additional fans in there. We came back about a month later, they had all the fans in there. So it's like just different things like that. If we make a recommendation, when we come back, we want to see it. You're
Right.
saying it's been implemented, we want to see it.
But I'm sorry, I don't mean to harp just on this one incident
I
so
got-
much, but in this case, it sounds like you were told they were gonna deal with it.
Right.
But you weren't told specifics about how they were.
About how?
Right.
No.
And then so if you go back the next month, how do you track that they dealt with it if you never knew the specifics about what their plan was?
I was
know what I
just
mean?
gonna add in, excuse me,
Yeah.
as well, that all of the residents in the DOC and the BOP alike have they can have direct communication with us. So if it has not been done, they would reach back out to us, or there would be some form of communication. When there is an issue at the jail, we communicate directly. We go directly to that individual's housing unit, speak to them. And so again, like Mr. McCraney was just saying, we will go back to that unit and speak to the individual about has the situation been rectified? Is there still an issue? So we have direct contact with the person that made the initial complaint. So again, I think because of the direct communication that the residents have with the agency, we can also follow up on the back end, not only with the DOC, but with them as well, as the person who actually has the issue.
Right. Okay. And I mean, I can see that working in a lot of different contexts. I guess I would worry specifically about a retaliatory allegation because if we don't know what the follow-up was from the agency, how do we really know that that resident didn't fear for additional retaliation or some other thing because we just don't know what the step was?
I would also say that, I mean, the initial complaint or issue coming from the resident, I mean, that could also result in, retaliation. So I think once they developed a line of communication with the agency, I mean, our conversations are confidential, all those kinds of things. So again, I think in this particular incident, because I was there as well when we spoke to the resident, it, again, we weren't sure exactly what was happening until we were able to speak with him, but then we were able to iron out some of the details, and it was a little bit different from what was, like it was situational. And I think, like Mr. McCraney said, it was a one-time incident. And then once we got some some information, some background information, I think it helped us to make sense of the situation. And we always let people know, like, it's confidential. You can reach back out to us. We can come have another confidential conversation. And I think those kinds of things are honored by the DOC staff.
Yeah. And I get that. And this is, one situation. I'm just zooming in on this a little bit because it seems like from an oversight perspective, like as CICs function, that without details of what the remediation looks like, it seems like it would just be allow for more limited follow-up. Whereas if they said, I don't want to make up examples, but if they said like, we had heard this before about this staff member and they have since been fired, or we improved training around this, or we let this person know that we heard this allegation and they're going to be moved out of that cell block, like whatever their response was, it feels like the only way to really follow up on the complaint is to know what the response was.
Agreed.
We agree, and I think the first step, as Mr. McCraney indicated, was to contact the agency.
Mhm.
And agency policy is going to restrict it. Agency's implementation of the policy is going to say that it's not enforced, it's not happening. And I think the safeguard there, council woman, is that as we talked about, we have direct communications. I think that's one of the pluses that we have, that there are direct lines of communications with the residents who are incarcerated. And I do think we take very seriously our response. Unlike we heard about the time of reports, which we've been working on that for some time, trying to get more timely reports. But I think our record of responding to individuals, responding to family members' concern, I think is probably pretty high. I don't know if we track it, but I just know we have a great record. We take very seriously the fact of answering any concerns that are brought to our attention. Not that we can fix everything, but there's no there's no unsatisfied loops of communications, of getting back to people and staying in connection with them. I can say that.
Yeah. And I respect and believe you on that. I think it would also help me and our committee with some of our oversight if there were clear metrics around some of this, of like, when we think about the mold remediation, we just talked about all of the recommendations to remediate the mold. None of them have been implemented. So there's I think, a deeper opportunity for partnership with us and with DOC to make sure we are all on the same page of why that is and what it would cost to do so that we can prioritize and get it resolved. Like in addition to just the the recommendations, but that follow-up piece that I think we can be more helpful
It's
with.
interesting that you say that. We've heard that even from from DOC themselves about standards and, the process of review and the process of follow-up. And we are in the process right at this, as we speak, of an internal process of just reviewing standards and that whole process of how do we implement the oversight and the follow-up regarding recommendations, which is why we even started the tracking form that you're talking about, ma'am.
Great. Okay, wonderful. Well, that's good to hear. And speaking of your continued added responsibility set, how are you doing with staffing? And does your current staffing allow you to fulfill your functions for inspections for BOP facilities across the country?
Well, for the record, as you are aware, several times, I think for the last 2 cycles, we've had recommendations in the support of this committee with adding additional dollars for staffing. And both times, due to budgetary negotiations, we did not receive the funding that we had anticipated. And I use this just as an example. We fortunately have a good group of people, so it's just been more work for the persons that we have in the office, but that we've been able to do it. So I use the example of our most current, the most recent, the next inspection coming up, where we will have 4 staff members driving more than 7 hours to an inspection site, to a town that doesn't even have a hotel that you can really stay in. To kind of just talk about the commitment of the persons who are in the office, and we certainly need additional resources that would only help us to be able to do, our job better and more effectively. On the one hand, I'm commending who we have, but also reinforcing our request that we do need additional resources.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Agreed.
Thank you.
We will try to make more progress on that this year. CIC has also requested our help in establishing a liaison with the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General and increasing engagement with correctional agencies generally. Has there been any progress on fostering those partnerships over the last year? And what kind of substantive barriers have there been?
Well, there have been some legislative changes, some legislative implementation that implemented that would hopefully create some more opportunity for us to have interaction with offices such as Inspector General and the Department of Justice. They have not come to fruition at this point. As we indicated in our testimony, government is government and it's very bureaucratic. There's big turnover within the federal system often, but we are encouraged that the new director in the first year, we've had a couple of meetings with them. We have a new MOU that's been extended from the 3-year to the 5 years. So we are optimistic that we'll continue to build those bridges. And also there are other reporting requirements that has been established by federal legislation for the BOP institutions, and we hope to be a part of and engage collaboratively with those entities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And because you are one of our only sources of insight into some of our BOP facilities, I want to ask you about some of the specific things you found at those visits. The Federal Correctional Complex Beaumont, due to the length of time since the prior inspection and ongoing correspondence, identified frequent lockdowns, limited programming, and barriers to filing grievances. Did the BOP make any specific commitments to resolving those concerns?
No.
They acknowledge the recommendations?
They basically talk about staffing, that they have a staffing crisis across the board. In the most recent budget, FY26 budget, there was a tremendous amount of additional resources to recruit and provide stimulus to try to recruit more employees, which is their major problem. And and we have yet to see any benefit from that.
And just also, we've recently had a meeting with the BOP. We also have a quarterly meeting that we have scheduled throughout the year. And the consensus was that the staffing is still an issue for many, not only USP Beaumont, FCC Beaumont, but all the federal facilities.
Wow. And it kind of brings us back to all of our staffing challenges across public safety. That is so important. So thank you. That is good to know about staffing, but it's very concerning around all the recommendations. How about Volunteers of America halfway house? There was the closure of Hope Village. Volunteers of America is now the only men's halfway house near DC. And CIC identified transportation challenges and gaps in healthcare provider assistance. And we've heard these issues for years. How does CIC assess whether this facility is adequately resourced to meet the needs of DC residents?
Well, we include Voices of America. As I indicated, we do not just cover the institutions, but also the residential facilities, of which that is one. Again, to compliment our staff, we have who I think one of the persons who specialize in reentry, of which we kind of put the halfway houses there as an initial step coming back to the community. So we still monitor transportation. We monitor the services that are provided at the residential facility. We've even talked about ways of connecting with the population, hosting lunches, breakfasts, and bringing them to our office and things of that nature, just to make sure that the lines of communication are in place. So we're still monitoring it, as we are as well, the building of the new halfway house in the District of Columbia.
And are there any pieces of progress you can report there?
Have a date. I think that it depends on who you talk to.
Well, I'm talking to you.
No, I'm going to say depend on who I talk to.
Yeah.
The federal government is very, nondescript or not non-specific with regard to when it will happen. I think the facilitator, the contractor who won the award, is very optimistic. When we meet with them periodically, our staff stays in touch with them, and we look for it to happen in the next 6 months for it to be up and operating.
Really?
I'm repeating for the record, I'm repeating the report that has most recently been given us. I think it's been shorter than the 6 months that they're really projected. I said 6 months to be, liberal in their date, but they think it should happen in the spring. We've heard dates as early as the spring.
That's what the contractor thinks.
Yes.
You all have something to add to that? When you say the federal government is non-committal on the date, what is your sense of why that is?
Well, again, keep in mind that we have, in the midst of this, we've had a change in the federal administration. So there's been a new director, and I think it was just really the persons who we were talking to at that time did not feel comfortable making a commitment, in the sense that they were still trying to assess what in fact was really happening with regard to the delivery of the under that particular contract. There one time, I think there was a statute that they thought they had to go back out and rebid it. But I think that was not the case. And I think they're committed to the award that has been made. So it just depends in that case on who we talk to. But most people in the current administration have not had a real handle on that contract and the progress or the lack of progress that's being made.
Okay, well, for your next conversation with the director, this is a priority and I think really important to move forward. So whatever the DC government can do to support those efforts to get it open, we're behind you.
Yeah, we'll make a note and give you an update, a more thorough update within the next 30 days or so.
Great. Thank you, Director. Your inspections of federal correctional institution in Schuylkill, pronouncing that correctly?
Schuylkill.
Schuylkill, thank
Mhm.
you. Found limited GED access, frequent lockdowns, and concerns regarding staff treatment. How did you all evaluate the impact on those conditions and what's the follow-up there?
You're asking how do we, can you repeat that? Just
Sorry, how do you evaluate any progress that they're making on those recommendations?
since the report was
Yeah.
made? Essentially, once there's a response made for the report, that'll give us a lay of the land of where they are with things, if they're able to do anything at all. Of course, what we do on our end after the inspections is we send a follow-up piece of mail, a thank you letter to the residents asking if anything's been changed, if there's any updates. So far, we have not heard anything from those residents at Schuylkill about if there was any improvements on the GED or anything like that. Essentially, like Director Isaac was saying, when it comes to the BOP, unlike the DOC, the recommendations that we make are not necessarily met with, they're usually not resolved, essentially, right? So, I mean, we continue to make the recommendations, but again, you know, under our mandate, we have to report on it. So we continue to report on it, but sometimes the things that we ask, most times the things that we ask are not necessarily resolved. So
Okay. The Federal Correctional Complex at Hazleton houses the largest number of DC code offenders in a BOP facility. CIC identified frequent lockdowns, staffing challenges, and long program wait lists. When the need is so great, how do you all think through the prioritization of responses and recommendations or increased visits and inspections?
So in terms of Hazleton, our agency is actually committed to, I believe we said we were going to do Hazleton annually. We were going to inspect that facility annually just because it houses the most DC residents within that 500-mile radius. So again, we stay almost in constant communication with the population there. So that's something that we've agreed to do as a staff to just kind of keep the pulse on it because the population is so large. The last time we were there, I think we interviewed over almost 100 people. We almost interviewed 100 of the residents. We've come up with shorter ways to, like, just more direct questions that we can ask the population just to kind of get like your top 3 issues that are going on, as opposed to, you know, keeping the interviews long. We try to shorten them a little bit just so we can gather as much data as possible. Just to keep the storyline going. So again, I think just it's the frequency that we've tried to do with a lot more of the facilities that have a larger population.
Interesting. Okay. And then in terms of when you aren't getting a response, and we saw this with the federal government shutdown,
Yes.
CIC substituted an on-site inspection. There are additional surveys that you all send out. How do you see those responses comparing to what you can see in person? And what do you do when BOP's responses are delayed to make sure that the information you're getting isn't stale?
So I'm actually the BOP liaison, and we have a new liaison since we've switched our liaisons around quite a bit. So the latest liaison, I have emailed her north of probably 10 times, just making sure that I can develop that connection there just to get as many answers as possible. And you know, paper trail, all those kinds of things, making sure we have meetings, making sure we stick to dates. And then additionally, when it comes to the additionally having her as the person who we can kind of go back and forth with, she has not, well, recently she has not really been able to give us that much information, but like I said, she's new, so I've been just trying my best to develop some sort of communication with her to make it easier for us.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry.
And I would add that the surveys that we send out, the responses are trickling in. And so we are getting responses from the people who are incarcerated, and we hope to gather more information around that as well.
So, and also just to add in, sorry, we sent surveys out to 5 different facilities. So far, 2 of the facilities we've not gotten any responses back from. This was during the period when the government was shut down. We did send out surveys just to kind of keep a pulse on the facility since we weren't able to inspect at that time. But from, I think the most that we've gotten so far has been 16, and that was from Fort Dix. And let's just also keep in mind that there are 151 DC residents at Fort Dix, and we've only gotten 16 responses. And we sent surveys out to the entire population at those facilities. So, I mean, the mailing surveys is kind of difficult sometimes, just because it's hard for us sometimes to verify that the mail actually got in, right? So we do know that it got into 3 facilities because we're getting responses, but the other 2 will have to do some follow-up on whether they received them and, you know, maybe what was the reason they didn't fill out the surveys. So.
Okay.
And the thing about the survey responses is that even if we only get a limited amount of responses, it helps us It helps with our information gathering on what issues are coming up at specific places, so that maybe we can be a little bit more boots on the ground within those institutions.
I'll just add, sorry, one more thing. We do a postcard project every year, that we would love more community involvement with, but that also helps us to keep track of, where our residents are. So essentially, once we start getting a lot of, like kickbacks, people saying that they're, return to sender or this person is moved, that'll help us to kind of figure out where people are going, what's happening. It just helps us to keep an idea of what's happening with the population.
Interesting. Thank you. I'd love to learn more about that.
Oh, yes.
So I'm sure there's a lot of opportunities to go both ways with the postcards. I'm sure there are a lot of people in DC who would like to send or family members that we can help coordinate with.
Sure, absolutely.
So back to the conversation we were having about the no contact visits to try to hamp down on the contraband entering. Is that a policy that you've seen implemented at other BOP facilities across the country?
In terms of,
No contact visits for family or friends or visitors?
some facilities, I'm trying to think the last few that we've gone to, when we went to Hazleton last time, I don't think they weren't having, visits at the time because the facility was on lockdown. So that was just when we were there the last time. We went to Beaumont. Were they having, I don't believe they were having, they were on lockdown. So again, essentially, like the last few inspections we've been on, we have noticed that most facilities are on lockdown or just coming off of a lockdown. So there are no visits happening during that time.
But I guess maybe phrased another way, are you aware of any BOP facilities who have no contact visits just generally across the board?
The only BOP facility that doesn't allow for contact visits is ADX.
Is where?
ADX.
Florence ADX in,
The ADX,
Colorado.
AdMax in Florence, Colorado. All other BOP facilities allow for contact visitation, with the exception of if residents are in, if they're in the SHU, but they still have visitation, then they'll have their visits behind the glass. But if you're in general population, all BOP facilities allow for contact visits.
Okay, so the only places that you're aware of in the country that don't allow any contact visits are ADX, the highest security prisons in the country,
Mhm.
and our own local jail?
No. As far as federal prisons, yes. As far as state prisons, there are a lot of state prisons that doesn't allow for contact visits.
And why do you think there's that distinction?
Well, I'm not gonna say state prisons, I'm gonna say detention facilities. Because there's a difference between detention facilities and prisons.
But can you say a little bit more about that? Like, does that distinction make sense to you that there would be less use of no contact visits at federal BOP prisons versus state facilities?
Well, most facilities, they say they try to promote family and stuff like that. So I think that contact visits are more beneficial for the psyche of individuals who are confined. But then at the same time, you will always run the risk of contraband. So I guess you got to weigh out your safety and security, the design of your facility that you may be in, and take all those different things into consideration to decide whether or not you're going to do contact visits or not. I think by design at the jail wasn't designed for contact visits, right? But on the other hand, CTF was. So CTF had contact visits and the jail didn't. Whereas though in the BOP, the way the BOP is designed and it's much bigger and have more space, they have areas for those contact visits. So I think sometimes it's part of the structure of how you build your facility and the space that you have that kind of dictates, as well as, how you feel about the safety and security of your facility and contraband.
Yeah. I guess I'm just wondering, because I know it can be very intrusive to do a full check, whether that be, a manual check or through the updated technology. But I'm wondering if that's a trade-off some people would opt into making in order to have contact with their loved ones.
I mean, in my opinion, and in my experiences, residents always prefer contact visits.
Yeah, I
Always.
understand why.
They want to have the opportunity to touch and see, their family, their children, loved ones face to face, and they hug, that human connection, that human touch with someone that's familiar, someone you love, in spite of being, confined for whatever reason, they definitely would rather have that.
Do you think something like that could work to give people the choice that you could either not go through the searches, but then there would be no contact, or you can go through and then there'll be a space created for a contact visit?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, we'll follow up on that with the agency. So last year during performance oversight, we heard from many public witnesses who raised concerns about the food conditions, specifically at Northern Neck Regional Jail. Did you all visit that facility at all in FY 2025?
Northern Neck,
Yeah,
I don't believe that's under our purview. No, that would be, no, that,
No, because it's like considered like a hold and transfer
Yeah.
facility, so
Yeah.
that's not a place that we typically go
yeah,
to.
our purview is DC code offenders who are housed in any facility around the country, as the
Right.
director said. So the DOC and federal facilities, but outside anywhere there's DC code. But if they're not in those kinds of facilities, then we don't have we're not, we can't interview them. We wouldn't be able to talk to them or gather information. The roster that we receive is only for those who are incarcerated in BOP facilities. And whoever's on that roster is where we can go.
right.
Yes.
But if people are moving around, they can reach out to us and share their experiences from where they've been located previously.
And we do document those interactions. Any interaction we receive, we document it in our system, which is called RAGIC. So that may have, we may have interaction with people who have been in Northern Neck or in any facility when they're moving around. So we have records of that.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, because we heard so many concerns specifically of that facility, I think it's worth looking into, even if it's not specifically under the purview, or maybe we can figure out how to add it, so that we're not adding, a whole new slew of locations, but because we have heard so many concerns about the food there specifically from our residents, want to make sure that's on your radar and we can do some follow-up there to see what's going on.
Yeah, we're more than happy to meet with you or your team, and at regular intervals, we could do like, you know, more regular check-ins just to see what some of the issues are on your side. And we can kind of incorporate that into what we do as an agency. Happy to
Great.
do that.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you all very much. That concludes my questions today. I want to thank you all for the work that you do throughout the year. It is not easy. And we really appreciate all of the huge effort that you all undertake, especially with limited staffing. And Director Isaac, as always, I want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or anything you want to add to the record that we didn't have a chance to talk about today. Your microphone.
No, I think we have covered most of the most pertinent information and hopefully answered most of the questions. Those that we didn't, we'll get back to you. And I appreciate you allowing the staff to share. I think they're very helpful to provide ground level experiences on ground level information on what our experiences have been. So thank you again for your oversight and for your commitment in this area. And we look forward to continuing to work with you in the coming year.
Great. Thank you, Director. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a reminder to the public, if you'd like to submit any testimony for the record, you can do so until Wednesday, February 18th, close of business. So that's 2 weeks from today, and it would be great to hear from you. Okay, we are going to next move to the Department of Corrections. We're first going to hear from our public witnesses for DOC. As a reminder, all of our public witnesses has 3 minutes to present your testimony. And if you're joining us online, remember to accept your invitation to join as a panelist that we'll send through. Okay, so we are going to begin with DeAndre Davis. And if you could sit here. And Melissa Wasser, Tracy Velasquez, and Katie McConville. If we can do Melissa and Tracy. Okay, great. Well, welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. We are going to begin with DeAndre Davis, the State Policy Fellow for DC Policy Institute. DC Fiscal Policy Institute, excuse me. It should show up red. There we go.
Okay, yes. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is DeAndre Davis, and I'm a State Policy Fellow at DC Fiscal Policy Institute. I am here today to speak on the need for more oversight and administration of criminal and legal fines and fees in the Department of Corrections. DC FBI urges this committee to request a comprehensive assessment of fines and fees DOC charges to better understand the financial burdens they impose on the residents of DOC facilities and their families. The usage of criminal legal fines and fees by DOC disproportionately harms low-income Black residents since DOC's population is predominantly Black because of systemic racism. Many fees charged to DOC residents are too much for them to pay on their own since they earn a maximum of $3 to $4 per day working in DOC facilities. The cost of purchasing meals from DOC commissaries is $3.56 per day based on DOC data. And the cost of purchase, this expense already takes up a majority of residents' earnings without factoring in necessary commissary items such as clothing or shoes that can cost up to $50. DOC residents also have to pay for phone calls and other forms of communication to stay in touch with loved ones. And people incarcerated in DOC facilities have to rely on the support of their family members to pay for basic necessities since their wages are not sufficient. And this support causes an additional financial strain on Black households who are already struggling to live in DC because the median income for Black households is less than 2.5 times the income needed for a family of 3 to have an adequate standard of living. And this also goes into the $1.5 million of revenue DOC received from commissary fees in FY 2023 that was coming from financially strained Black DC residents. The most comprehensive data that DC FBI has come across from criminal legal fines and fees are from 2015 reports the OCFO office have provided, but that is the last time these reports were produced, meaning for over the last decade, we haven't had consistent reporting of DOC fines and fees that provide a comprehensive analysis. The most recent data that we have found were from previous performance oversight hearings and the responses in those documents, and that information doesn't conclude all the fines and fees assessed by DOC. The data that we found indicates that there has been financial harm that affecting DOC residents and their families and disproportionately harming Black DC families. However, we need more comprehensive reporting to know the full extent. And as a first step to understand the racial equity implications of DOC fines and fees, the council should require an updated comprehensive analysis of all DC fines and fees, including the amount of each fee, its purpose, who is paying the fee, and the revenue that's being used. We look forward to working alongside the committee to deepen our understanding of how criminal legal fines and fees operate, and this will enable us to know where additional oversight is needed for potential policy changes to prevent financial disenfranchisement of Black DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Melissa Wasser, Senior Policy Counsel, ACLU for the District of Columbia.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Wasser, and I'm a Senior Policy Counsel at the ACLU of DC. As we enter yet another performance oversight season, the same issues that ACLU of DC and other groups have highlighted in previous oversight hearings or lawsuits remain. Even 5 years after the U.S. Marshals found systemic failures at the DC jail back in 2021, and as CIC found multiple issues during last year's inspections, residents inside the DC jail facilities are still being subjected to inhumane living conditions. This includes toilets and sinks overflowing, sewage backing up in the showers, inoperable jail cells, female residents running out of sanitary napkins and tampons, recurring mold in the jail cells, and people being left in their cells up to 26 hours in a row. In one cell at Central Cell Block, it was found that the fire department had to be called to pry open a door to a cell because a person was inside and staff could not open the door. In an emergency, this is potentially a life-threatening situation for residents. We do appreciate DOC is taking more steps to mitigate these issues within the jail, but more must be done to address these conditions. The council should fully inquire and provide robust oversight of all existing health and safety issues at the jail, including the deaths in custody, as Chair Pinto mentioned earlier today. The need to replace the DC jail cannot be overstated. We urge the council to take another close look at the report from the DC Auditor and CCE titled Urgent Need for a New DC Jail. This report outlines the need for immediate action to address the problems at the 50-year-old facility. The mayor's plan to remove a new DC jail from last year's capital budget and instead seek a public-private partnership raises a broad range of concerns. One could argue a new jail has been pushed to the side to accommodate a new RFK stadium. Yet no new details have emerged about a timeline or funding prospects for replacing a almost 50-year-old facility with long-standing habitability concerns. There are almost no publicly available details on what a proposed public-private partnership funding scheme would look like. It is unclear who would control the design and location of the new jail, and whether that location, design process, and timeline would be keeping in line with DOC's determined operational needs. The district and its residents should be in control of those decisions. And without the district including community input in the planning of a new jail, we are echoing a recommendation that will soon be made by my friends at CCE to create a community advisory board. Creating this board is a best practice of the National Institute of Corrections and Jail Planning and would ensure that the DC community would receive meaningful opportunities to provide input into the design, construction, and oversight of a new jail. Should the DOC not commit to a creation of a CAB in this process, the council should require that a CAB be created through legislation and fully funded to ensure that the new jail is rooted in community trust and reflects the needs, values, and lived experiences of our most impacted communities. Seeing that my time is up, I just want to point out that providing a safe jail is a core government function, and it must protect our Eighth Amendment rights against cruel and unusual punishment. We appreciate the council's ongoing oversight and look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Tracy Velazquez, Policy Director for Council for Court Excellence.
Good morning, Chairman Pinto and members of the committee. My testimony today concerns the replacement of the Central Detention Facility, CDF, at the jail, the need for more community input into planning for a new facility, and issues related to the Central Cell Block, CCB. As documented in the 2025 ODCA audit and will be shared by my colleague today, the jail and particularly CDF face multiple serious conditions problems. With an average daily population of over 2,100 people and an average length of stay of over 270 days, improving the living and working environment of the jail is essential. CCE has long recommended that replacing CDF, which houses approximately 1,300 men, be prioritized. However, in their oversight response, DOC stated that OCFO has not cleared the private financing plan intended to replace the public funding stripped from the budget last year, and that construction of a new facility now won't begin until fiscal year 2028, a year later than DOC told the council at last year's oversight hearing. As the nation's capital, the district should lead in reimagining what a modern, humane, and safe jail can be. While progress has been made by DOC towards this goal, we learned in community meetings in 2024 that residents would not have any access to outdoor recreation, a key issue raised by residents in recent CIC reports, as you heard. There also would be a single kitchen for the entire jail complex, despite prior audits and inspections showing this model has led to inadequate food service. And important information such as cell and unit size, the number of segregation beds, and details about other spaces was not shared. And we don't know if the new facility will have the technological infrastructure to allow those in the jail to review, watch, or provide live testimony during DOC council hearings, none of which they can do now. And there have been no community meetings since March 2025 to follow up on these or other issues. Given this lack of transparency and meaningful community output, we strongly recommend the creation of a community advisory board, ensuring it is explicitly required in any RFP and contract for a privately financed facility. Finally, I want to turn to conditions at the Central Cell Block where arrested people are held prior to their first court appearance. People previously detained at CCB have described extreme heat, sanitation and maintenance problems, and pest infestations, and recent CIC inspections confirm many of these issues persist. Last year, the fire department was called to free a person trapped in a cell, and wheelchair lifts have been broken for over a year. Because there is no grievance process at CCB, it is difficult to know the extent of the issues faced by those detained. We hope that you will ask DOC to provide updates on these CCB conditions concerns and what it would take to implement a grievance process at CCB. We also request clarity on the status of CCB renovations. According to DOC's responses to pre-hearing questions, people will now be in the current space until this summer, and then will be at the temporary New York Avenue space until 2031, which is 2 years later than DOC indicated at last year's capital budget plan. We appreciate this committee's steadfast oversight of DOC. Please let us know if there are ways CCE can be of assistance to you in the year ahead.
Under the wire. That was to the second. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Katie McConville, Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Katie McConville, and I'm Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence. As my colleague said, in 2024, CCE supported an audit for the Office of the DC Auditor, examining conditions at CDF and CTF. That audit, published in May of 2025 as Urgent Need for a New DC Jail, documented unacceptable conditions and underscored the need for both immediate remediation and a new jail facility. 7 months later, many of those conditions remain unresolved. Today, I will briefly highlight 2 areas: deteriorating physical conditions and unhealthy living and working conditions. First, physical conditions. The 50-year-old CDF building is in constant disrepair. During the audit period alone, nearly 1,600 Priority 1 work orders were filed for issues posing immediate risks to health and safety, including broken plumbing, malfunctioning locks and doors, and electrical problems. Inspectors repeatedly documented dirty housing units, overflowing toilets, standing water, mold, peeling paint, cracked walls, and rodent droppings. The most recent CIC inspection from July 2025 confirms these issues persist, including recurring mold, serious ventilation and temperature problems, such as a lack of air conditioning in July, our hottest month of the year, leaks, flooding, and ongoing rodent infestations. At the same time, the jail population has increased by 10% since August, with an average length of stay of 271 days. These trends further strain an already fragile facility. DOC must urgently redress remediable issues, and Council must provide targeted funding for immediate repairs and long-term capital improvements. Second, the jail continues to suffer from unhealthy living and working conditions. The audit identified chronic understaffing, heavy reliance on overtime, deaths in custody, persistent violence, and poor food quality. More recent CIC inspections report residents missing recreation, going several days without showering, and experiencing delays in medical and safety responses due to staffing shortages. Meanwhile, staff remain overextended, with $18 million budgeted for overtime in FY 2026 alone. The audit also found alarming rates of violence and use of force, particularly at CDF, as well as overdose death rates far exceeding national averages. We recommend that Council require DOC to publicly report on a quarterly basis the number of use of force incidents and assaults involving residents and staff. Finally, food quality remains a serious concern. Residents consistently report inadequate and unhealthy meals, sometimes contaminated by pests. Although Secure DC included provisions to improve nutrition standards, these provisions remain unfunded. With the jail food services contract up for solicitation this year, we urge DOC and Council to hold bidders to higher nutritional standards, such as those required by Section 32 of Secure DC, and to adequately fund those standards in the next budget. If the new contract does not incorporate Section 32, we ask you not to approve it. In closing, with residents likely to remain in CDF for years, it is incumbent upon this committee, DOC, and the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety to ensure current jail facilities are operated and overseen in a manner that protects the health and safety of both residents and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for the work that you all do throughout the year to see improved outcomes. I want to ask you, Mr. Davis, if you've seen other states or localities implement those changes around the payment structures that you're talking about, and kind of what outcomes you've seen improve from that.
So that's also ongoing research that I'm doing right now, to be able to understand other localities that have been able to reduce fines and fees in DOC facilities. It's been very extensive. It's been very extensive in terms of different fines and fees have been reduced from commissary to different medical fees, medical fees, and then different telecommunication fees. And I would love to provide that information to your office, as we are making sense of that information and potential ways that could be applied to DOC facilities.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great to see how others are doing this. In terms of the new jail, I share the frustration that we have gotten very little information. Um, there was a lot of holdup, it seems, from the CFO's office as well around what that structure could look like and how the financing would work for a public-private partnership. I just followed up again with the city administrator to reiterate this high priority for me and for the committee and for the public to make sure that we move forward this year. Um, on either route path, on either funding the new jail or financing a P3, but we have to move forward. And so that has been made clear, and my hope and expectation is that this will be the budget to do it. But we've got to stay diligent and stay collective on it. In terms of the food access and kind of both of our CCE folks talked about this a little bit. Have you been to the jail recently and seen or heard any improvements on the food quality?
I visited the jail maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and I talked to a few residents who continued to echo concerns with food quality and also having to rely on commissary and a lot of people not being able to afford commissary. Which created, whole de facto system with people hoarding food and distributing it. And so I think food remains a number one issue for people in the jail, especially having access to fresh fruits and vegetables, a variety of foods, and something satiating, high in protein.
Thank you. Um, is there anything else that you all think is important for DOC to commit to on the record today? Like some of the financing pieces are going to have to be through the mayor's office and the CFO's office. And similarly with the CCB renovations and moving up that timeline, and we'll continue pushing DGS on that as well. But just wanted to give you another chance. Yeah, go ahead.
I really think transparency is the biggest issue, and until or unless a community advisory board is developed, I would like to see DOC commit to reinstituting the community meetings and the meetings with the task force. There were 3 meetings with task force that were contractually obligated to, and they met that contractual obligation, but we haven't had any meetings since then. And the last meeting held was prior to the announcement that the funding was going to be eliminated from the capital budget. So there's been no opportunity for the community to respond to that. And, for DOC to hear this continued concern with the current plan, which would include the no outdoor space and really just a lack of understanding about the details of that new facility.
Thank you.
And if I can just also reiterate the transparency, I mean, it was just unclear to us with those feedback opportunities from before where DOC was actually going to take that feedback into consideration from residents and how important that is that we have that community engagement on this new facility. I mean, again, having something like this community advisory board just brings that necessary element of public accountability and transparency. And again, people don't want this extremely secretive process. They want to know what's going on, especially with all of these delays. And I think bringing our residents into that process can kind of actively help shape a planning and then just bring more trust into the public that I think has been lacking throughout this process.
Thank you for that. And I think it's really important, and I continue to reiterate this in all my conversations with folks in the executive, that all of the hard work that you all put in and everybody on this task force for years shouldn't be started from scratch. We need to make sure that that is incorporated as we deal with the financing component. Thank you. Go ahead.
I just had one specific comment for the public outreach. DOC does have a website, but it's unclear, I think, to most people to sign up for updates for those community outreach sessions. And I have made this comment to DOC before. There's just like a questions and comments button that you need to fill out to then get any emails. And I don't think people are filling that out because they don't understand that's like for the community outreach events. And also, a lot of the events were advertised on a very short timeline, maybe 48 hours beforehand. And so I think people need more time, especially if it's something that happens at the end of the workday, to be able to plan in advance to attend those meetings. So really building out, making their website more accessible would be helpful.
Okay, great.
I would also like to echo transparency as well for being able to understand the full extent of what residents are responsible for paying within DOC in regards to fines and fees, to understand the amount of money that's flowing that they're not able to pay and the amount of money that families outside are having to help compensate for that gap in pay because of the low wages that residents are receiving within DOC to understand the full extent of the financial harm that's being caused, especially to vulnerable Black residents in DC.
Can I
Thank
sneak in
you.
one more?
Sure.
Okay. It has to do with the issue of people being able to testify here. And it didn't appear from DOC's pre-hearing answers that even the ANC, which is an elected official, is able to testify here or virtually. And it seems like if there are technological issues with everyone being able to testify, certainly an elected district official should be able to testify live before you.
Thank you. And that's a good reminder for everybody that we have introduced a bill called the Ease Bill. And I came up with the name to make sure that we can allow DOC residents to testify. And so hopefully we can move forward and we're going to have a hearing on that soon. Okay. Thank you. All right. We are going to move to our next panel. Giancarlo Cambrellin, Corna Flowers, and Gabby Smith. Okay, welcome to you all. We will begin with Giancarlo Cambrellin, Policy and Research Associate, DC Justice Lab. And I'm sorry to be difficult. Can I ask that everybody sit in the order that I call them? Yes, if you can go on this seat. Sorry. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't see your crutches. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Stay there. But just for next panel, the first person should go on the seat all the way to the left. And then therefore. Okay. So we will begin with Giancarlo Cambrellin. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Policy and Research Associate, DC Justice.
Perfect. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Giancarlo Cambrellin Santiago, and I'm a Policy and Research Associate at DC Justice Lab. The primary purpose of my testimony today is to highlight a pattern of hidden and conflicting information provided by the DOC. Time and time again, the agency representatives have asked DC Council and DC residents to take their word about conditions at DC Jail. Today, at this performance oversight hearing, I urge you to consider whether you are getting real transparency from the department. It's time to hear about DOC's performance from the people in the best position to talk about it. At present, those individuals most directly impacted by the policies and conditions in our correctional facilities are effectively prevented from providing critical transparency in DOC oversight hearings and other legislative efforts. Current discussions on issues like infrastructure, food quality, medical neglect, or the use of solitary confinement at DC jail rely heavily on DOC reports that often clash with the lived experience of those residing there. While DOC's official narrative suggests truthfulness, the most recent independent findings reported by the Council for Court Excellence in partnership with the Office of DC Auditor cited deaths at 3 times the national average, pervasive mold, and 11% of DC jail's population in restrictive housing, nearly twice the national average. These figures expose a dangerous gap between DOC reporting and the true hazardous conditions inside DC jail. When it comes to addressing childbirths in jail, the DOC said its policy aligned with national standard, but we know from firsthand testimony that this was not accurate. When questioned why DC jail is unable to offer more nutritious food, an issue repeatedly raised by incarcerated residents, DOC stated there was no money to do so. Yet last year, DC Council approved a $2.5 million reprogramming request that reallocated funds from DOC to MPD. Without hearing directly from those in DOC's medical units, restrictive housing cells, or relying on the food provided, DC Council cannot fully grasp the scope, urgency, or human cost of these policies. By hearing from incarcerated individuals via virtual testimony, the DC Council can gain firsthand accounts of the day-to-day realities that inform more effective, balanced, and inclusive policymaking. The technology to enable this participation already exists in DC jail. Through the passage of the Ensuring Access and Supporting Engagement Act, otherwise known as EASE, which you introduced last year and is co-sponsored by 9 of your fellow council members, DC can achieve greater transparency and accountability while fostering a sense of agency that supports successful rehabilitation and reentry. This committee has already witnessed how DOC repeatedly denies the voices of incarcerated residents, as demonstrated in DC's food quality and pregnancy-related hearings. These examples demonstrate that without legislation, residents' voices will be excluded from decisions that directly impact their lives. We look forward to the committee scheduling a hearing on ease, and thank you for your time and leadership on this issue. I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Corna Flowers, CEO of Corner's Character Development Academy. Hi.
Good morning, Council Lady Pinto. It's a privilege and blessing to be here today on behalf of the Department of Corrections. What I will start off by saying as head of the Character Development Department, working with the Education Department, that progress is a process and the view from the outside is never true. But as a hands-on person inside the facility, 3 to 4 times a week, there are many progress being made, especially when it comes to the transformative process of the minds of the residents. We are product of our mindset. Crimes and everything else that we talk about, they all come from our mindset. So from my perspective, the jail is doing a tremendous job in transforming, repairing the minds of the residents and enabling them to redesign their future. That is a process. And though there may be other things happening, which is a reality, but I'm telling you that the jail is not what it used to be. Things are getting better, working in both facilities, minimum and maximum, having personal interaction with the residents and hearing, listening, seeing the improvement in their lifestyle, listening to their goals for a better life, and appreciating what they have, the opportunity that they're giving by the institution through the various programs. They're making progress. They are returning citizens with different plans. They are taught how to redesign their lives, how to make plans, set goals to prevent them from coming back to the prison. So in a nutshell, I want to say thank you for the oversight, the accountability, but things are getting better with them. And we deal with a large population. We have a graduation approximately of 100 residents next week, both male and females. And I'm not just talking about interactive, I'm talking about classroom, I'm talking about outcome, I'm talking about getting feedback from them, which is included in this report. It's 21 pages. I don't want to read that. You know, I'm a real person, so I like to keep it real. So there are great improvements. Not that there are problems, but there are improvements. And we want to acknowledge that. The staff over there, they work hard and they're doing everything in their power to make sure that residents are giving the best as much as they can. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think an important continued perspective, especially as we continue to deal with staffing challenges, that these are not easy jobs. And we need to continue making sure that we're empowering all of our public safety staff to do the best job they can. So thank you. Gabby Smith, President, Career Shop DC.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Gabby Smith, President of Royale Nationwide Ventures and Program Director of Career Shop DC, a district-based workforce development and job placement program serving mostly returning citizens. Today, I'm proud to report on the measurable impact Career Shop DC has achieved over the past year in partnership with the Department of Corrections by focusing on 3 things. First, our work inside the women's unit at DC Jail. Second, our work at the Ready Center. And finally, our first time being a workforce provider for the Lead Out program. Career Shop DC successfully launched and completed its first cohort inside the women's unit at DC Jail, where we delivered both career readiness and entrepreneurship training directly to incarcerated women. For the career readiness track, participants received professional resumes, mock interviews with written feedback, career goal setting, financial literacy, and more. For the entrepreneurship track, participants received hands-on training in business ideation, marketing and branding, business planning, and more with completed business incorporations, ensuring that participants leave custody with tangible assets, legal entities, and a clear post-release plan. Career Shop DC is thrilled to be continuing this work in 2026. Next, Career Shop DC's time developing resumes and career plans at the Ready Center brought the number of DOC participants served to 357 in 2025. We're delighted to be continuing this work as well in 2026. Finally, I would like to conclude my testimony by highlighting a powerful statistic that demonstrate what is truly working in effective reentry programming. As the first-time job training partner for the Lead Out program with a list of committed employer partners and one of the most dynamic training teams in the district, we graduated 15 Lead Out participants and placed 12 of them in jobs in just 4 weeks. Again, in partnership with the Hope Foundation and under the direction of Deputy Director Jackie Williams and her staff, we trained 15 participants and placed 12 of them in jobs full-time in just 4 weeks. That's it. That's my testimony. Career Shop DC remains hopeful to receive funding in FY26 to continue this transformative work for this program, giving our graduates purpose and pathways. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you do. I often worry that our conversations about reentry tend to often focus on men. And there's a lot that we need to do to also support our women who are returning. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Where do you get your funding from?
2 sources this year. It's the Department of Corrections as well as OSVJG.
Okay, and how much do you get from each of those agencies?
156 from the Department of Corrections,
Uh-huh.
and this year it's 200,000 from OSVJG.
Great. And then how much is your total budget, if you don't mind me asking?
That is the total budget.
That is the total
Just
budget.
for
Okay.
this year.
Okay, great. And you're able to serve how many people on an annual?
40 at OSVJG this year, which was cut because of budget cuts. And in corrections, it's up to 75.
Great, wonderful. And with the folks that you're working with after they've served their time, what are some of the things that you've heard that would be more effective for us to do earlier, especially while they're at DOC?
It depends on how long they're incarcerated. If they've been incarcerated for a really long time, digital literacy is key. I've had people come out who can't even put their phone on vibrate because this is the first time even operating a phone.
Mm-hmm.
We've had those challenges. In addition, just more time on a one-on-one basis because each person's hindrances are vast. And so having more time to spend individually with each person would be key.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you all very much for your testimony and the work you do. Appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna call our next panel Corey Knight, Jimmy Jenkins, and Zachary Rigoni. So if Corey Knight can sit at the end here. Okay. Yep, if you could come to this side of the table. Thank you so much. Corey Knight, and then Jimmy Jenkins, and then Zachary Rigoni. Great. Okay, welcome to you all. We will begin with Corey Knight, Executive Director of the Hope Foundation Reentry Network, Inc.
Thank you so much. My name is Corey Knight, and I'm the Executive Director for the Hope Foundation Reentry Network. Thank you for inviting me to testify on the behalf of the DC Department of Corrections in today's hearing to discuss the activities and accomplishments of the programs and initiatives for the residents in DC and DOC. To certify myself, in 2007, I was released from the BOP. That's when my transformation began. I connected with my mentor who helped me to overcome obstacles and challenges and supported me as I started to rebuild my life. In 2008, we initiated a provision of support groups and assistance for residents housed in CDF, ensuring they received the necessary support. It was a rewarding experience to support individuals at the DC Department of Corrections. This initiative led to the birth of the Hope Foundation Reentry Network. Ms. Betty Green graciously offered me the opportunity to provide a support group for men in CDF at the chapel. As a volunteer, I dedicated my time without realizing this will become my calling. The Hope Foundation was established in 2008 to provide free support services to men and women returning to the District of Columbia. Our mission is to deliver hands-on community transition services to returning citizens to decrease the risk of recidivism and promote successful reintegration in society, motivated and ready to work. We focus on addressing critical factors such as drug addiction, alcoholism, homeless, unemployment, and low education resources. Our program aims to empower participants to become self-supporting, responsive, and productive members of society. I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to the DC Department of Corrections for their unwavering support and commitment to returning citizens. Have worked with the agency for 17 years. I have had the privilege of witnessing transformative impact of the programs and support systems established for incarcerated individuals. I'm proud to say that we have expanded our offerings over the years, which has led to improved outcomes for returning citizens. As a DC native, I have actively assisted returning citizens in the District of Columbia by developing programs aimed to reduce recidivism and improve their quality of life. The Hope Foundation's initiative designed to support DC Department DOC residents and returning citizens, empower them in activities and that facilitate their successful reintegration in society. One of our initiatives in the program is the Wine Me, a mentoring program that we provide support. And also another one, okay, it's a little fast. Well, that's enough for my testimony. I didn't get to share a highlight of all the success and all the numbers that we provided, because we've provided a total of services for 2,773 residents, 986 community residents, returning citizens that came to the Ready Center. And just wait for the questions.
That's incredible. And please make sure if you have more data that you want to submit to share it with the committee so we can include it in the record as well. Thank you very much. Jimmy Jenkins, CEO, Alabama Avenue Community Development Corporation.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Jimmy Jenkins. I'm the CEO of Alabama Avenue Community Development Corporation. I'm here, blessed to be able to testify on the behalf of DOC. Since 2024, my organization had a partnership with the Department of Corrections, where we provide pre-apprenticeship programming for residents of the CTF and CDF facilities. We have a 12-week program that is designed to lead participants to self-sufficient opportunities by helping them gain industry-leading trade skills, which is painting and plumbing. Since we've been over at DOC, we have completed 5 cohorts. We have over 200 residents who have received introduction to plumbing and painting certificates. In those 12 weeks, we have seen that men and women are more interested in doing things that is hands-on and that will create an opportunity to change their lifestyle and improve the opportunities for them to take care of their families. I'm excited about the partnership. I hope that we can keep this opportunity going over at DOC. We had about there's 9 returning citizens who have came home and furthered their education and went through CC Prep to receive HVAC certificates on top of their painting. And now, out of the 9, 6 of them are currently working. And so we were excited about that because this is something new for us in this partnership. But to see real results in real time is keeping us encouraged to keep this going. So we want to thank Director Faust and Deputy Director Williams and also Deputy Johnson, who have all been supportive of making this happen. Just one more thing I just wanted to add is that with us moving in this direction, our city, if you paying attention to all the economic opportunity that's coming to our city, I think it's important that we get our returning citizens prepared to be a part of all these opportunities when you talk about construction and workforce that's happening in our city. And so a lot of them had talked about how, when they go home, is they're trying to find different ways to gain employment, but because of their background. And so with them picking up a skill and being able to jump right into the workforce, I think this is an exciting thing. And so I hope that we can continue this partnership with DOC and our city. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think you're right. There's a lot of additional industries as well that we want to make sure we're equipping people with skills to be a part of and be a part of that growth. Zachary Rigoni, Policy Director of the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Zachary Rigoni, and I'm the Policy Director for the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. Our work is grounded in a simple premise. Public safety is the downstream result of public health, shaped by the quality, stability, and dignity of the environments people move through. When public health breaks down inside a jail, the consequences show up in the community soon after. That's why conditions of confinement are not a side issue. They are central to the reentry outcomes and public safety across the city. What we are seeing at the DC jail reflects long-standing unresolved failures. Independent audits and inspections have repeatedly documented unsafe conditions, failing infrastructure, extreme temperatures, malfunctioning doors, and inadequate ventilation. Despite years of warnings, conditions have worsened, not improved. Most troubling are the outcomes. Deaths in custody remain well above national averages, especially from overdoses. These are not unforeseen tragedies. They are the predictable result of known risks that have gone unaddressed. People held in environments that degrade physical and mental health do not leave custody better prepared to stabilize their lives. They leave carrying trauma and untreated illness with less capacity to succeed. And the district absorbs those costs when they return home. These same conditions also affect the people working inside the jail. Chronic understaffing and unsafe facilities have created an unworkable cycle. Burnout leads to vacancies. Vacancies lead to overtime, and overtime increases risk for everyone. Improving conditions for residents improves safety and stability for staff. Relying on crisis response does not. Oversight gaps are especially clear in healthcare and visitation. Serious medical and mental health needs remain unmet, and we still lack clear answers about treatment capacity or why deaths are occurring. Visitation is frequently restricted, often justified by contraband concerns. But available evidence shows contraband more often enters facilities through staff misconduct and mail, not family visits. Limiting family contact weakens mental health and reentry outcomes without addressing real sources of risk. All of these issues point to a deeper harm: dehumanization. When people are confined in environments marked by neglect and constant crisis, the message conveyed is not accountability, it's disposability. That corrodes rehabilitation, staff morale, and public safety alike. Incremental fixes are no longer enough. The district does not need to stabilize conditions immediately, but it must also move towards replacing an outdated facility with one designed for health, dignity, and rehabilitation. A new jail must be better, not just newer, designed around medical and mental health care, natural light, fresh air, robust programming, and nutrition that supports health. And it must include a formal, legally mandated mechanism for community oversight and transparency so these failures are not repeated. If we want safer communities, we must stop ignoring the conditions people are coming home from. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you all very much. I want to start with you, Mr. Rigoni, about this idea around the contact visits and contraband coming in. One of the things that we just spoke with the Corrections Information Council about was that they said they didn't have any evidence to prove kind of where this was coming in from. So what what are you going off of when you say we know that nothing is coming in through family and visitors?
So this is going off of more from national studies. So the Prison Policy Initiative Institute, the National Council on Corrections, National Council on Criminal Justice, all have had different studies that have gone on. Numerous academic institutes have as well, and routinely those studies show over and over again across carceral institutions that staff and male are far more the vectors for contraband coming in than through family connection and contact visits. That is applicable throughout, whether you're talking about jails, prisons, whatever the carceral institution is. So while we might not have any hard facts as it relates to the DC jail, I can't speak to how CIC necessarily looks into that. Just looking across the board, that is consistently what the data says, and it strains credibility to think that in DC it's for some reason different than what it is across the rest of the nation.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Knight, I wanted to give you a chance. It sounded like you had some other examples that you wanted to share. I would love to hear what those are. You can turn your mic on.
We hear a lot on both sides, right? But what I see, up close and personal, is that so many residents are getting services internal and on the outside. And so just providing much needed services. And one of the highlights that I really want to talk about is the children of incarcerated parents, right? It's connecting the families which also have a parent that's incarcerated and that we're able to support. One of the highlights that's, because of some of the no contact visits, the DOC was gracious enough to allow us to do Thanksgiving on the inside. This is the first time we've done this, right? We serve 40 residents, 40 chaperones, and 102 kids, right, in the gym, which they had a Thanksgiving dinner. This is real big, right? And this has never happened in another facility, and DOC has provided that necessary support and resource. The other part is most of the services are being provided as substance abuse, right? We are recovery coaches. I'm a recovery coach. We have peer navigators and other professionals that come into DOC and provide a wraparound services under substance abuse with the RSAT program, with different units. We provide services over 13 units in there. We go over CDF, we in CTF, with the YME program, we're in the women's unit, we're in the step down unit, the lead out unit, you name it. All of these units are getting the support that they need, that I see in real time. And I'm talking about just extensive on the program side. Georgetown, you got plumbing and electrical programs that's never been done. They're actually painting the building and learning the trades in the facility as needed. These skills are really being geared towards them actually getting employment. I'm a licensed plumber. I retired as a licensed plumber as well. Lead Out program. Lead Out program is a program that has been able to provide much needed services inside out, which they get the services in the inside. They come home, get the 6-month program, which they get they get paid while working. They get lead to employment. So these are a lot of impactful things that has happened because of DOC. And I just wanted to raise that, again, this year we provided services to over 2,700 individuals. Again, they have the Ready Center, which is a one-stop shop. They come in, they get the ID vouchers, which we provide. We provide smart trip cards, we provide clothes, we provide necessity, toothbrushes, socks, underwear for women, like you name it. They have everything that they can get in the support side to help them to be successful, right? And also to allow people like us, returning citizens, to come inside the facility and be mentors and help people navigate. I have de-escalated many of situations. I have been a guide and a support for many individuals, whether it's working with their families, whether it's working with them. It's so many things that we can talk about because we only highlight the negative things, right? But we don't highlight the positive things that happen. You don't see that we serve over 900 kids with Christmas gifts from the Ready Center to the Audi Stadium. We've helped families, with the necessities and things that they needed. For me, and I'll close with this because I can go on and on and on. So I'm gonna close with this. I'm gonna be respectful for the other people that's here. For me, some people may come home, and I can go home and get them the clothes off my back in my own closet. That's much needed, right? I have done so much for individuals that's in need, right? That it's impossible to say that we're not doing the job that needed to be done. And I'll close with that. Thanks.
Thank you so much for all that you do. I think those are really powerful examples. How does your funding structure work?
So we get different funding, right? Funding from DOC, that support our RSAT initiative, to support the recovery support program, which we provide extensive programs all over DOC. Our Family First Parenting Initiative is a family parenting program that we provide services. And so we provide from that structure. Then the other structure of funding that come from DBH that helps us to support the Lead Out program is another funding. OVSJG funding also is a wraparound funding that we provide additional services on a virtual platform for some other returning citizens that might not be qualified to come into the Lead Out program because you have to have a substance abuse issue in order to get that service. So it's a lot of different angles where we can support individuals with services that's much needed.
Thank you. And Mr. Jenkins, want to learn a little bit more about your training process and kind of what the needs are after people are done with the training program itself, what you're finding, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days after they're completed.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the funding on when folks are coming home, it's more of the MOUs we have with some of the larger subcontractors that's getting them into the paid apprenticeships. Because if you look at this industry, a lot of times we don't have paid apprenticeships for our folks who are returning citizens. And so they're looking at it like, well, I just did almost 10 years or 4 years of programming that was free. And so when they come home, when you put them into an opportunity where they could pick up a skill, it's best that we line them up with paid opportunities because they have bills, they trying to get into housing and things like that. So I think for us is just I capitalize more on my social capital with relationship with some of the larger subs in our city, like MCN Build. I would say Hamel Build has been doing well with us. And even with our Local 5, I have an MOU with Local 5 for some folks who actually signed up to get in Local 5 to be part of the union and as a returning citizen, right? But I think the biggest gap we have is like what Mr. Knight was saying is telling the story and echoing the positive things we have. We at a time where DOC it has a lot of younger people who is in that facility who may not did well in school, right? And so now they are sitting down trying to figure out what life's gonna look like when they do come home. And so we are trying to stress to them the importance of lining themselves up with the opportunities that's going to exist, right? And so for me, I fear that us not being able to continue this or strengthen what we're doing, how are we going to fail these young people with all these billions of dollars that's coming to our city? And I think the difference between poverty and wealth is education, but also economic opportunities. And here we have a time where this city has the most economic opportunities it ever had in years coming. And we want to get rid of the violence and we want to decrease people being incarcerated. So we have to prepare them for the opportunities. And so I want to commend you all for making this happen. I've been trying to do this for 8 years. Real talk. And I know the violence intervention is a piece, but we also got to talk about aligning our high-risk individuals with economic opportunities. And so it's the first time, our organization was able to do it in 2024. But I think we need to do more of this and partner with individuals, substance abuse and all that. That's part of it. But we have to put our people in position where they can make some economic opportunities, because I know that happened for me. It's the conditions. We can't change conditions without putting people in position to make wealth in the city. So I think us having the 12-week course where they're going through and they passing their tests and they getting the hands-on experience and painting the jail and actually having conversations with me about picking my mind about being a dad or becoming a business owner. I'm not just training them, I'm actually talking to them about proposals and contracts I'm receiving doing painting, right? Or plumbing. And so to have that conversation, that dialogue is healthy as well. And it's also motivating them. Because these not people I don't know, right? These are people who saw my transition. And now that I'm teaching it to them, they believe in it. Like they normally see it, but when you in the storm, you don't really get to have these questions that they have to ask to me. But now that they in this class, they're like, yo, I think I'm gonna do this, right? And so I think we need more of this. And so I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And congratulations on all of your success and effort and progress you've made in all your various missions. So appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we are going to turn to our virtual witnesses today. We're going to hear from Harold Cunningham, Shelley Broderick, Daniel Rosen, Max Broad, Chrysanth Kerniotis, Aaron O'Grady, Dr. Benjamin Oldfield, Chet Bennett, and Kenya Jenkins. It's a reminder to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Harold Cunningham, are you here? ANC Commissioner for 7F08.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Commissioner Cunningham, yes, please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Harold Cunningham, and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Adversary Neighborhood Commission, and I am also someone who has served 33 years incarcerated, including 20 years in solitary confinement. I want to offer special thanks to Chairwoman Pinto and Deputy Director Wills for this opportunity to speak today and for their dedication to listening to incarcerated residents. I have just 3 minutes to speak on behalf of 2,200 incarcerated residents and voters who are denied the access to this microphone. Point one, accountability must apply at every level, including leadership. On one occasion, Deputy Director Williams personally came to the unit after concerns was raised and that effort was noticed and appreciated. This kind of leadership matters and is needed. However, I don't think we would be here today if that leadership truly trickled down, because it hasn't.
I am the vice chairman, ANC, elected to represent these residents. Yet my position is not being taken seriously. I cannot communicate freely with residents on the tablet system. Messages are restricted or delayed or blocked. How can I represent my constituents if I am not allowed to communicate with them fully? If I can speak to you today, then incarcerated residents should be able to speak to you as well. Disrespect, retaliation, and neglect only makes facility more volatile. Oversight must reach leadership, not just frontline staff. Point one, DC jail has effectively turned into a form of mass and solitary confinement. Residents are locked in their cell 22 hours a day, sometimes 24 hours straight, without recreation or meaningful human contact. COVID is over. There is no public health justification for this level of isolation. As you've been told countless of times, solitary confinement leads to anxiety, depression, trauma, hallucination, and long-term mental damage. I know this because I survived it for 20 years straight. Point three, the lack of oversight is most evident in the food condition at DC jail, which is unacceptable. Airmark has repeatedly failed to serve adequate nutrition food to DC residents. It is time for DC to invest in DC-based food providers who care about the health of our community. Point four, there is no contact visitation anymore in CTF. I have seen children crying, pressing against glass, trying to hug their parents on. One incarcerated father recently attempted suicide because he could no longer hold his daughter. Removing human touch does not create safety, it creates trauma that affects entire families. The need to address critical issues within the Department of Corrections is urgent. More funding for programming and it's urgent. When you protect programming funding, you protect our rehabilitation. Incarcerated residents impacted every day by the Department of Corrections has failed majorly. Chairwoman Pinto, along with the support of 9 council members, has introduced the EASE Act. I respectfully ask you to advance and pass the EASE Act, use your oversight authority to question DOC leadership and ensure full implementation, resources, and accountability. I can meet with you virtually or discuss anything we talked about. I will refer to my written statement. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And thank you for your service, the residents that you represent, and we will return to you in a moment. Shelley Broderick, Chairperson, Task Force for Jails and Justice.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the chance to testify. My name is Shelley Broderick, and I'm testifying as chair of the Task Force on Jails and Justice. Since 2019, the task force has worked to build a humane, equitable approach to criminal justice in DC. While a lot has changed in these distant pre-pandemic days, the task force has been steadfast in calling for the demolition of the decrepit 50-year-old central detention facility and replacing it with a new modern building designed with residents' safety, health, and rehabilitation in mind. It pains me to testify yet again today to say that the district is failing in its duty to demolish that derelict facility, failing in its duty to design a facility that's humane and forward-looking, and failing to build this new facility as soon as possible. It's been 9 months since there's been a public statement regarding the demolition of CDF and its replacement. 9 months ago, the administration laid out their budget for fiscal year 2026, and we were shocked to find the capital budget for the new jail facility stripped away to make room for the new football stadium. Task Force has raised serious concerns with the earlier plans, but in those 9 months, we've had no reports, no public meetings, no press conference to share any progress that's been made. You know, you're familiar with our concerns. There's no outdoor area planned for residents. A quarter of them have been in the jail for over a year. Imagine not being able to feel the sun or the snow, for that matter, for over a year. The last plans also didn't provide enough beds for everybody at CDF, where the average daily population last week was 1,378 men. And so we're going to have men suffering more years in the moldy, broken down, dangerous building. Just a little over a week ago, 7 people were hurt in a stabbing incident. It's not right. Last May, the administration said, don't worry about the budget cut. The district will get a private financing for the new jail building. Again, we've had no public meetings for the community to hear about, let alone provide feedback on this process. What are the terms of the new contract? What might they be? We don't know anything about the private financing, new jail design and management. And as a result, I'm not optimistic that the Department of Corrections will include any meaningful opportunities for community input going forward. We've issued a statement, which you've seen multiple times, calling for the creation of a community advisory board for exactly this reason. Can you help us get this done? We need to do this. In past years, I've testified that I hope the council would encourage DOC to move as quickly as possible to get the new facility built. I can't in good faith make that ask today. I've lost confidence that this administration can or will build the new jail facility that DC needs. Absent sunshine and community input, I fear what $1 billion contract hastily pushed through might mean for a facility that'll have to last another 50 years. We hope that this committee will refuse to approve any contracts that the council and the community have not been able to review in depth and to provide input on, that haven't been vetted by independent jail experts, that don't address the deficiency of the last jail plan, and that won't remove everyone from CDF by 2030. If DC can build a new stadium with 6,500 person capacity by 2030, surely it can build a new correctional facility for 1,500 people in that time. Even if if the planning and building were paused until 2027. Thank you so much for giving me this chance, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Daniel Rosen, co-founder Coalition for Carceral Nutrition.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and thank you also to Commissioner Cunningham for his testimony. We need more of it from inside the jail. I offer my testimony today as the coordinator of the DC Jail Food Working Group, as a returning citizen and someone formerly incarcerated in the jail. I want to speak mostly about food and nutrition in the jail. For almost 5 years, colleagues and I have testified at these oversight hearings about food in the jail. We've worked with council and we've tried to work with the DOC, and not much has really changed. Last year, we got a kind of a performative committee report with the right words, but no new funding to address the problem. Last year, the DOC director sat in front of you and claimed that the jail's food meets the USDA dietary guidelines. They claimed the same thing in their answers to your pre-hearing questions. It's not true. And we've given DOC the expert analysis of a correctional dietitian about all the ways it's not true and all the ways they're falling short. They're not even close. The dietary guidelines that the USDA released last month recommend first and foremost that we eat real food. And virtually everything served in that jail is the opposite. Ultra-processed junk, the kind of diet that we know makes people's existing health and substance use problems worse. So what are we doing? Well, we're getting ready to rebid Aramark's contract, renew an agreement to hand them or another company like them $8 million or so to feed people more slop that ends up in the trash. We could instead be keeping that money in the local economy, mandating a values-based procurement framework for the jail contract and all other city food service contracts, honestly, the way we have with DC schools, working with local community kitchens, local producers to feed the people in our care, and supporting the DMV's farmers and food hubs and producers. Montgomery County has made these kinds of changes right next door. They're winning awards for it. Chicago's done it, New York's done it, Boston's done it, San Francisco, California, Oregon, and multiple states in New England have done it. So what's stopping us from having that kind of change besides a political will to act? There's lots of new things we could be trying, but we'd rather check the box, take the easy way out, and contract our dollars to an out-of-state multinational that we're paying for the privilege of killing our loved ones with diet-related disease inside that facility. Why? You're not going to hear about that from Aramark, and you won't hear about it from the director. They want to brag about the work they're doing in workforce development, into work programs, and honestly, the training that they do for a couple handfuls of people inside that facility isn't worth the price we pay in diet-related disease from the food service. Lots of partners could offer those kinds of training programs in those kitchens, and we don't need Aramark doing it or another company like them as a loss leader to protect their reputation. I know you've been fighting hard, Chair Pinto, for economic development opportunities associated with the new stadium for returning citizens. And we need a lot more of that kind of workforce development training in advance of the stadium being built so that folks coming home can take advantage of those opportunities in the hospitality field. I'm hoping we get some meaningful changes this year. Maybe we finally have a mayor who cares for the people in our care and custody. Maybe we have the kind of change that New York is seeing when it comes to corrections and corrections oversight. Maybe we'll get a council willing to legislate better outcomes in line with the kinds of best practices we're seeing around the country. I'm here to help. Everybody in the DC Jail Food Working Group is here to help DOC with this issue. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosen. Max Broad, co-chair DC Good Food Purchasing Program.
Hello, Member Pinto. My name is Max Broad, and I am joining the chorus of pretty much everybody here today who's at least mentioning food and the food systems at DC Jail. So specifically, we're at the halfway point of the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, which is DC's food bill to reduce carbon emissions from food. And we're finding that DC's food-related emissions are not going down, and not only that, they're actually on the rise. So this bill, which was passed in 2021, sets a schedule for DC to reduce food systems emissions 25% by the year 2030. This is a big deal, as over 1/3 of climate pollutants come from food and agriculture. So what I did was I put together a simple rubric, which I've submitted in my written testimony, so you can see how the agencies compare across DC. And the rubric is designed to see who's leading and where the opportunities are amongst DC agencies. I'll share a little bit about what Department of Corrections has been recognized for and what progress they've made and where they can grow. So first of all, they submitted their data to DOE so that they can be assessed on how sustainable their food is. And then they got a few bonus points for attending a community of practice amongst other colleagues in the space. They piloted some new, more climate-friendly meals, including curry potatoes and chickpeas, as well as a creamy rotini pasta with vegetables. And they received a point for serving their constituents, which is an important way of understanding how people are receiving meals and what their preferences are. So Department of Corrections received 8 points in total in the analysis that I put together, which puts them in the upper end of the pack, with the highest score an agency received being 13 points. We're still a long way from being on track with the law, but DOC has made good headway to build from. And the next step DOC should take is to incorporate DOE's boilerplate language into their food service contract. The agency will soon be negotiating a new base year contract for their food procurement, and this expectation should be established from the start with the request for proposals. Doing so will guide food service to meet the goal of the legislation. I'd also like to invite the committee and the agency to the release webinar that we'll have in March for the final report on DC agency's progress with green food. Any investment in food quality is important to addressing the conditions that residents have cited as being unhealthy and often inedible. That is why I have been an active member of the Jail Food Working Group, and I urge the full funding of the Fresh Starts provision in Section 32 of the Secure Act. And then also, I just want to lift up the efforts of ANC Commissioner Cunningham in 7F08 in the call for providing residents the opportunity to testify and guide decisions based on lived experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Max. Chrysanth Corniotis. On here. Commissioner Ruff. Aaron O'Grady, Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay. Aaron, you're still muted, or I can't hear you. Mm-mm. Yeah, it looks like you're off mute, but we can't hear you here. I would maybe try leaving and rejoining, and we can come back to you next. Oh, or microphone. If you have an update on the microphone, try now. Okay, we'll come right back to you. I would try to exit and re-enter. Okay. Dr. Benjamin Oldfield. Chet Bennett. Kenya Jenkins, founder Lillian's Southern Box Catering.
Yes, I'm present. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Kenya Jenkins, and I am offering testimony today as founder of Lillian Southern Box Catering. I'm also a member of the DC Jail Food Working Group, a business partner with Responsible Business Initiatives for Justice, the DC Center for Court Excellence, and the DC Second Chance Hiring Alliance. I am a district-based food business, a second chance employer, and public health professional. I am here to testify today because food is not just about taste or cost. It's about dignity, health, and public responsibility. Nutrition in the DC jail is deeply inadequate. The food being served is unhealthy and by many accounts often inedible. This is not a minor quality issue, it's a public health failure. Poor nutrition contributes directly to chronic illness, mental health challenges, and long-term health care costs that our communities and taxpayers ultimately absorb. People do not leave incarceration healthier than when they entered, and the food they are given plays a major role in that outcome. For nearly 5 years, the DC Jail Food Working Group has raised these concerns with the council and with the Department of Corrections, yet little has changed. That stagnation is simply unacceptable. The district now stands at a critical moment. The Department of Corrections Food Service contract with Aramac Correctional Service is in its final phase. The current model prioritizes cost minimization over nutrition, quality, and human dignity. And it shows there's a better way to resolve this. DC is home to capable local producers, farmers, community kitchens, and small businesses that already feed schools, shelters, seniors, and large institutions with care and accountability. Redirecting food service dollars to local providers would improve food quality, strengthening the local economy, and creating workforce opportunities right here in DC, while keeping public funds circulating within the district. I also want to address the missed opportunity of the Fresh Starts provisions in Section 32 of Secure DC, which were not funded last year. We are not asking for massive new spending. We're asking for targeted, thoughtful investment to pilot improvements grounded in best practices. These best practices are currently being exemplified in other cities and states. Practices that have proven to improve health outcomes, reduce waste, and lower long-term costs. In closing, as a food business owner, I know what it takes to serve large groups responsibly And I've been a part of cohorts of other food service businesses in DC who are advocated on a daily basis to do this as well. As a community member and as an advocate, I know the people in DOC custody are still a part of DC, still a part of our city. How we feed them reflects who we are. I urge the council to act with urgency, accountability, and vision. Thank you for your time and for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is Aaron O'Grady back?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Wonderful, love it. Well, thank you so much for making space for me today. My name is Erin O'Grady, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay. I'm here today because the complete elimination of funding for the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Maintenance Program, known as GSI Maintenance, has dismantled an effective workforce pathway for returning citizens. This is not just an environmental issue, it is a reentry, workforce, and public health issue, and it deserves your attention and leadership. The GSI maintenance program provides stable, year-round jobs. In its first 4 years, the program supported 89 returning citizens through paid employment, hands-on training, and marketable skills while maintaining the city's stormwater infrastructure. These were not temporary or transitional jobs. This work allowed people returning from incarceration to build a consistent employment history, earn income, and visibly contribute to community well-being. When funding was eliminated, that opportunity collapsed. As a result, 30 job positions dedicated to stormwater infrastructure maintenance were lost. Contractors can no longer sustain crews built specifically to employ returning citizens. 4 years of trust, training, and workforce development were undone, and DC will not be able to meet its stormwater requirements. Now, the city's stormwater infrastructure is deteriorating. It's creating higher costs for the district to restore these neglected assets. And by not providing the needed maintenance, the district will fail to meet MS4 compliance requirements, thus resulting in penalties and additional fines. So in the end, we're paying more while losing jobs. I want to be clear, this funding was historically from DOEE, but the impact of its loss cuts directly across the Department of Corrections mission: reentry employment pathway, workforce training alignment, and community reintegration. This is not an environmental silo. It is a reentry and economic issue. And this program is exactly the kind of cross-sector solution the district needs. We are asking the Department of Corrections to help elevate this issue. Specifically, we ask you to recognize the benefit of environmental workforce pathways for returning citizens. Include support for restoring the required GSI maintenance funding in your priority letter to the mayor's office. And consider cross-agency collaboration to further sustain green workforce grants, either in your department or another. The district already knows this model works. We've conducted it successfully for 4 years. And with restored investment and coordinated leadership, GSI maintenance can once again provide real jobs, healthier neighborhoods, and lasting opportunities for returning citizens. Thank you again for your time and for your commitment to cross-sector reentry success in the district.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your testimony. And I think that the new Commander Stadium could also offer a good opportunity for this. As you know, part of the agreement is to ensure that 15% of all jobs as part of that deal go to returning citizens. And as the site is right along the Anacostia River, wonder if there's an added opportunity to make sure that there's some environmental and sustainability focused work for a new pipeline. So I love that. Is Dr. Benjamin Oldfield rejoined? We don't see you on the screen, so if you are trying to get your testimony in, make sure you submit it to the committee and we will include it in the record. So thank you all for your testimony. Commissioner Cunningham, I want to ask you, we heard from some of our other panelists, and you mentioned as well about some challenges with food. And I want to know from your perspective over the course of the last year, have you seen any improvements both in access to food and quantities being served, in the time of day that folks are able to eat, or the nutrition standards at all? What's been your experience? What are you hearing from other residents?
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes.
Yes, speaking about the food, the situation with the food is only it got worse. And then when individual residents here every day got to face the same thing as processed cheese and bologna to eat at lunchtime constantly. And this is what they know that they're gonna be looking forward to. Nothing else but that. And I try to explain to other people, it's just not just a health thing, it's a mental issue as well, because it sets the mood for their day. When they see the trays, I've seen residents just slow it down, frustrated. All people can't go to commissary. In my unit, and I try to spread the word, we got to be able to look out for our fellow residents, the ones who are a little bit more fortunate to be able to help out. It shouldn't really be our job, but we have to do that just to try to keep things and the tension down. And I feel for the people who can't eat, and I provide as much as I can. But it just don't make no sense that poor quality of food, the nutrition that we are faced with every day. And it's just like I said, it's just not a physical thing, it's a mental thing, it's a psychological thing. And we definitely need some changes. And I think we need to start by changing Airmark to a DC-based organization to really care. That's my suggestion as far as speaking on the food.
Okay, thank you for that. And then in terms of restrictive housing, you talked about people being stuck in their cell for, hours or days on end. Can you speak a little bit more to what you're hearing from residents about the use of restrictive housing?
Yes, ma'am. Like I had stated, I spent 20 years straight in solitary confinement in the most restricted control unit, which was ADX in the federal system. And what I'm seeing here, and I was on the medical floor, and I have been advocating for those on the medical floor. They're trapped in their cell 22 hours a day. That's just unacceptable. That's the medical unit when they need to be trying to rehabilitate, be able to move around. They're not even allowed to go to education. Teachers, I've been advocating that you can't bring them down there, at least bring teachers up there. That's part of your rehabilitation. And I look at it as discrimination towards the handicapped. My feelings really go out to those who over CDF over the jail. And we talk about the violence, and I'm trying to convey it to this administration. And like I said, I appreciate everything from Director Williams. She's a major force to try to do everything she can. It just don't trickle down. And you heard from Mr. Jenkins and Corey Knight. They come under her leadership. We just need more funding for them programs. But to speak into being locked down, yes. When you put a person in a cell and he's locked in the cell, he's fed poorly, almost like an animal. He's denied medical treatment, but stuck in the cell. And when they come out that cell, what else do you expect for them to act? This is where the violence is coming from. The frustration of being trapped in a cell, and believe it, you talking to somebody who survived it. And my time that I spent in solitary confinement, I personally witnessed 9 individuals commit suicide. I'm thankful to be speaking before you here today. So when we talk about being trapped in a cell, I'm a staunch advocate about how that is not conducive to the psyche of your mind. And I understand we talking about the violence, but that's where the funding that comes for the programming. More programming leads to less violence. And I'm staunch on that. I know this prison system, this is all I know. And if we had more funding for programming under the leadership of Deputy Director Williams, who's sincere about that, we can make change. I know people I've been in 33 years. I communicate with people on the street coming home after 30-some years. They got the respect like I got the respect in here. They can come here willing to come in. It ain't much of a pay thing. It's therapeutic, like it's therapeutic for me to be able to give back. We just need to be given this opportunity to be able to reach the worst of the worst. And it's starting with over the jail. Because the conditions that they under is just unacceptable. Over here is a little bit more manageable. But that jail that's where it's all happening. And if we had that opportunity and that funding to reach out with people like Mr. Jimmy Jenkins and Corey Knight, we got judges to be coming in. We got people. We just need more funding. And it all starts with giving us this opportunity. And I hope that I've been talking with Mr. Nahu about your leadership, Ms. Spencer. I would love to be able to speak to you more. I know we can make change. I know I can make change in others who really, really want to do this. But we got to be on accord, and I'm dedicated. We just got to get those who are dedicated, like Deputy Director Williams and some other ones. We got other people too. We just need to put them in the positions, in the roles of leadership that can make this change and ain't afraid to speak out. I do it everywhere I'm at, so I don't worry about anything coming my way. I'm sincere with this, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to ask you also about something that you talked about of the challenges of being a commissioner with communication. What has that looked like over the last couple of months in your communication with other residents? Like, how does that work in practice?
Well, the residents are supposed to be able to communicate with me through the tablet. This week, I will say this week, I finally was able to get out my introduction letter, and that's which is unacceptable too, because this is like 3 or 4 months later. However, I'm thankful to be able to get out to the residents because they really, really, really look forward to me fighting for them, and that's what I'm gonna do. I respond back to them as best as I can, however I can, to let them know that I heard their voice, and I'm gonna convey that to the people that I'm trying to get word to, like Deputy Director Williams, people who care, to try to get things done. And I was just talking the other day, some of the requests that I do get, and it's a shame because they look forward, have more faith in me than the people of this administration, CEOs, and with issues that is really out of my hand, but I'm gonna do as best as I can. But that's the lack of trust. And like I said, I'm speaking for 2,200 people, which I shouldn't be. They should have the opportunity to speak themselves so they can speak about the things that they have personally dealt with as far as dealing with the food. I know residents that had mice droppings in their food, even on my unit. The things that I heard from residents when I make my rounds. So we trying to get it together, but I need more access to be able to communicate with them directly, that they feel though that their letters is getting to me or it's not falling on deaf ears. So I think if we had a little bit coordination, which I was told the other day that they are definitely working on it, but it should have been done, but any progress is better than no progress. But we definitely need some changes though, that's for sure.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to working on these issues with you this year.
Okay, thank
For
you.
being here today. Dr. Benjamin Oldfield, Chief Medical Officer, Unity Healthcare.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Ben Oldfield. I'm the Chief Medical Officer of Unity Healthcare, and would just like to begin my testimony by thanking Mayor Bowser, the district's Department of Corrections, and really the excellent team of professionals led by Director Faust for their commitment to and investments in the health and well-being of district residents, particularly those who are within the custody and care of the government. So since 2006, Unity has provided comprehensive healthcare services for individuals within the facilities managed by the Department of Corrections. This includes medical, dental, behavioral, and several specialty healthcare services. As a result of this Unity DOC partnership, the DOC has retained accreditation with 100% compliance with the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare and the American Correctional Association medical standards in both facilities, CDF and CTF. Unity services at DOC are based on national correctional accreditation standards, which we often exceed. In 2024 alone, we provided high-quality care to nearly 9,000 patients. And because of Unity's unique model of integrated care, once released, individuals can continue their care at one of Unity's community health centers. It's important to note that providing high-quality healthcare services to individuals within the custody of the DOC is essential to ensuring positive health outcomes, protecting the district's compliance with federal law, and maintaining operational efficiency across our system. So Unity is one of the district's largest providers of behavioral health and substance use disorder services, which includes our services in the DC jail. To address the increased need for mental health services, Unity is introducing new strategies and modalities to improve and expand these services. For example, with trauma-informed practices at the forefront of Unity's programming and treatment, our staff utilize a strengths-based approach and customize individual treatment plans to meet the unique needs of a particular resident. Over the past several years, Unity and DOC have implemented TAMAR, T-A-M-A-R, which stands for Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery, which is a framework for group therapy that's trauma-informed. We also continue to train our providers on new therapeutic modalities to help individualize treatment and use modalities that work for a particular patient. Frequently, DOC residents with mental health issues have co-occurring substance use and substance use disorders. And treating an individual's SUD or substance use disorder in the DC jail setting prior to release provides an indispensable pathway for future harm reduction. Comprehensive, high-quality SUD treatment can reduce the numbers of SUD-related deaths and at the same time improve public safety. Our program includes life-saving medications for SUD, counseling, and behavioral therapy, and aims to equip individuals with essential skills for successful reintegration of the community. Importantly, these efforts are bolstered by a multidisciplinary team of professionals and a residential SUD wellness unit that provides a therapeutic environment to support recovery. Finally, upon release from the DC jail, participants can choose to continue their treatment in one of Unity's community health centers. I'd welcome the opportunity for any questions or concerns from the committee.
Thank you very much. And we've also been rejoined by Chet Bennett. So I wanted to give you a chance to testify. Chet Bennett, public witness.
Good morning. Well, of course, it is a pleasure, and I'm gonna try my best to do it in the time frame. But good morning, Councilmember Pinto. I'm excited to be here today. I just wanted to share with you some amazing things that we're doing at the Department of Corrections. Turn that down for me. Turn it down. Okay. So basically, I wanted to first share with you that the article that came out last year from the Washington Post, a full spread article that came out in reference to me being at the Department of Corrections doing the BCI at DOC. What we're doing is through the amazing leadership with our Deputy Director, Jacqueline Williams, we started a program to where the inmates, where the residents there can take the training while they're in school. Once they come out, they go to the Ready Center for 3 months. Then they come directly to the Bennett Courier Institute. I have Mr. Jenkins, who is actually here now. He is one of the residents who had 300 and some hours there. He came out. He's here. I want him to say something, but before he talked, I just wanted to share with you that this is something that is amazing because once they leave Department of Corrections and come to us, their whole tuition is paid. Did you hear what I said? Their whole tuition is paid. There's no excuse for them not to be able to complete the program. What they do not receive at Department of Corrections, they receive from the Bennett Career Institute, and their whole tuition is paid for them. We are the official testing site for the state board. So once they finish, they go and get their license. And we also have Mr. Jenkins now. He's also apprenticeship in one of our school salon. So I'm gonna let Mr. Jenkins take this last minute. Mr. Jenkins, talk to them about your experience.
I just want to say that it's a wonderful experience. Anybody who's in this program definitely has a way to benefit from it. It's a life-changing situation, especially for me, especially what I've been through. It's got me focused on a bigger and better goal in life. So I believe it's much needed. It's much needed.
So I wanted to take my last couple of minutes to really thank Deputy Director Jacqueline Williams, her vision to bringing this to life and opportunity. And this is how the Washington Post came in to highlight us. I've never seen in Washington where there was a full spread in the South Style section highlighting the amazing work that we're doing with the residents there. I've been with Department of Corrections for 27 years, and I think that it is an amazing opportunity for us. And we want definitely for you guys to help us to keep this program going so we can continue to have amazing graduates that will be job placed. I did that in 3 minutes. I can't believe it, but I did it.
Yes, you did. And with a special guest star.
Exactly.
So thank you so much and congratulations on that coverage and all of the program success. It's great to hear.
Thank you.
Ms. Broderick, I wanted to ask you, as you have been really leading the effort around the Jails and Justice Task Force and thinking through what a design could and should look like to really accommodate the gaps that we see with the current facility. Since the change in the budget and the capital improvement plan from last year, have you had any conversations? Have you heard any outreach from the mayor or her team?
We have not. It's radio silence.
Are there any members of the task force that work directly with the mayor?
Well, let's see. Yes, we have, I'm Lindsay Apaya, I believe. A deputy mayor, and again, it's over the years since 2019 when we got started, we've had Kevin Donahue, we've had others, but I believe it's Lindsay Apaya now. But no, we've had absolutely no contact. And we just think it's so important to have community input into these critical decisions going forward so we get it right. And we're more than happy to help be conveners. We're more than happy to work on putting together a group of members of the community who will be very helpful.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And as I said to a previous panel, I did follow up with the city administrator about the financing options and the need to move forward to build a new facility. And so I'm hoping that this budget will include some clarity around that and those needed investments, but also, as you note, ensure we then build in plenty of time, since there has been such little progress over the last several months, to go back to the task force on jails and justice and to go back to the community and make sure that all of the years of hard work around what that design looked like was not lost, and that we can be collaborative in that process. So that is our intention and our hope.
Well, thank you for that, and I'll get back to your office if it's another member of the mayor's staff working with us right now.
Okay, that makes sense that it'd be Deputy Mayor Pia on the task force. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Oldfield, I wanted to ask you about any trends that you're seeing. I know you all have had your own budget challenges over the year, but as we think about improved outcomes for physical health and mental health, are there any trends that you've seen in the patients that you're serving over the last year that we should know about or that give you concern?
Thank you for asking. I think the biggest one is that the increase in patients who are needing treatment for substance use disorders, particularly opioid use disorder, is the biggest one. As we've seen, our numbers of patients who are either on methadone or Suboxone, which are two evidence-based medicines for opioid use disorder, really increased by orders of magnitude over the last couple years. I think that we've been able to meet that need, but really with building out our workforce that's comfortable with those medications, has experience doing so. But then also, really, as I mentioned, emphasizing the trauma-informed approach that's needed for those and other patients. So thinking about not only the medications, but the behavioral health modalities that can help meet the needs of those patients, and really anyone who's had a history of trauma and needs to be approached in a certain trauma-informed fashion.
Okay, thank you. And are you seeing that upon entry, like when people are just going through intake, that withdrawal, or are you also seeing it over time from people who have already been serving time at the jail?
I would say, yeah, both and. Primarily, it comes up at the intake space, either people who are actively engaged in treatment in the community, which is great, and we can continue that treatment, or people who are needing to initiate treatment because they're either intoxicated or in withdrawal at the time of intake.
Okay. And for the category that is not intake, I'm sure it depends on the patient, but how are people getting these drugs?
Yeah, that's a harder question to answer. I do think that probably a bigger factor is sort of the reachability of the patient, and by that I mean their readiness to engage in treatment. Addiction treatment really depends on it being a two-way street and people being ready to accept whatever the modality is that they're ready to accept, whether that's a conversation with a behavioral health team or starting a medication. So that's what we see more, I would say, is people have their thinking evolve over time and being ready to start treatment, among a menu of different treatment options, as I mentioned, at a specific time in their stay.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that you do to support this population. Daniel and Max, I want to ask you, I am in total agreement, as you know, that we need to just provide many more options for food, and provide more healthy food options. As we work to do that and try to fund the necessary changes that would enable the agency to have a new contract, one of the things I imagine that I will speak to Director Faust about in a moment is are the other ways that DOC has been trying to be creative to provide more healthy options, whether that's at commissary, providing more access to fruits or nuts, or changing the meal times as they have done to so people don't miss out on breakfast because they're sleeping through it because it was starting so early. So on the idea of like piecemeal changes as we try to invest in enough funding to fully provide more access, do you have any thoughts on what you've seen or heard over the last year from some of those changes, or things that we could urge DOC to lean into there?
Sure, lots of thoughts. If I might start with Dr. Oldfield's testimony, and I think his very on point comments about substance use disorder. I think that the jail is doing a pretty good job when it comes to behavioral health interventions and medication interventions. But I think we also know that diet, heavy reliance on ultra processed foods can inhibit recovery from substance use disorder. And the provision of whole foods, nutrient dense foods, more fruits and vegetables can help with substance use disorder with treatment. And so the number one medical problem that we have in that jail, behavioral and medical problem that we have in that jail, is not being addressed through the dietary interventions that could happen. We have all kinds of medical diets in that jail and in most jails and prisons for all kinds of medical conditions. But the number one medical condition that we recognize in that jail isn't being treated through dietary interventions. So let me start there. Yeah, I think some of the kinds of things that we've seen all over the country with regard to, programmatic types of interventions, short of completely revamping our food service contract, surplus food deliveries, farmers markets inside facilities, harvest of the month programs, opportunity buys, all kinds of creative ways to provide more fresh food into facilities. We could absolutely be working with local producers and food hubs to provide excess produce and excess food coming out of farmers markets or coming out of other institutional settings into the jail. And we're not even taking that sort of minimal step. Deputy Director Williams has asked us to put together some programming around nutrition education, and we're working on that. I have some curriculum from providers in Pennsylvania and California, and actually my goal would be to have nutrition education programming for both folks inside and folks coming home, and we're working to put that together. Also working with providers who can put some educational curriculum on the tablets, on the education tablets around culinary and hospitality, and that's currently going on right now. We're having those conversations. So I think there's a whole host of things we can do on the programmatic side, working with Deputy Director Williams, and she has been a pleasure to work with. I have to say, the harder part may be as we look at revamping a food service contract that really has all the wrong incentives built into it. And going with a company like Aramark or any, I mean, they're the same, honestly. The ones that service correctional environments, Trinity, Summit, Aramark, they're all going to produce about the same result. Instead of looking at the maybe a little bit more challenging procurement reform to say, no, we're going to do this in a values-based manner. We're going to do this in ways that support the local economy and local producers. And we're not just going to check this box and outsource this to a multinational corporation because it's the easy answer. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, just quickly, I'll just add that, Daniel's absolutely right. A lot of these initiatives line up really nicely. When we talk about values-based procurement, when we talk about green food, these things are good for DC goals, but also they're great ways to just improve access to whole foods, nutrient-rich foods, and emphasize some of the qualities that a lot of the residents have requested and so they're looking for. And Daniel, I just, I might make a nod here to the idea, in terms of working with Director Williams on programming, of having more residents, staff, provide staffing in the kitchen, and that being a way to increase the quality and care of the food, and also, skills and training.
Yeah, I appreciate you adding that. If I might, I'm sorry, just one more thing. I think it's, what you said, Chair Pinto, about 15% of those jobs at the stadium going to returning citizens. We got to prepare those people for those jobs. Somebody's got to train those folks to be ready for those jobs in the basic hospitality skills that'll let them succeed. And I think, what I've seen, I understand your commitment to that, but we've got to make sure that those folks are ready. And I don't know if the proposal that you've signed on to about the DC Young Adult Corps or some of the other programs available in DC can help, but we need folks, especially I think young folks coming out of those cells, to be ready when the opportunity is there for them, and get that kind of training that they can be getting right now.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for raising that. And that was and is absolutely part of the plan. And we'll follow up with you to make sure you're a part of that. and a part of those trainings and conversations with a lot of the subcontractors that are now working on some of that. So we'll follow up with you on those training pieces. Okay, well, thank you all very, very much for your testimony, for being here today, and for your patience as we had some ins and outs. But we will follow up on many of these great ideas and questions you all raised, both with DOC and also with the questions that touch some of our other agencies and financing needs from the city. So appreciate you all being here. We are now going to turn to our government witnesses. Director of the Department of Corrections, Thomas Faust. Welcome. And is anyone from the team joining you? Great. Hi, Director. Yes. Time. All right. If I can ask you all to introduce your name and position for the record, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Jacqueline Williams, Deputy Director for DC Department of Corrections, Education Programs and Case Management.
Good afternoon. Thomas Faust, Director, DC Department of Corrections.
Good afternoon, Michelle Wilson, Deputy Director of Administration, DC Department of Correction.
Good afternoon, Dr. Beth Jordan, Medical Director and Health Services Administrator.
Great. Thank you all. And
I'm sorry, if I could just also mention, we also have in the front row back here, Mr. Anthony Norman, who's our agency fiscal officer.
okay, great. Welcome. Thank you. We're going to swear everybody in. So if you could all turn your microphones on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Thank you all. Director Faust would like to turn to you now if you have any opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety and committee staff. I am Tom Faust, Director of the District of Columbia Department of Corrections. Again, joining me today are Deputy Directors Michelle Wilson and Jacqueline Williams, Dr. Beth Jordan, DOC Medical Director, along with Anthony Norman, Agency Fiscal Officer. On behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, we appreciate the opportunity to present testimony today, highlighting the department's performance during fiscal year 2025. DOC currently operates 3 facilities: the Central Detention Facility, CDF, which houses male inmates, the Correctional Treatment Facility, CTF, which houses both male and female adults, and the Central Cell Block, which holds male and female arrestees prior to their initial court appearances. We also contract with the Fairview Residential Reentry Center for the community corrections placement of female residents. As noted in last year's performance oversight hearing testimony, recent public safety legislation has had a significant impact on DOC population levels, lengths of stay, and overall growth. The pretrial detention of adults accused of violent crimes, those with prior violent crime convictions, or individuals found in possession of illegal firearms has resulted in marked increases in our population. To highlight the population trends, the district's Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC, recently reported data indicating that between July of 2023 and December of 2025, there was a 54% reduction in violent crime in the city. This violent crime reduction correlates with the 51% population increase within DOC for the same period of time. For further context, from the last quarter of FY23 to the present, DOC's total population has risen from an average of approximately 1,390 residents to 2,127 residents, an increase of about 53% during that period. This reflects the district's continued and strong commitment to public safety and driving down crime under Mayor Bowser's leadership and the outstanding work of the Metropolitan Police Department, which has contributed to significant reductions in violent crime across the city as violent offenders are being taken out of the community. As we plan strategically for the months ahead, we anticipate that with a greater number of arrests and court-ordered detentions of individuals engaged in violent criminal activity, the DOC population may continue to grow throughout fiscal year 2026. The safe and secure confinement of individuals remanded to our custody requires our facilities to be operationally sound and in compliance with standards set for jails and prisons throughout the country. With that said, during October of 2025, DOC successfully completed our reaccreditation audit with the American Correctional Association for the DC jail complex. Over the course of a 3-day visit, ACA on-site auditors conducted a comprehensive view of DOC's operations using performance-based standards set for adult local detention facilities. The audit evaluated 423 standards, 61 mandatory and 362 non-mandatory across all areas, including administration, management, facility maintenance, safety, security, sanitation programs, and medical services. We are proud that DOC achieved 100% compliance on all mandatory standards and a 98.9 compliance on non-mandatory standards, our highest score to date. Of approximately 3,100 local adult jails across the country, only about 13% have earned national accreditation through the ACA standards, placing DOC among a select group of correctional agencies recognized for operational excellence. The vital work we do can only be carried out effectively with a team of qualified and committed professionals who remain fully focused on safety and security while also prioritizing the inmate services and supports critical to our day-to-day operations. Our hiring incentive program continues with DOC offering newly hired staff up to $6,000 and existing staff up to $3,000 for direct applicant referrals once they're hired. Results thus far are promising, with 2 large recruitment classes beginning in FY25 and another here in FY26. With our ongoing recruitment efforts, we are using other strategies to broaden the audience of candidates we connect with. For example, this includes tools like LinkedIn job subscription to post multiple job listings, increasing visibility and reach to a broader targeted audience of possible candidates. Next, I'm going to highlight some of the department's operational and programmatic priorities that are very important to our mission. In maintaining safe and secure facilities, we remain fully focused on curbing the introduction of contraband. Detection, interdiction, and recovery efforts are given high priority, with our teams conducting daily cell and housing unit searches, executing strategic search and contraband recovery operations, continuing escorted movement protocols, and other intelligence gathering strategies. Screening at facility entrances and sally ports is handled by a private security contractor allowing additional DOC officers to work in other critical posts within the facility. In addition to enhanced technology such as document and mail scanning, we are using now 2 new full body scanners for staff entrances. We also added upgraded X-ray machines with advanced capability for screening packages at staff entrances. 1 full body security scanner with X-ray capability for initial inmate intake and exit via the inmate reception center. And we've also expanded our canine team, adding additional canines for increased facility and entrance presence. To demonstrate the categories of contraband commonly confiscated, in FY25 at both facilities, there were 329 instances of contraband recovery and 89 instances in the first quarter of fiscal year 2026. As reported for the last 2 fiscal years, we continue to institute policy and operational changes to reduce the use of restrictive housing, with numbers significantly lower than the past. In calendar year 2025, DOC also reduced the maximum penalty for an infraction from 30 days, which we have now reduced to a maximum stay of 20 days. And the average length of stay in restrictive housing continues to decline from 20 now to 19 to now currently approximately 18 days. This is aligned with DOC's goal of using restrictive housing for the fewest individuals and for the least amount of time required to address behavioral and safety concerns within the facility. In fiscal year 25, the average daily restrictive housing population was 47. And in Q1 FY26, it was 55, which is less than 3% of the total DOC population. It is our experience that most residents refrain from re-engaging in behavior that results from restrictive housing placements. Over 70% of those individuals who have been placed in restrictive housing have not reoffended, with only a few engaging in such behavior repeatedly. This is significant to the work that we've done in implementing our restrictive housing step-down unit that continues to support residents through trauma-informed care and programming. Our support team there focuses on how change behaviors and responses can lead to better outcomes. DOC will continue to look at and implement best practices in this area and collect data to determine trends and programming successes for this very challenging but small population. DOC continues to offer innovative programming opportunities to our diverse population. This includes programs such as the Twinning Project, which offers male and female residents access to specialized soccer instruction and team building through a partnership that we've developed with DC United, and they have been great partners. Debate and public speaking skills through the National Prison Debate League. Educational and vocational enrichment through Georgetown University. Computer and career readiness through an MIT program. And barbering and cosmetology training through Bennett Institute, who you heard briefly from, leading to industry certifications in cosmetology. Writing and literacy training through the Free Minds Book Club, plumbing and painting apprenticeships through Alabama Avenue Community Development Corporation, who you also heard from earlier, offering both pre- and post-release work engagement, and food handling and safety ServSafe certification for national programs. Along with our educational partner organizations, DOC continues to focus on expanding access to educational services. During fiscal year 25, 15 residents successfully completed their GED examination, and earned their high school diplomas, something we're very proud of, and this number marks a milestone for DOC with the number of 15 residents achieving this goal for their high school diplomas. With the ongoing efforts to offer access to as much programming as possible with very limited program design space, we identified now in the law library area at the CDF, and we're looking for any kind of space we can find, to host smaller group sessions for residents on maximum custody units. Planned offerings include GED, recovery support, cognitive behavioral therapy, and parenting groups. Further, during the fourth quarter of the fiscal year 25, we purchased an additional 500 more tablets to expand access to all residents housed at the CDF. These tablets provide more than 600 course offerings and include reentry and GED preparation, mental health and substance use content, workforce development programming, along with content leading to multiple industry-recognized certifications. Our team is also finalizing a more comprehensive intake orientation presentation to provide those residents coming into our intake process in terms of complete information immediately as they enter the inmate reception center on all the various services and programs that are available. As previously reported during FY24, we also started our family reunification program to promote healthy family connections, contribute to strengthen bonds between parent and child. During family fun days and other planned events, parents spend dedicated time with their minor children in a supportive environment. As a prerequisite to participation, residents enroll in a 2-day parenting class offered through another great partner, the Hope Foundation. Hope Foundation also offers a more expansive 8-week parenting program for women at the CTF. Partner organizations such as Martha's Table, Wider Circle, DC Board of Elections, and DC Public Library were also on site at these family reunification events to share resource information with family members. Adding to the 1,337 individuals touched by this during the prior fiscal year, to date, the family reunification program has successfully served 2,380 participants. The Ready Center. The Ready Center continues to support returning citizens throughout the reentry process. Core services include intake, needs assessments, referrals, and coordination with community partners are functioning without interruption. During the past fiscal year, 1,582 individuals released from the Federal Bureau of Prisons system were served at the Ready Center, while 3,385 released from DOC facilities were served by the Ready Center. In the first quarter of this fiscal year 26, 319 Bureau of Prison returning citizens have been served, while 686 released from DOC have been served. Additionally, 3,954 justice-involved and community residents were served in FY25 and 803 in the first quarter of FY26. The Ready Center has really become, I think, not only a service center, but a partner with the community. With a full complement of individual and group-centered services and supports for men and women facing mental health and substance use challenges, DOC has for years operated the Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Program, RSAT, which is a 120-day program providing patient-centered care to improve substance use outcomes, ensure continuity of care upon release. RSAT program referrals come through the United States Parole Commission, the Public Defender Service, the courts, members of the DOC case management team, Unity Healthcare, or by self-referral. At the start of fiscal year 25, DOC relaunched the program for women located in a dedicated housing unit at the CTF. To date, 72 women have participated in RSAT and Women's Wellness Unit programming. Unity Healthcare, our healthcare service provider, continues to provide comprehensive care to pregnant women in our custody through each trimester and during the postpartum period. Updates include ongoing individualized DOC and Unity staff support, wellness check-ins to monitor progress, staff training on pregnancy protocols, and fact sheets on pregnancy services and the safe and supported pregnancy legislation. Hard copies, postings, and on tablets also. We again report that DOC is one of the district's largest providers of medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, for opioid abuse. We're averaging approximately 500 residents on the MAT program each month, double the number compared to last year. DOC is also an accredited opioid treatment program, accredited through the Federal Substance Use and Mental Health Service Administration, SAMHSA, and the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. DOC also maintains comprehensive voter registration policies and activities that support all aspects of the voting process for residents in our custody. During the 2024 general election held in FY25, there were 655 registered voters within DOC custody, of which 544 residents cast ballots. During this election cycle, the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7F08 seat was also on the ballot. Finally, to provide an update on the CTF Annex, which when built is slated to replace the aging CDF structure, DOC continues to actively work with the Department of General Services, DGS, and the DGS's architectural program consultant, CGL companies, as the facility progresses, facility planning. The program and conceptual design for the new CTF Annex have been done, and next steps are determined with guidance from the Office of Chief Financial Officer on procurement and finance structures. Based on discussions with DGS, issuance of the RFQ/RFP is contingent at this point on OCFO feedback and approval on the proposed finance structure that can inform the procurement type that is required. Construction is currently planned in 2 phases spanning over 7 years. I always feel proud when reporting on DOC during these hearings because I know our workforce carries a challenging and very heavy workload in providing for the secure care, custody, and needs of thousands of pretrial and sentenced individuals as they consistently carry out their responsibilities with pride, professionalism, and passion. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I hope to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Great. Well, you have certainly been busy. Thank you very much, Director Faust, and the team, all who's here, and your entire DOC team who's not here but works so hard every single day in a very difficult environment. And you mentioned some of the ways that DC really is leading the nation on some innovative approaches to programming and services. And so I want to congratulate you for that as well, especially on the debate pieces that I know there was some recent coverage of.
Thank you. Especially thank you for the staff.
Yes, absolutely. So I want to ask you, you mentioned some of the numbers that you've seen with restrictive housing over the past year. Sometimes there has been a conversation in DC about solitary confinement. Can you provide what in your mind is the distinction between solitary confinement and restrictive housing? You can turn your mic back.
I'm sorry. First of all, we do not have solitary confinement. That does not exist at the DOC. Restrictive housing is in a couple different categories. One is, and what I was speaking to specifically in our, mainly to in our, in my opening testimony, was in disciplinary restrictive housing. Those are, and again, even there, we have reduced from what was 30 days down to a maximum of 20 days to be served.
But I'm sorry to interrupt, just to zoom back even further, what is the difference between solitary confinement and restrictive housing?
Well, the difference is, again, we don't have restrictive housing. The difference, I guess, maybe historically, when you hear about solitary confinement in prison settings and that type of thing, solitary confinement is a devoid of any types of program, any types of access to anything, would essentially be solitary confinement. Again, not something that we practice. Restrictive housing, as it says, does have restrictions in some levels of movement or some levels of access to certain programs, but at the same time, keeps access to many programs. In other words, for those, for example, if someone had a special education requirement, that still is given to those that would be on restrictive housing. Someone in restrictive housing still has access on the unit for religious services. So there is solitary, when you say the word solitary confinement, it's basically would picture putting someone away in a cell without any access whatsoever for 24/7, and for long periods of time.
Okay, thank you for that. And as restrictive housing compares to folks in, a regular unit, I know all the units are a little bit different, but can you talk about the average amount of time of rec time or out of cell time that people are getting in your traditional units or blocks versus getting on restrictive housing?
Certainly, for the general population, they would have at least 5 hours out of cell time. On if you're for restrictive housing for the discipline, the 20 days maximum, they would have 2 hours out of cell time.
Is that the biggest distinction between units, or what else is different about being in restrictive housing than being on your regular block?
They don't, if you're in for those, whatever, whether it's 20 days or 15 days, during that period, you don't have access to the commissary.
There may be loss, there would potentially based on the type of discipline, there could be loss of privileges. So while you may keep the entertainment tablet, you might not be able to use some of the entertainment portions. You would only be able to use educational or programmatic side of it. Basically what people will say is the free side of all of the programming in
But
that.
they do still have access.
But they would have access to the tablet. You wouldn't be able to make your normal telephone calls, but you would have access to your attorney and things of that nature.
And then if someone, again, prior to being, because of a serious assault or something like that. If prior to that, if they were in a program um, during the time they're in that restrictive housing, they may at that point not be eligible for participation in the program. Just for context, today out of, I believe today's population was 22,119 individuals. We have 8 individuals on disciplinary segregation today. 8 out of over 2,100.
And so the 55 number you mentioned, that was over the course of the year?
The 55 was, yeah, I had a 55% reduction we had.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard. I thought you said that there was less than 3% of the population, 55 residents.
Yeah.
Right, but do you think that was a reduction? So
I did
so-
confirm today is 8.
So
55% reduction from 2020. There was a 55%, there's been a 55% reduction in the use of restrictive housing since between FY '24 and FY '25.
got it. Okay. And how many people is that generally? Like over the year, how many people have been in restrictive housing?
We can get you the average.
Yeah.
We'll be able to provide you the.
Okay.
We'll do the math.
That would be helpful. Or yeah, or if you know how many were in FY '24, I can do the math too.
Actually, it was one of the responses, it's month over month, so FY '25 average for disciplinary restrictive housing was 47 for the year, was
47 people.
47, yes.
And that, what did you call that for penalty or pun? You had a phrase you just used for restrictive housing for something?
Disciplinary?
For disciplinary. What are there other categories where restrictive housing is used, like for suicidal ideation or?
So people who are on suicide watch do not go in restrictive housing. They might be on, in a safe cell or in our mental health unit, but they would not be on restrictive housing. no.
Okay. So are the only people on restrictive housing folks on discipline?
In disciplinary restrictive housing, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
So the loss of privileges, like for other entertainment or rec time, I have that. What is the thinking around the commissary? Lack of access?
Around the commissary, a couple things. One, that it is a privilege. And it's something that's a privilege that the residents, obviously like to have that ability to do. So, with that disciplinary segregation comes a loss of certain privileges, and then they work their way back to gaining those privileges back. And that's why the step-down unit that we've just developed over this past year, I think is really been so effective, is that it's working those individuals back into the population and regaining those privileges. And that's why we're seeing, I think, again, as I mentioned, 70% of those who have created or have carried out offenses that would lead to disciplinary segregation, 70% of those don't reoffend. So it's really a smaller population of individuals who may continue to reoffend, and that step-down unit, I think, is a critical piece of that. Because to have someone, let's say, involved in a very serious incident, and then they're in disciplinary seg, and then just to immediately, boom, you're back in general population, is a tough transition. And going through a step-down unit allows for a better transition and I think more successful outcomes.
I mean, it's a harder argument to make if people are getting, chocolate bars or whatever in commissary, but just kind of back to our last discussion with the last panel, and as we think about some of the substance use challenges and physical health challenges and mental health challenges, I continue to want us to get to a place where we're really thinking about food as part of the entire care, as opposed to a privilege.
Now, certainly if there is any individual that is on a medical prescribed diet, they absolutely will continue to have that. So if there were let's say a medical diet prescribed for whatever it may be, low salt or low sodium, or they need additional protein because of some condition, that remains uninterrupted.
Okay. For those 55 cases, I mean, we don't need to go through all of them, but what are some of the trends that you're seeing? Has it been most often fights between inmates? Has it been fights between inmates and staff? What are some of the trends that have most often yielded that need for additional step-up discipline?
One of the things, and just the trend first in general, I think of the characteristics that I've seen in terms of changing the characteristics of the population as a whole, that we are experiencing more assaultive behavior of individuals, certain individuals, more assaultive, more violent type of behavior, fights, assaults, and that type of thing. And again, that reflects through legislation that the council has put forth and the mayor and the great work of the Metropolitan Police Department in driving down crime. Those individuals who are committing serious violent crimes are being taken off the street and go to where they belong, which is in our jail facilities, pending trial for those very violent crimes. So we're handling, as in terms from a characteristic standpoint, a tougher population is what I would say. So yes, we are seeing more assaults, more use of both assaults, inmate to inmate, and on staff assaults. Everything from what the staff sometimes, not sometimes, but have to professionally endure, and it's part of their job, unfortunately. But inmate on staff assaults, we had one officer a few months ago that was very critically, multiple stab wounds, almost died, was at the hospital, and for how long? How long was he at the hospital? About almost a month before he could even be released from the hospital from serious stab wounds from a homemade weapon. Had not to get too graphic, but had a lieutenant just some weeks ago that just basically saw a picture of it, basically from head all the way down to his waist, just covered in feces that was thrown on him from a bag. So a lot of assaultive things like that. We're seeing on the inmate on inmate, a lot of fights. And again, for a number of different reasons. We have, as you know, we have a very large representation of different crews and gangs within the facility. We have over 80 identified, not individuals, but over 80 identified crews and gangs within the facility. We just had a large fight breakout between about 6 or 7 residents about a week ago, and the individuals involved in that fight happened to be from 2 major crews that have beefs on the outside. So I would just say again that the trend we're seeing is a population that's has more challenges to manage, and the trend is also seeing a higher percentage of the population who are in the jail on very charges that are very of a violent nature, of an assaultive nature, and you know, having to, some of that does carry over into the facility in terms of their actions.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear what happened to your staff, both with the stabbing and the other feces incident. That's awful. And how are you thinking about staff protection? Oh, hello, everybody.
Trying to fight each other at the door, so you, Adele won, by the way. Get him to get a chair.
Where we have been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder, my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis George. I'll turn to you both for a round of questions in a moment. But we're just talking about some of the added challenges that we've seen with attacks and violent attacks on some of the staff at DOC. And so what measures has your team taken, and what additional support do you need to provide for staff safety and well-being?
Well, there's a number of things that we do. Number one, and some of it is connected to around the issue of contraband. Certainly when you're talking about contraband that's related to like homemade weapons and that type of thing. So we have, as I mentioned, my testimonies, things that we continue to improve and increase in terms of our technology, technology upgrades, enhanced searches that we do throughout the facility, full body scans. We have devices now placed within the hallways called cell sense, so that when residents are being escorted from one area to another throughout the hallways, the cell sense will pick up any types of metal, if there might be, you know, if there might be a homemade weapon or something like that. We also have established a listing for those residents that have been particularly assaultive in terms of their history. So if they've had multiple assaults on staff and or a combination in multiple, you know, multiple fights, either inmate on inmate assaults or serious assaults on staff, that then those individuals, we put that information out to the officers so that they know, for example, when you're going to get this person to escort them somewhere, don't go there by yourself. You know, you need another officer. So that's another example where we're providing more information to the staff up front, so that it's not like, well, if they were to get assaulted, it's like, well, you look back and find out over the last, you know, year or something, that same resident, that same individual had been involved in 3 other prior assaults. So it's giving more proactive information to our officers so that they can make sure that they're taking all the necessary precautions and having backup and that type of thing when that may be required. Also, we do have a full-time wellness coordinator that provides support. That individual is now, actually, when that position was first came on board about, what, 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, it initially was within our administrative headquarters, and I moved that office to the jail facility to have the wellness coordinator right on the ground there. And that individual, both through programming and just literally going to units and speaking to officers and seeing what, you know, what they need or what they're feeling from a mental health perspective, and if needed, giving them referrals. So that's also been a big boost in terms of being supportive for the for the staff.
When folks are leaving during exit interviews or any other data collection, what are some of the, well, leaving the department, I mean, are these some of the concerns that you hear most about, or is it more around pay or benefits or something else?
Very little in terms of that being yes, to say we never hear about it. No, of course not. There have been times where staff or a staff member has expressed that in terms of the environment, just, and correctional work isn't cut out for everybody either. It takes a certain person to have that passion, at the same time, you have to be, you have to be of the mindset of safety and security needs to be number one, but at the same time, you need to be of the mindset of that we're there to try to help people at the same time. So it's, it's a tough environment, and it takes a committed individual to do that, which we do have. But mostly, and Deputy Director Wilson can speak from the personnel side, but mostly what we hear from people going out is just really nothing related specifically to corrections. It's more either I'm going for another job somewhere, or I got a job somewhere else that pays better, or we hear sometimes people are saying, they're going someplace where they have a retirement system. We hear a lot of that, where other public safety agencies, many in this DC area, have defined retirement systems. We do not. So we don't have a defined retirement system like MPD does or like fire department does. So that's another reason. So other ones you may want to hit as far as the main.
The top three reasons are resignation, retirement, and conduct based for leaving the agency. Most common reason we receive are employment opportunities, medical reasons, and family. And for family reasons, staff has indicated. We've also, though, are working to enhance our training programs for this recent class that just graduated of recruits from basic correctional training on the 21st of January. We just implemented a new training course working with Dr. Galise of the National Association of State and Mental Health Professional Directors. I always get that mixed up. But a course called Inside the Walls Before the Badge Gets Heavy for our new correctional officers, and we're going to be rolling that out to all of our classes. We are, for our sergeants training, which is going on this week, we have a new course from peer to supervisor, redefining relationships, power, and presence. And we're doing TAMAR trainings for our staff as well. And then we are rolling out for our supervisors, holding the authority, before you absorb the weight of the job without absorbing the weight. And then we are working on some other classes with Dr. Galise and her team for all of our staff, and we'll be rolling that out this year. We're kind of doing it on a rollout basis to see how they resonate and see how we can build upon it. But a lot of that talks about staff wellness, how you're, handle the job working inside of a correctional facility, which is challenging. We recognize the challenge of that. So we're trying to work on that as they come in the door and through annual and pre-service trainings as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to turn to my colleagues for 10-minute rounds. I'm going to start with Councilmember Felder, who is our Ward 7 colleague and a member of this committee. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm not sure the pinpoint question here, but I'll go through some numbers for you. So our population, first off, in terms of our facility population, it's running around 2,120 20 or so. Again, it varies, but 2,100 to 2,150 is kind of the range, basic range that we're seeing. In terms of right now, our staffing positions, we have on our uniform staff, which would be our correction staff, we have a total of 816 authorized positions. 711 of those are filled. 105 of those are vacant, so we're running about a 15% vacancy rate right now. And I was speaking, in my opening statement, I was speaking to about some of the things that we're doing in terms of recruitment and what we have in place for recruitment incentives for officers for hire at DOC.
At what point does population size become a safety risk for both the residents and staff?
I mean, not sure that when you say there's what point, I mean, we're within the capacity for the building. So, we have a set standard for, how many officers need to be in a particular unit. So that we don't vary in terms of safety from that. What may have to happen, we may have to fill in, let's say if it's a unit that needs a third officer or second officer, depending on what that staffing level is, it may be getting filled with overtime. But we do not fill a critical post. In fact, posts are one of the drivers of our overtime, because we do have vacancies. So it's not a matter of that we don't fill a post. It's a matter of we may have to fill it with overtime right now.
Got you. And could you speak to how many correctional officer positions are vacant to date?
Right now, currently, there's 105, I believe, that are vacant. It's about a 15% percentage-wise.
Okay. You mentioned recently about overtime. How much overtime did DOC spend last year because positions were not filled?
Specifically because of that, I don't, you may want to speak to.
So we can give you our overtime, what the amount of money
That was spent, certainly.
spent in overtime.
Yes. Can y'all hear me now?
We could hear you.
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
So overtime pay in FY 25, we spent $30 million, $30.5 million in overtime. So that is the amount that we spent in overtime. I would not attribute all of that overtime to staff vacancies.
No.
We have, so we don't break it down like because we have vacancies, this is how we spent the overtime, but rather we have to account for outposts, or so if we have to send officers, sometimes we have officers, but the officers, if we have 5 people that have to go to the hospital for various medical reasons or at the hospital, that's 10 officers that we lose from the facilities that we have to send to outposts or to other areas. So that accounts and contributes to overtime, because then those officers are not available to work within the facility. So that's just an example. So we could one day fill all of the positions. That wouldn't mean we would not necessarily have overtime or a need for overtime.
A couple I'll add too, is like some of our main drivers of overtime. One is certainly, leave, FMLA, people like that is a big driver. And then as Deputy Director Wilson mentioned, open posts, which again, as I said, we don't not fill it. We'll fill it with an open post, but maybe with overtime. Also very significant is medical transports and hospitals. So again, if we have somebody that has to be transported out to a hospital,
Mm-hmm.
or usually several individuals that may be out at a hospital, for pre-existing conditions, whatever, that's 2 officers 24/7 while they're in the hospital. So if someone may be in a hospital stay for 5 days, that's 24/7 for 5 days, 2 officers, usually mainly all on overtime.
Okay.
One other area that we have just recently seen, going into now this current fiscal year,
Mm-hmm.
is the end of FY25 and the first quarter of FY26, is that the federal surge that was going on had an impact. Because with that federal surge that took place, that started back in about July, I think,
Okay.
we saw an increase in our population of about 250 individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So the federal surge also has affected our need for using overtime.
Got you. Now, I got 3. I'm trying to get 3 more questions off this round. So I'm gonna ask if you guys could be a little bit more concise. But just a follow-up question. How often do staff shortages lead to lockdowns or a modification in your schedule?
As far as lockdowns, it would be very little due to staff shortage. Or when we have lockdowns, it would be typically due to an incident, a fight, an attack, something of that sort that would cause us to lock down a unit.
Okay. Hypothetically speaking, if you guys were at full capacity from a staffing standpoint, what changes would you make currently inside the jail?
My changes is I'd spend less overtime.
Okay. Uh, Director, from a contraband
That was concise.
for, from a contraband standpoint, what types of contrabands are you most concerned about right now, if any?
Most concerned, well, I'm concerned about any type of contraband. We have a zero tolerance for any contraband. So, I guess the 2 main, I'd have to say 2 main areas I am most concerned about. One would be contraband that would be a drug contraband
Okay.
coming in, and the other being like a manufactured weapon from
Okay.
inside the facility, because that can cause great harm. As I mentioned before you came in here, we just relatively recently had an officer brutally attacked and stabbed multiple times in the facility by one of our inmates, and was touch and go for him at the hospital for quite a while, and was finally released after about a month in the hospital.
And just a follow-up question, how are those drugs and weapons entering into the jail?
Well, on the weapons end, those are being manufactured like what we call homemade weapons. They're not
Okay.
from the outside. They are coming from everything from breaking off a piece of a broom handle, or a pin, or getting a piece of metal from, the metal, like window lining, or a metal on a desk that's inside the cells, where they'll work on getting a piece of that metal and then making it in, basically using it as a weapon. So anything within the jail facility that can be made into a sharp point, a sharp pointed object would be a weapon in terms of how they're manufactured.
Thank you, Director Faust. I'm going to turn it over to my Ward 4 colleague, Janice Lewis-George.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start, and good afternoon to the entire team. I want to start with the current conditions of existing facilities. I know last year the auditor report published a report that highlighted the facility conditions of the jail, which revealed within a 1-year period, I think DOC had created over 1,600 priority work orders. Security risks such as broken doors or locks, keys, and gates, as well as health hazards such as broken plumbing or rodents and lack of temperature regulation were widespread then. And it seems some improvements have made, but they continue to persist. As you know, I'm the facilities chair of the DC Council. And while there is some delineation between what DGS does and what you all handle yourself, I still get most of the complaints around facilities issues because people don't necessarily understand that DGS doesn't do the majority of facilities for DOC. But there are some facilities issues that do overlap but are minimal. So I want to talk about this because I talked about this last year, about how we improve facilities. My understanding last year was DGS was responsible for boilers and mold remediation since the year, or is that correct? Are those the only, are they responsible for anything else besides that, or are there any other additional adds to what they are responsible for?
DGS does have oversight or run the steam plant, I think you were speaking of. They do that, and other than that.
DGS is responsible for basically the Hill East campus outside of the DOC facilities. And then we work very closely with them on all our capital projects. So they are our we work primarily with them on our capital projects. So we have a capital projects fund, and then we also have our local funds, which is managed and maintained by our internal maintenance team. And so that's how we kind of partner together in terms of taking care of. So when we talk about the steam plant, that and the heat coming out of the facility, that is managed right now by DGS because the steam plant is on the Hill East campus.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are impacts your facility.
Right. So if the steam plant is not operational or is down, then we can't provide heat because
Got it.
Heat
That's
and
right.
how-
because we
That's
need-
what I mean.
we
But
need
so
heat
like
and
your
hot
boilers.
Yes. If
Boilers.
the boilers
Right.
don't work, then we
That's what I mean.
can't
Okay.
provide heat and hot water.
So besides boilers and the steam plant, are there any other things that Department of General Services is assisting DOC with as far as facilities and maintenance?
Yeah,
Capital project.
And the answer is
the central
capital.
cell block, they're responsible because it's in the daily building. DGS has
Right.
responsibility for the
I
daily.
meant like at the actual.
Oh,
DC
okay,
job.
I'm sorry.
Other than that, that's all we got. So it's just the boilers.
Capital project.
Okay. I don't know why last year mold remediation came up. They're not doing any mold remediation work
No,
whatsoever.
we've contracted for mold remediation or our sanitarian who is qualified will handle the mold remediation within the facility.
Got it. And as far as your maintenance services, you all pay for your maintenance services out of your budget and you aren't reimbursed by DGS or anybody else for your maintenance services.
Maintenance is, we have our own maintenance budget.
That's
We have our
internal.
That's right.
Local funds maintenance budget.
Okay. And your current operating budget, you all have your dedicated maintenance line. And what is that amount of your current dedicated maintenance line for your budget?
It's just under $3 million.
About $3 million. Okay. Got it. Great. From a entity perspective, is there any assistance that you all would want DGS to come in and help support for the main jail, or you all feel adequately staffed and adequately funded for within your organization to deal with maintenance issues?
Yeah, I think it's much more effective in terms of that we have our own internal staff because they know the facility inside and out. So I don't think in the case in terms of like DGS, coming in to do that work would be as effective. And one of the things I would say, and our maintenance staff does a fantastic work, I believe, in very, very, very challenging building, particularly at CDF. So with those like 1,600 priority ones that you mentioned, although yes, that speaks to a lot of issues, but I think it speaks very positively to the maintenance staff because they are immediately mitigating those and at that priority one level. So, one of the things is, particularly in the older facility, things are going to happen, whether it's a light out in a room or a sink that's overflowing or whatever. And the question is, when that happens, or a shower drain backs up, when that happens, what do you do immediately to mitigate it?
That's right.
And our maintenance crew, I think, does an excellent job in terms of identifying those immediately as priority ones and then
getting them done
getting them,
and the
getting them,
turnaround. Okay.
addressed.
And what we explain to people is when they come to us like oversight, we explain to them like I have an eye into work orders as it relates to work orders at DC public school facilities, for example. I don't have an eye in on your work orders because if it was something DGS maintained, we would see them, but we don't see them. So, but understanding how you all operate, it sounds like your preference is to continue to do it with an internal, and that you think you all are swiftly responding to your work orders in a way that can move forward. I know ANC Commissioner Cunningham testified on the facility's current conditions on behalf of his fellow residents, and I know we were able to hear some of his. I want to turn to the specific maintenance issue that we hear most about, which is the HVAC. Do you all have indoor temperatures drop? Do you have indoor temperatures drop below acceptable temperatures over the last several weeks? Have you had your indoor temperatures drop during the ongoing sub-freezing weather we have had?
Knocking on a lot of wood, but no.
Okay. He's knocking.
And
Yeah.
also that the boiler plant has held up, because, we do.
Yeah.
That's been a challenge, but it's held up, and particularly through this, like you say, this long stretch of cold weather.
Right. What I'm most worried is that, and obviously we know in sub-freezing conditions, when anything outside is super hot or super low, we usually see systems act up across the spectrum, especially older buildings. So I was trying to get a sense of if you all, because of this sub-freezing conditions, whether you all had experienced any changes in your HVAC. And do you all have a sort of, does DOC, do you have a range for what's considered normal temperatures? And I'm asking,
Yes.
for example, because DGS for schools, for example, is 69 to 74 degrees. So if temperatures drop below 69, we install contingency. So
Yep,
do you all
we
have
have-
your sort of own
We have a
spectrum?
protocol that's very similar to that,
Yeah.
which is 70 and 80.
Okay.
If it drops below 70 or goes above 80, we have certain protocols. So on the lower end, for example, additional blankets would go out, those types of things that automatically kick in if we start seeing those lower temperatures. In the summertime, if the temperature goes above 80, then kind of the opposite kicks in, where we bring in ice, we bring in water, we bring in fans, that type of thing.
Got it.
But yeah, it's the 70 and 80.
80 is your contingency. Understood. And so I know we did during a council tour of the jail in 2024, you all shared some of your temperature readouts with the committee. I know there's under DC code 24-211, you guys are, I think, required to send reports of all internal reports relating to sort of living conditions in the central detention facility. And that report includes priority 1, environmental problems and repair. Do you all send these reports to this committee? Not facilities committee, this public safety committee. You send your
We
reports.
send a
Okay.
quarterly report and we have an annual report that comes.
Okay. And that's something we can work with the committee on. And is the temperature taken near ventilation, output source, or closer to the floor where people, like, how do you all take the temperature across the facility?
So it's a
Basically
quarterly-
common areas or individual
It's an automated
units?
system. It's
Automated,
yeah,
gotcha.
it's an automated system that does temperature readings. A report comes out, it's usually a day behind. During the peak cold and summer temperature season, either cold or winter or summer season, we can and we do get real-time 6 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Got it.
reports that come out, so we can ensure that the temperatures
Remaining.
remain where they need to be on a more real-time basis. So we do the 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. And so we will do that in the wintertime but mainly in the summertime when we have an issue.
And when you all have HVAC issues, or we have particular individuals reach out and say temperatures it's usually system wide, basically, because they're not individual units.
It could be based on a
It can
housing
be
unit.
individual unit. Okay. Because I was wondering, whenever we see an influx, I'm thinking it's the entire system that might be.
No, it could be.
It can
because
be
we
individual.
have a bunch of different variables that
Okay.
affect the temperatures on a housing unit, particular housing unit. So in the winter,
Mhm.
the hotter units are the third floor, and
Okay.
the cooler units are more likely to be on the first floor, just
Gotcha.
because heat rises. And then the converse in the summertime. So those are things that we adjust for, and we try to adjust for as much as possible.
Okay. Thank you so much. My next round will be on mold, so be ready for that follow-up. And I'm turning back to the chair.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Um, hmm. I'm gonna turn back to Councilor Felder for another round.
Thank you, Chairperson. Picking off where my Ward 4 colleague left, conditions of the jail. I had an opportunity to visit the jail last month, talked to Commissioner Cunningham and a couple of other residents at the jail. And one of the things that came up, in addition to the conditions, was the ability to reconnect with their families while in the facility. So my question, Director, is how many families were able to participate in reunification programs last year? Okay. And while she looks for that information, and what, and while she looks for that information, um,
So we had 1,292 that participated in family unification programs in FY 2025.
okay. Could you speak to what barriers prevent families from staying connected with individuals in jail? Yes,
I mean, what specifically are you?
whether it's individuals can't accept phone calls, visits.
Yeah, we have a number of different ways that individuals can interact with their family. We have face-to-face visitation. We have the ability through tablets.
Okay.
All the residents have tablets
Okay.
that are issued so they can communicate with their family through tablets. We also have stationary video visitation units where they can visit through video visitation. We also have a video visitation center on our jail campus there. And there are also satellite locations within the district, like some of the libraries, where family members can go to a particular library that has, for example, a video visitation unit, and so they don't have to come all the way to the facility, to the visitation center. So there's video visitation, there's phone calls, there's tablets. What else?
We also have events inside of the facility.
Events.
But I want to stand corrected. The 1,292 was how many family members that were screened.
Uh-huh.
We had 1,185 residents that participated.
Copy. Could you speak to how does staffing availability or shortage impact visitation?
So to answer your question, the only barrier to someone having visitation of any kind is their own conduct.
Okay.
So someone's poor conduct is because visitation is in a sense of privilege. So that is also how you use the tablets, which we provide 30 minutes free video visits every single week for visitation. To be able to use the CDF visitation monitors or to have in-person visits either at CDF or CTF, the barrier is conduct. So if someone's poor conduct, or even to take part in any of the reunification
And
of visitation,
separation.
it's conduct based. So if you have had incidents or something, that is going to prevent you from having visitation. Staffing, our staffing complement, we ensure that visitation occurs when it's supposed to occur. And staffing is not a basis why we cancel or have not withheld visitation for anyone. It is conduct-based privilege. So that would be the barrier that we would identify to preventing any sort of visitation.
Copy. Now, does DOC track the ward of residence for people in custody? Yeah,
What
a
ward they're
ward by
from?
ward breakdown.
Not in any kind of established list or that we've received questions about that, but we don't track wards in which people live.
Okay, well,
That's not information we take at intake, for example.
can you guys commit to providing quarterly populations to this committee?
We
By
provide
ward?
daily populations. Every week on
Yeah.
Friday, the population of the facility is provided online, and then we provide that information. So that's provided. But if you're asking us specifically to commit to providing the wards in which people live in, that's not information we collect. So we just ask for an address, but our system, again, we're dealing with an aging offender management system. So it's not, we would have to physically use staff and to count or calculate based on zip codes where people live. And so, yeah, we wouldn't be able to.
That's not something I can commit to now, to provide you with a ward breakdown on an ongoing basis.
Is it too hard to commit to? What's the resistance with committing to that?
It would be staff intensive. I mean, I would literally have to have somebody at intake putting in zip codes or putting in wards, and it's not information that's in the field within our management system. So it basically have to be a paper that just isn't, it would not be feasible.
Okay. Earlier, we talked about contraband. Just wanted to circle back on that. How many serious assaults involved contraband last year?
How many serious, well, we have numbers on how many, like weapons were on my speech here. It was 300 and
That was
incidents.
Mm-hmm.
how many, your question is.
How many contraband related incidents?
Contraband related incidents. I mean, I can give you how many incidents and I can give you how much contraband.
We'll have to pull that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to, I can't give it to you right here.
So after a serious assault has taken place or a homicide,
We have that information.
Yes.
Yes.
like what changes does DOC make once a homicide takes place within a facility?
Once a homicide takes place.
Like say,
well,
for example, somebody makes, as you indicated earlier, a manufactured weapon,
right.
and they use that weapon to assault someone, and it leads to a death.
Well,
What changes do you guys make within the facility?
Well, a number of things happen. First, in terms of that assault or that attack, that was a homicide. That individual will be charged and prosecuted for that assault and that homicide. In terms of that particular incident, again, we continue through technology upgrades, through enhanced searches, through entry points, through multiple searches on every shift throughout units. So it's not like we do something different because of a particular assault or a particular that led to a homicide. Now we do something on that particular case, but whatever we do in terms of enhanced searches, in terms of getting contraband and homemade weapons out of those units and out of the facility, that's not going to change whether there is a homicide or not a homicide.
Okay. I got two more questions.
Mm-hmm.
This round, could you speak to how many housing units currently have unresolved maintenance problems? Molds, rodent?
Specifically, I cannot speak as we sit here and tell you these particular units have these particular problems, no.
Right, that would be helpful to take into consideration as you guys prep. From my conversations with individuals inside the facility,
I mean, as was mentioned, we had 1,600 priority one maintenance calls. So we're dealing with issues within units constantly that our maintenance staff prioritizes and deals with. So, I mean, literally every day we have units that have, whether it's a backed up sink or a toilet or whatever. So we had just in the past year, the figures we gave, 1,600 that are priority one, which are things like, let's say there's a leak or there's a shower that drain that's overflowing or whatever. Those are all related to priority one.
okay. And my final question, if we're back here next year, could you speak to what 3 measurable improvements should the council expect to see, and how will you be accounting for those deliverables?
Measurable improvements on what? Anything?
As it relates to the jail, or the way inmates are treated, or the reentry plan, whatever you.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have measurable improvements every day we can give you in terms of our programming, in terms of our outcomes, in terms of our successes.
No, I'm asking you, what 3, if we're here next year around the same time, what 3 measurables are you looking to implement between now and the next year?
We're going to continue to implement more in terms of job training, in terms of what we do on the returning citizens, continuing to improve and expand the services that we provide for returning citizens, both in our Lead Up, Lead Out program and our Ready Center. We're going to continue to improve in terms of the level of technology around helping us from a safety and security standpoint, and technology for facility contraband and safety.
Thank you, Director. Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Following up on mold, I know last year we talked about how DOC can drive down the growth of mold and work with to expedite work orders when they arrive. Has the mold situation in CDF and CTF improved over the last year? And if so, how?
So we would say yes, it has, in the sense that the remediation efforts that we've put into place, I think, number one, we have hired contractors to assist with mold remediation for large scale areas. We also, our sanitarian is certified in mold identification. And so first of all, we get a lot of complaints about mold, and the first thing we have to do is verify that it's mold. And in not every situation is it mold. Sometimes it is dirt. And so we have to, or other, substances. So first we do is, and our sanitarian is certified to test for and identify mold. And if it does turn out to be mold, he is also certified to work with the team to remediate mold. And so if we are able to do it internally, we do it internally to remediate the mold. Otherwise, we will hire a outside professional contractor to do that mold remediation. The other thing is we typically see mold during certain times of the year. Like we can say that we will likely see higher instances or calls for mold when we do that transition from the winter heating season to the summer cooling season. Because when we turn the heat off, or the high humidity and all of those things, we tend to see
Sweat.
We tend to see higher instances of mold. We are also doing things on a capital projects, and this is where we work with our DGS partners in terms of working on replacing windows and fixing the windows, because that's a water issue. Some of the other areas that we really want to work on and have identified is our plumbing. We do have a 50-year-old building that operates 24/7, and plumbing is a major issue for us. So prioritizing and knowing and understanding that we need to replace our plumbing infrastructure. Our facade is another area that we've spent a lot of time on.
Great.
Our roof is another area that we spent a lot of time on the last few years. We're fixing and replacing, because those leaks again come in and they are lead to mold. So identifying, understanding those areas and making sure that we improve upon those areas
Yeah.
is something that over the last few years we've really worked hard to make sure that, especially within our facility and our DGS partners in terms of the capital projects, identifying that these are areas that we really need to work on and fix. So it is getting better in the sense that we are better able to identify, better able to manage, better able to remediate. If we could prevent it, we would.
I know.
But
Yeah.
the reality is we are dealing with the facility that we're dealing
That's all.
with. So it is going to happen. So
Well, I
it is-
appreciate that. And when you all hear about mold, what's that? Is that considered like a high priority work order, at least just for your sanitarian to come in and check it out and identify?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so identify moving individuals who are in those cells
Until we
while
figure
we're
it
to
out.
identify
Great.
what it is and do all of the proper testing that we need to do.
I appreciate the thoroughness of the answer. I appreciate the aggressiveness for which you all are approaching it. This has been the one issue that the Corrections Information Council has raised over the years. And so being aggressive about it is important. And the one issue where we hear from inmates, and actually I can't verify, right? Because as you know, some of it looks like mold, isn't mold. So having someone on staff who can actually identify is key. I think that's something we can use in some of our other agencies that have mold, where you all seem to have gotten a sanitarian who can test for it and identify it, and having some people who can get that type of training across our spectrum actually could be good with that. So I appreciate that. And you already spoke to you answered some of my questions by answering that question thoroughly, which is like what other practices and things of that nature. I want to ask about hot water, because last year my office was contacted about shower temperatures being so hot that residents were being burned. When we contacted DGS and DOC, DGS turned down the water temperature. DOC turned down the water temperature, but they also were like, we didn't receive any reports of facility issues, and we don't have records of residents being treated for burns. Somewhere in between there is where I wanted to understand if sort of like, did any residents have to receive medical attention for burns from the hot water? And what steps have been taken since then to make sure the temperature stays turned down so individuals aren't being burned by hot water?
So based on the notice that we received from your office, we did check with medical. There were no complaints about burns
Okay.
due to hot water. I actually went to the housing unit in question.
Okay.
Some residents said that they felt the water was too hot. We had maintenance check. The temperature was just outside of, it was a slightly higher than what we prefer the temperature range to be. So we did turn it down to stay within the temperature range that we've established. But no one was burned, no one reported burns. And then I believe your office followed up again and said there was an issue with the temperature. So I went back to the unit myself, and everyone reported they thought it was a little too cool. So we can't.
This is like me and my husband about is it hot in the bedroom? Is it cold in the bedroom? Like, it is too hot. Always understood.
They said they'd have,
Yeah.
there were no issues. It was just outside.
Okay. What's that range?
I don't know off the
you
top
know,
of my head.
so-
I can't
okay.
make it up, but I can get the.
It sounds like you've now reached a range where residents are comfortable with, and that's the range we can ensure we keep it in so that we don't have individuals who are reporting to us that they have been burned. But from your books, there was no individuals who received medical attention or
No one.
anything.
What did I reached out to Dr. Jordan,
Got-
the medical
got you.
team, and there were
Wonderful.
no reports of any burns.
Got you. Okay, well, we'll continue to monitor, keep it within the range if possible. And thank you for the responsiveness you gave to our office when we immediately reached out. That was important for us to be able to have that there. I know, accessibilities issues. In addition to facilities, I also have the Office of Disability Rights. During public testimony, we were told that wheelchair lifts were broken for over a year and repairs were never completed due to the planned temporary relocation of CCB, which isn't supported to happen until this May. As you may know, as a result of the Office of Disability Rights, they have to conduct an ADA compliance audit of all of our buildings. Has Office of Disability Rights conducted an ADA compliance audit of any of DOC's building to your knowledge?
Can't speak to that. I'll have to
Okay.
double check with them. I will say, we have made a number of changes. There's two different things I want to talk, two different issues
Yeah.
you've raised. One is CCB at its current location, and then the other is the DOC facilities. So the DOC facilities, we actually have our risk manager is certified by the Office of Disability Rights as an ADA
Mhm.
certified. And so we've ensured, and we actually now have a working email address for our DOC inmateada.gov, where anyone who outside the facility attorneys can reach out. We have a dedicated on our tablet where any resident, DOC resident who indicates that they have an ADA need can reach out through their tablet to the ADA team, and they will assist them and provide services. So we have dedicated staff
Okay.
on inside who assist with ADA needs, and they're reaching out on a sometimes daily basis
Okay.
and meeting with staff. As to the issues with CCB, there are ongoing issues at the current location of CCB as it relates to the ADA lift and things of that nature. We don't bring individuals who need a wheelchair to the CCB at its current location because we are aware of that. They will stay at the current districts.
Until.
We are mindful of all of this, and as we move to our temporary location, we are ensuring that we are now compliant with the ADA needs of our residents.
Appreciate that. And I know you all have to, everyone is supposed to submit ADA self-evaluation and compliance plans to ODR. If you have not done so, would you make sure you all submit your ADA self-evaluation to ODR for CDF, CTF, and CCB?
We completed.
You completed yours?
For
Okay.
staff and on the resident side. So we did it for staff and the resident side.
Okay, I only have 48 seconds left and I have to go. So I'll just leave with the updated ask. As far as community engagement, many people would like to see a community advisory board. We talked about this in the past in the RFQ and RFP plans. If you all can explore some type of community engagement advisory board for that. Can you all share what your drafts of the RFP and RQ are for the new or the better jail? Or
No, the RFQ is something would be drafted through DGS.
oh, okay, so it's up to us. Okay. My last thing is adult literacy, and Councilmember Pinto and I share our passion for literacy, both for young children and adults, and education and GED opportunity. I know you won't be able to tell me, but just if you all could share more with the committee, and I'll hear it on the record, sort of what you all are doing to address ensuring more residents get their GEDs, that they are connected to education services, and that you all are looking at the district adult literacy and finding ways to improve our adult literacy rate while individuals are currently housed.
Deputy Director Williams can speak to that.
Thank
And
you.
we were saying earlier that we're very proud. We just, this past year, had 15 individuals who graduated and got their high school diplomas with GEDs, which was our largest number to date.
Okay, good afternoon and thank you.
Thank you.
For your question. So we've had several initiatives and we constantly looking at ways to be able to provide educational and vocational opportunities to all residents that reside in our facilities. One of the things that we've been working hard with, we have a weekly movement meeting that will help us to depopulate the CDF that allows for more residents to come over to the CTF weekly, which reduces the numbers of residents at the CDF. This also allows us to be able to provide more GED offerings to those who are moving over to CTF from the CDF, as we're lowering the numbers at the CDF, it helps us to be able to, in the future, manage more programming on the units. Right now, we're not there, but that is one of the strategies that we're trying to use. We did purchase 500 new educational tablets, and we've been working to program those tablets. So they come with the basic standard Origin platforms, and then we have our own platforms that we add to that, to the courses as well. On those tablets, we have introduced literacy and reading programs as well as tutorial programs, all the way from low literacy up to the ABE and the GED. So we've been very strategic with making sure that those residents who can do self-paced literacy programs, we've added that content to the tablets over the last year. We also have identified, our director spoke, we identified a small space in the law library area at the CDF where we'll be using that for GED for max custody residents. We have onboarded new teachers, and we're constantly recruiting new teachers and constantly interviewing new teachers to be able to add to our rotation. We now have enough teachers to be able to rotate out in those spaces that we haven't been able to provide GED tutorial and in-person instruction. But we have a number of suites of GED preps on the tablets as well. So we're constantly looking at what we're currently doing and being creative with the physical plant limitations to be able to offer those classes as well as the coursework on the tablets as well. And we do, last thing, have Southeast One at the CDF, and we have the freestanding, of course, GED education space at the CTF. So always working on trying to improve those numbers.
Thank you so much for that thorough answer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis George, and thank you so much for being here today. And look forward to working together on a lot of the DGS crossover challenges. That would be great. Speaking of, I heard the discussion around mold, and one of the things I spoke to earlier this morning with the CIC was about their recommendations for mold remediation. And I don't know if you heard that conversation, that they said that those recommendations had not been followed. And so how do we square that with the conversation that you just had around the 1,600 work orders and moving through the mold requests?
The easiest response, Councilmember Pinto, is that CIC and their staff are not mold experts and don't have qualifications in mold. Our sanitarian has the qualifications to identify, to test, and to remediate mold. In addition to that, if there is a challenge in which we internally cannot remediate the mold ourselves, then we have hired professional contractors to do that work for us in order to remediate the mold. So while we do recognize that, again, in the perfect world, we would identify the mold, remediate the mold, and then it would not come back. But there are individual challenges based on the infrastructure and the facility that we're dealing with, that we cannot say that mold will never return or is not coming to those places. Again, we work on the windows, we worked on the roofing, we worked on the facade, all places in which water penetrates. We'll also identify that we have to continue to work on areas, the plumbing. Also, if a toilet gets stopped up or water overflows, those are ways in which molds can potentially grow because the area gets wet or something to that effect. So we have to remember that this is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation, and that, again, in the perfect world, it would, we identify it, we fix it, and it would go away. This is not necessarily quite like that. So we continue to work on it, but I think we've developed the internal tools to be able to identify and remediate the mold.
Yeah, and I think the key there is, when you're speaking of CIC too, is that we do in fact address and abate whatever that particular issue is. I got some specific statistic here. So from the time period of October of 2024 through December 31 of 2025, there were 81 complaints of mold, and of those 81 complaints, 54 came back positive to be mold. So 54 of the 81, the others were not mold. And of those 54, all were abated. So the abatement program, as the deputy director had mentioned prior, with both the contracting service and our sanitarium is very robust, I think. But again, we successfully abate, but it doesn't mean that then in yet another place it may.
Right.
So the key for us right now is really, yes, trying to address sources of moisture and water, but at the same time that when it does arise, that we abate it quickly.
So admittedly, I am also not a mold expert. What is the distinction between abatement and remediation of mold? Is there any difference, or is that just?
I think that's just the
It's just
word
not
I use.
it's just dealing with the mold.
Yeah, dealing with it.
Okay. And the 1,600 number that you mentioned to my colleague, was that about the larger category of work orders, not just mold?
That's larger, just work orders.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So within the 55 complaints, that was over the course of the year for mold?
October 20, what was the date? So I had it, October of 24 through December 31 of 25.
Okay. So for the quarter ish.
A little more. 24, October 24 to December.
No, to just
Oh,
25.
The whole calendar year.
It's a year and
24.
2 months.
Okay, great.
basically.
Okay. I mean, great.
Over a
Um,
year.
Over a year. All right. And do we have an average timeline that took to remediate each of those mold complaints?
It's something we can look into to get back with your staff on.
Okay. I'm just trying to better understand your process, because we hear from residents who will tell us, like, I have a family member and they're living in a cell and there's mold. And so it's helpful for us to understand what your internal process looks like to get rid of that, either in a short-term way or what we need to do to invest in a long-term fix. But it sounds like some
We
of that
do-
might be a new building.
We do track, I mean, in terms of timeline, we do track, for example, for like all those 1,600 work orders, we do track the time of, when the work order is received, and then the time from that to the time of remediation for work orders in general. And also, as was mentioned, if there is a report of mold, like in a cell area, we remove that individual until we find out what it is. It gets tested and then gets the remediation. So we don't leave someone there while we're investigating the mold.
Do we have extra capacity to do that?
I mean, we have capacity to move people
Okay.
around, yes.
How many beds are currently available?
Well, that's I guess, somewhat of a difficult question in a way. When you talk about, which you had many times, about what the quote unquote rated capacity is of the facility. So the rated capacity of the CDF is 2160.
Okay.
Is the rated capacity for just the CDF. The rated capacity, or the design capacity initially, of the CTF is 1,200. But those aren't real. In other words, those aren't capacities that we could manage. Those are
Right.
capacities in terms of if you filled every single cell and had double bunked in every cell and.
Right. Understood.
Right.
And so what is the current population of CDF and CTF as of now?
Right now, we're running around 2130 total population. More, it varies every day, but we've reached.
21 to 30.
No, 2,130 for the combined population. And again, that would be a snapshot. Tomorrow it might be 2,150, or the next day it may be 2,120. So it varies. Now the high point we've hit, and I mentioned earlier, we had saw some visible effects from the federal surge that took place late in the summer, where our population had spiked up by about an additional 250 residents, partly as a result of that surge. So we hit a high. The highest we've hit in terms of a one-day population was 2,202. 2202 is the highest we've hit at this point. That number, my recollection is that was the highest population we had hit, I believe, since 2015.
Wow. I know this is hard to estimate, but based off of staffing and healthcare and education needs, what is your kind of high water benchmark as you think about capacity that we could manage safely?
I mean, the internal operational benchmark that I look at right now is 2,200 for a number of reasons. When we hit 2,200 or go above that, other things beyond just the capacity to manage the inmates kick in. For example, if we go over 2,200, our medical contract has to be, I don't know, renegotiated in the right word, but it jumps up. It goes to a whole higher band. Obviously, as we increase those numbers, there's the food costs, continue to increase. So 2,200 is kind of a number right now, just in terms of other related contracts and things. That is my working number.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about one of my favorite topics, hospitality training. We heard from some of the great organizations that DOC has partnered with earlier today about some of the outcomes and the programming that they're involved with. Can you speak, Deputy Director, around the expansion of some hospitality-focused training that is now available to residents?
So we've been doing hospitality training since 2015. I think what we've added to that was that kind of like on-the-job training through the ODR. And so we have residents who have the opportunity, once they receive their ServSafe food handlers license and certifications, to have the ability to work in the ODRs.
Officer dining room.
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer's dining room. And then we also have been working with partners in the community as well to utilize their ServSafe food handlers license when they return back to the community, to be able to assist with job placement at the Ready Center as well.
How long is the ServSafe program?
I think it's 8 to 10 weeks.
And how many participants are in each cohort?
Usually we average around 20 per cohort. We try to do a little bit more because most of the residents will be leaving the facility. A lot of them will leave before the program is over with. So we try to average about 20 so we can keep a good number. But we do about 20 men and 20 women. I think we do about 4 cohorts a year at the CTF.
And also our current food contractor, they also provide employment services for those that go through their program and get their ServSafe certification. So there've been a number of where Aramark then hires those individuals to work in, because they have many lines of business. They have schools, they have colleges, they have arenas, sports stadiums, et cetera. So they also have a program of job placement for those individuals that get the ServSafe certification and then are released.
And I also want to say that we have had internal, like inside the facility, resource fairs and hiring fairs where we've invited vendors, and we will continue to invite those vendors to look at those residents who have the ServSafe food handlers license And we do have an opportunity fair coming up specifically around hospitality at the Ready Center.
Great. I'd love to know when that is. I'd love to come support.
Absolutely. I want to stand corrected on the time frame. The classes are 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you. So back to staffing for a moment. How many vacancies do we currently have for COs?
Believe 107. Let me just double check. Sounds right. 105 CO vacancies, 711 filled, total authorized 816. So we're running right now, that's about 15% vacancy rate.
Have the hiring incentives been helping bring people in?
Very much so. So we have two tracks, I guess, of hire incentives. One for new employees being hired, there's a total of $6,000. So if they get through the hiring process and are selected and come on board, they get 3,000 initial incentive. And then later at the completion, once they go through the training academy and successfully complete that, then they're eligible for the other 3,000 for a total of $6,000. We also established within those funds a $3,000 incentive to get our current staff, where if they, because really our staff who work in the facility are our best ambassadors out there in terms of a lot of times talking to, whether it's their neighbors, their friends, other people, professional acquaintances. If they refer someone through our human resources and that individual then applies and then gets hired, our staff member for making that referral gets a $3,000 bonus incentive. So that's just another way of trying to, beyond our typical ways of outreach to try to bring in applicants, to give the staff also kind of buying into it and being a part of the whole effort of filling these staff vacancies.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, one last thing. The other reason I say it's been successful is we've seen in the last couple classes, last 2 or 3 academy classes, some of our largest numbers that we've had in a long time. I believe we had 29 at the most immediate class, which, I mean, initially just a couple years ago, we were running classes with like 8 and
Right.
10, and now we're seeing, I think the last 3 classes all up in the mid to high 20s.
Thank you. One of the things you talked about for retention and hiring plan and your performance responses, your pre-submitted responses, was around longevity pay. What would that look like? And are there other barriers that we need to help partner with you on to implement something like that?
We've been thinking about different ways that what we can potentially do, and I think we've looked at maybe around the 5-year mark, or because usually that's right around the time when people start either stay or they're going to. So we've been looking at, again, around that 5-year mark, if that's something that we could potentially do right around that. So we're looking at. We started with the onboarding or completing the basic correctional training, the 18 months, and then looking now, the next phase would be like potentially doing like a 5-year or so, because then I think that folks are pretty committed at that point, and are well trained and really in the mix and in the workings of the facility and things like that. So that's kind of what we're thinking about as the next step, is something to propose.
Okay, great. I like it. So there was some discussion earlier, and we have this conversation really every time we speak, about some of the contraband. And I know we have the new sensors and machines. Tell me a little bit about how that's been working and kind of what the protocol has been over the last year, both in order to stop contraband from coming in and what happens when it is found coming in through staff.
And I think I will say, like, heard it before. You did mention you've heard it from me before, but I will have to say there will not be 100% of stopping all contraband. 100%. Can we continue to reduce contraband? Absolutely. Are we continuing to do that? Absolutely. And, you know, removing those items out of the facility. Certainly the technology is continuing to assist us. You know, as I mentioned, we have expanded our K9 unit in terms of drug detection coming in. And so there's, you know, the various ways, just to give you a picture in terms of contraband, first from the outside. We find everything from contractors, you know, we have multiple contractors coming in, whether it's for maintenance contracts, whether it's for educational contracts, whether it's food contracts, all the contracts we have, medical services contracts. None of them have been totally devoid of instances where we found contraband trying to be introduced into the facility. Their screening is coming through. They have both an X-ray machine where you just, you know, just like you would have at the airport, putting a bag through or whatever. And then we have a body scanner that's, again, similar to what you would see at the airport, a TSA type of scanner. So those are the two main items that staff would come through. Not just staff, but visitors and everyone.
That's the scanner that like I come through when I come to the facility.
Yeah,
the same thing.
exactly.
But does that scanner just kind of see if there's something physical on your person, right? Or
Yeah,
metal? Like,
well,
what does it test for?
Yeah, yes, it shows, I guess, abnormalities or whatever. That would, you know, like if you had something in your pocket.
Right.
Now, what we've also added now at the intake, at our intake area, is a full X-ray body scanner. I mean, that literally scans everything, you know, internally. We found just some weeks ago, there was a case where someone coming into the facility, not a visitor, I'm talking about people being committed to our custody, coming into the facility and had ingested something that looked like a bag or, you know, something small, balloon bag. It showed up in this, again, it's a full body scan showing all your internal organs and everything. And we isolated that individual, and within a day or two, they passed that item and it was in fact drugs. So, but, you know, part of the balance, and I, you know, was hearing some of the conversation about, well, why can't you stop everybody? Well, a good example is you have to strike a balance, because I can make it into Fort Knox and shut down everything. And in fact, where we saw almost no contraband introduction was when the jail was essentially shut down during COVID. So you can find your very lowest numbers of contraband introduction during the height of COVID, because nobody was coming into the facility for visitation or anything else. So it's a wide range of, and also balancing the level of intrusiveness that you know, want to subject people to. Now, again, for example, someone coming in that's been committed to our custody, there's a higher level of intrusiveness expectation because you're coming in. And so we would scan now all those individuals into that full body scanner that I was speaking to you about. But at this point, we're not subjecting someone just coming in, whether being an attorney or someone from the outside, to that level of obtrusiveness, because I think that brings up some legal and other issues that we're still looking into. Not to say that we're not exploring that, but we have to be very cognizant that, yes, while it is a secure facility, it's also a facility that to operate has to let a lot of people coming in through that facility, whether it's teachers, volunteers, staff, attorneys. I mean, we found attorneys and legal aids bringing in what is supposedly legal documents that have been found with drugs in them. We find documents now that are essentially paper that's been soaked or laced in various types of drugs. And again, from a technology standpoint, we've added some devices called Mail Secure that you can literally put each piece of paper through, like when we get legal documents, and it scans them and will show by color coding if there's drugs on it. So believe me, every form is essentially has been tested in terms of how someone might try to get contraband, particularly contraband drugs, into the facility.
Okay.
And we continue to, I mean, from our end, there's an absolute zero tolerance, and we've have charged and had convicted people through the years, including staff, and we will continue to do so.
All right, well, thank you for that. That actually provides me with more context than I've had before. When it comes to the mail scanners, and we've heard a lot of this from folks that apparently this is all the new trend of, or maybe not that new, but are those scanners being used across the board for every document that comes in?
It's not hitting every document, no. What our central use for them now and where they're located is really for scanning all the various like legal mail that comes in, those types of related documents. We're also looking to upgrade a scanning device in the that would be in the loading dock area, an upgraded, newer version. So, but in terms of no, the quick answer is terms of, is every document or every piece of paper coming in the facility currently getting scanned? It is not.
And is there a plan to ramp that up?
Yeah, we'll continue to, we're looking at a number of things. We're looking at whether or not there's a feasibility, for example, to go to electronic mail. Now with tablets, there may be the capability to eventually go to electronic mail. That's something we're looking at in terms of the feasibility of that. Also, I lost my thought there, but.
So to your point about finding the balance of making things safe and secure, but also understanding the operation, when it comes to contactless visits from families, I don't know if you heard the conversation we were having earlier of, could there be an opportunity to allow people for an opt-in, allow visitors to say, I'm either going to have a no contact, or I'm happy to subject myself to the full scan so that I can have contact with my loved one.
Well, again, right now, and we do, yes, admittedly, not for every resident there, nor would every resident, even with contact visiting, be eligible for contact visitation, because they have to meet certain criteria and, no discipline and those types of things. But we have a wide range. So we have everything from face-to-face visitation, again, no actual contact, physical contact, but face-to-face visitation. We also have the video visitation. We also have, they've never had before, the last year or so, we have the tablets where they have availability to contact and visit with their family and loved ones. Also, we've increased, again, individuals that have earned a level of programming, et cetera, where we have things like I think you heard on one of the testimonies about a great event we had over Thanksgiving where we had family members come in for a group of our residents and have Thanksgiving dinner there in the gymnasium. We have our family reunification events where, again, family members are allowed to come in and have an event to come in. So we have, a whole host of ways that and encourage individuals, obviously, to keep contact with their family members, which is very important.
Okay, but is that something that you would look into, the opt-in for people who are eligible?
I mean, I'm always willing to look at, lots of options. I will tell you in terms of the actual contact visitation, the reason that was, and there is not contact visitation in CDF, nor is there's no design or location for it. It's only in CTF. The only place there ever was contact visitation was CTF. And I suspended that back in, I think, late May. And I've suspended the contact portion of the visiting, not the face-to-face, but contact, because we had numerous cases, again, of contraband trying to be brought in through the means of a contact visit.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. This would be for people who are willing to go through the deeper scan.
Yeah, I'll continue to look at the technology in terms of, and the staffing to do that.
Okay, I would appreciate that because I hear you on the contractors piece that, how do we weigh every person we're going to put through that? But I would imagine, I don't think it will be every visitor, but I imagine that some visitors would say, I'll go through the scan so I can have contact.
Now the full, your whole internal organ scan, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right now, the one we have is at the inmate reception receiving center.
Right.
Right.
But
We don't have one at CTF. We don't have a machine at CTF in order to do it.
I see. So how much are the machines?
Sorry.
How much are the machines? Each machine.
Oh, it's $2.99. Sorry.
$2.99.
$2.99.
Yeah.
What a deal. But, I constantly, and I will continue to look at ways to, again, balance the legitimate concerns about contraband that's expressed, and at the same time, not turning it into just a lockdown facility.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, let's continue to think about if there's a balance there for visitors. Because I care deeply about the contraband coming in and I'm very worried about that. And also wonder if there is a space for an investment in this type of technology so that people can have that contact that I think is really important for just mental stamina and stability.
And that is why too we've started and expanded things like family reunification, having things like the special Thanksgiving dinner, the
Right.
toy giveaways
Mhm.
that were done, to once again just add more opportunities.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I mean, I guess from a medical perspective, like how are you all thinking about just all of the basic needs being met that might not be able to be met naturally? Like, you know, we talk a lot about the substance use disorder and mental health challenges, but for, you know, recreation needs or for, you know, physical fitness, like what are you seeing in the patients that you're serving?
I am not sure how to answer that question. It's so big. Um, I can talk to you about medical issues or behavioral health issues, or if you maybe want to ask me that a different way, I'd be happy to figure out how to respond to you.
As we think about physical health needs, people's need to move and eat nutrition, and be social with one another. How are you seeing those limitations be manifested in health outcomes?
I think what first comes to mind is that it's a very stressful environment, right? First and foremost. And, you know, we want people to have all the liberties that they can have, that's safe for them to have. And at the same time, when we, you know, talked about medical conditions, we have like 50% of our population that's very, very sick. They have a lot of chronic conditions. So, for example, we find that they may not have been on their medications when they were in the community. You know, there have been maybe like housing insecurity issues, all kinds of instabilities that prevent people from doing things that are good for them on a regular basis, which we understand. So we may put people at intake back on medications that they were on, or if they have a newly diagnosed condition, we can put medications, you know, we can offer medications to them. Everything's on a voluntary basis. And they may have really good control in a way that they didn't previously when they were in the community, because we can check certain records to see what was going on in the community. And they may have obesity and hypertension and diabetes. And all that would really be impacted with really kind of important nutritional constraints, right? But then people have access to commissary. So we see they can buy whatever they want, which is good for their sense of personal liberty when they're in a very stressful environment. But we also see in situations where that really negatively impacts their diabetes indicators or their blood pressure. You know, so I kind of see it in both ways, in ways that may not be so obvious.
So then from a programming perspective, are we doing anything around kind of health and wellness education for folks who are in custody, to raise awareness about how important these elements are to their health?
Yeah, we do wellness. We have meditation and yoga. We provide breathing techniques for residents. We have we have two positions for trauma support specialists. We have one currently right now that does go on the housing units and meet with residents and do trauma groups. I think mentioned earlier, Tamar is a part of what we do in programming as well. So there is a emphasis on wellness.
What about
through
for nutrition?
nutrition we're working on, as was stated by Mr. Rosen. So we do, like for the women, we do more around nutrition and weight gain inside of an incarcerated setting than we do overall. So we will be working on the nutrition education, which is very important for people to know and understand what they can do in an incarcerated setting to keep their weights down, pay attention to their diets, pay attention to their overall mental health and physical health while they're incarcerated. There's a lot done around recovery support because we do have a high number of residents who came in who had histories of mental health or SUD prior to coming inside the facility. So we do a lot around recovery support for all of kind of not all of the units, but the majority of the units at the CTF and some at the CDF as well. So we're working on the nutrition piece of it as well.
Are there any federal contracts that you all have explored to help with any of this programming or additional resources that may be available from the federal government?
We have two that we have in reference to family reunification and one for workforce development that will be ending this year. And we are working constantly now to make sure that we look at any solicitations as it relates to additional funds that we can use to supplement the programming that we currently have inside the facility. And that is something that we can be very specific and targeted in terms of health and wellness programs or any type of solicitations that may be out there around those areas. And thank you. We do have the SOAR grant with DBH, in partnership with DBH, and that focuses on those residents who have OUD or STUD, mental health and SUD outcomes, both on the medical side as well as on the workforce development side. And we have maybe about 2 more years for option years for that grant.
Would just like to add one thing too, though, is to put in context sometimes the difference between a jail population and a prison population in terms of effectively affecting long-term change. For example, our median length of stay for men is 126 days. Our median length of stay for women is 76 days. So it's important to kind of put that in context to where if you're talking about a state system, a prison population where you may be in there for years or decades, where you can really affect long-term changes in how, whether it's in your nutrition, the way you eat, the way you exercise, or those types of things. It's a very difficult, not to say we shouldn't be, and we are, to provide some programming and try to affect those areas, but the nature of a jail population is very much in and out. So it's hard to really affect like dietary and other types of changes when the median length of stay is 76 days for a woman and 126 days for men. And also the big challenge, I know, not speaking for Dr. Jordan, but 45% of our population come in with pre-existing chronic medical conditions, 45%. So we have, that's very much of a challenge that different from maybe say the outside community in effect, that 45%, almost half coming in the door already are suffering from chronic pre-existing medical conditions.
If I may, I just want to also talk about, we do have a number of units that have stationary bikes on them. We have treadmills. We're adding more of those as we speak on some of the restrictive housing units. And we do breast cancer walks and things of that nature. So pickleball is very popular at the jail. Twinning Project is also a very popular physical sport that allows for activity and some leadership building, as well as a reentry component that's added to that. So people call, oh, I want to do double dutch at the jail. So we constantly have like some of those sports and physical fitness kind of things that people are trying to bring into and introduce to the jail.
Okay. I want to be realistic because I hear what you're saying. I guess a lot can also happen in 30 days, especially when it comes to a lot of the symptoms of some of these chronic conditions. Not to do away with them, of course, but can be really impacted in people's, breathing and sleep and blood pressure and everything else that we know comes from nutrition. And so you know, I've heard you in years past and we talked about like, we can't force people to eat a certain thing and we also want people to like find enjoyment from their food. And I thought those were all good points. But I just want us to lean more into our understanding that food really can serve as medicine.
Well, certainly I know
responsibly.
on the medical side, if someone does come in with one of these pre-existing conditions that calls for, be it a low sodium diet or, you know, additional protein or whatever, they do in fact order those on a regular basis.
Okay, how are things going with the special education contract, Maya Angelou?
I think things are going well. We have, we meet often with the third-party auditor comes into the facility. She makes recommendations about some things that we should improve in areas that we have diligently worked on to make sure that those things have been put into place. Most of the recommendations are around tracking and making sure that we're in compliance, and we've been able to meet those needs as the third-party auditor has recommended. We are in, I think we have some questions that's coming up around, I think we're close to ending out the related services, so. But overall, I think we're doing well with meeting the needs and the requests from the third-party auditor.
Under the current contract with Aramark, what kind of performance metrics are used to determine if they're in compliance with nutrition standards?
As far as in compliance with nutrition standards, again, all our menus and all the menus and all the meals served are certified by a registered certified dietitian.
Sorry, what I mean by that is the instances that we've heard, if there's mold in the food or if there's hair in the food or it was served, you know, like specific instances like that that may be reported to you.
So we have a contract administrator on our staff who oversees the contract
Okay.
and works directly with the vendor. And so she is works in the kitchen, assigned, supervises, eats the food every day to ensure, inspects the food.
And her office is actually physically in the kitchen.
In the kitchen area, supervising, works closely with the Aramark team to ensure that we are meeting the requirements for the food service. In addition, when the food is delivered to the housing units, prior to being presented, officers are required to inspect every tray to ensure that there are no issues or as we present the food give the food to the resident. So we do ensure that the food, the team does work to ensure that the food is served as it came out of the kitchen.
Okay. And over the last 12 months, how many documented non-compliance or reported issues have you all had on the food?
I can talk about the number of grievances we've received related to food.
Okay. So these were all then from residents, not from the contract.
So these would be
Grievances from residents.
from residents.
About food.
But does that mean that there were no issues found by the contractor?
No, so in terms of our contractor and typically how we work in terms of complaints, between disagreements between the contractor and the district, typically the way we work is our contract administrators work closely with their contractor to remediate if there are any issues that may occur on any contract. If it then escalates beyond something that it can be resolved, that's when we get OCP, Office of Contracting and Procurement involved, because then it becomes a contractual dispute or if we're unable to resolve it there. So most issues are resolved on a within the facility between and the vendor, we're able to resolve it right then and there, and then it doesn't escalate to the need to involve OCP with it. That's really when we're getting to the point where things are breaking down the communication between us and the vendor, that we would have to get
Okay.
OCP involved.
So then in terms of the grievances you've received, how many did you have documented for the last 12 months?
So in fiscal year 2025, there were a total of 258 level 1 grievances filed under the category of food service.
Wow. Okay. And are those, what types of things are people making grievances about generally?
So the frequent grievances, related complaints related to, the top one was people not receiving their prescribed diets. They didn't receive the correct special diet tray. Or that the special diet tray didn't have a sufficient, variety of foods. The second common was, related to food temperature. The third would be food quality complaints.
Okay. So I know there's a lot of food service coming in and out and for a lot of people, but that's almost comes out to almost a complaint a day. I mean, I'm sure some of them are the same day, but that seems like a lot of
There's
grievances.
6,000 meals a day,
So
at least.
2,000 breakfast, lunch, and dinners.
Yeah.
So we're talking about
So-
6,000 meals a day.
Daily.
6,000 meals a day. And so, that's, 7 days a week. So that's, 6 times 7 is what, 42,000? Am I mapping that close?
6,000 in a
On the
week,
spot?
yeah.
Yes, so.
Yeah, no, I
42,000,
hear you.
yeah.
A lot can go right in that on a percentage basis. I'm just, if one of the top concerns is that they're not meeting the dietary restriction, but we've had a lot of conversation today about how everybody gets their dietary needs.
So what happens is there are 2 ways to get a special diet, within the facility. One is through medical and one is through religious services. So the 2 ways that you can alter your diet and get a special diet is through medical or religious services. And so typically what happens is we will see a complaint if somebody goes to medical today and says, I need a special diet. There is sometimes a delay in terms of medical or religious services, within a day or two putting the order in and it getting to our food service provider. Once that's in the system, we usually, those are typically taken care of pretty easily. And then it's just ensuring that delivery happens the way it's supposed to happen, that special diet gets to the individual. And so we have mechanisms in place working with operations to ensure that the food service gets there. So there are instances, and it does happen where there could be human error or mistake that occurs, but it's most times in either the switch over or the change from the regular diet to a regular diet or something to that effect where the complaints would occur.
Thank you. Can you help me understand the fines and fees for communication with residents? You said that video visitation is done through ViaPath or GTL, which is a no-cost contract generally, it's my understanding. So what is the cost to residents? What are they being charged and why are they being charged?
So, bless you. The residents can receive a ViaPath tablet, which is an entertainment tablet, which is free of charge. They receive it free of charge, so there's no cost for that. Then there are certain educational there's an educational component. This is considered the entertainment tablet, but there is an educational component even on the entertainment tablet where there's some courses that through some vendors that ViaPath has where they offer certain courses, religious readings and different things are available on that tablet. Those are all free of charge, including even the law library component, which you've heard about today, LexisNexis. Those are all free of charge for our residents, and there's no cost to them. The costs typically are if you want to use it to make phone calls or you want to make phone calls. Video visits on the tablets are free. And so a phone call the cost is 8 cents per minute. And video visits, the first 30 minutes are free each week. And then after that, there's 16 cents a minute to do a video visit after that. And then there's also the entertainment portion, which is to watch movies and things of those nature. And I believe that is 5 cents a minute for entertainment, games and different things like that.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And do residents pay any medical fees?
No, there's no cost for medical.
Okay. What about collected through commissary? How much last year was generated through commissary payments?
I don't know how much the vendor, like how much Keith made in terms of sales. I don't. Oh, 2.6 million. Okay. 2.6 million in sales.
Got it. Thank you. How about for phone calls?
Again, they're 5 cents a minute.
That's
they're
okay. That's
5
the
cents a minute.
distinction. The phone and then the video is
Mhm.
16.
It's 16, yes.
After the initial free
Yeah. For video.
time, yeah.
And where do those collections go?
The phone,
Like for anything, for all the ones that you just went over on the tablet, where does that money go?
it goes to the vendor for providing the services. So the district doesn't pay any costs to the tablet. So it's a no cost contract because we don't pay to get the tablets. They're free, but there's costs to use some of the services which go directly to the vendor.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And,
So
and I'm sorry, the commissary funds, that goes to an inmate welfare fund.
The commission.
The commission goes to inmate welfare fund. So in any of that money, again, the only way we can spend that money, any of that commission money, has to go back for the benefit of the residents.
interesting. Thank you. So, we need a new jail. We're going to continue working with the mayor and the CFO's office and DGS on some of that financing. But in the meantime, let's talk about some of the projects that you may have more of an update on. So the central cell block renovations, what's the status?
.501 New York Avenue should be finished. It's on track to finish by midsummer. So I would say we operationally would be ready to move in sometime in like Q4 of late summer, early fall, probably for operational move-in.
Okay, but that's for 501 New York Avenue.
That's for going to 501 New York Avenue, right?
Okay, which is supposed to be for a 2-year period. So what's the status of the central cell block renovations?
Well, I don't know when you say it's supposed to be for 2-year period, where exactly that's coming from.
This is a signed agreement that I have with the city administrator that we have talked about at every hearing, every performance oversight hearing,
Well, I'm
every
not
budget hearing. That would be a temporary swing space during the
No,
construction.
absolutely. It is designed to be a temporary swing space. I'm not aware of the specific time frame for daily because obviously it depends on the renovation of the daily building and the CCB over there.
Okay, so what is the plan for the renovations at the CCB?
Well, right now, according to what DGS has laid out right now, so in the FY26 budget right now today, there's $2 million in design funding for the design, et cetera. So there's $2 million in the FY26 budget
Right.
currently as
But
it
we're
relates to the
months into
daily.
2020, FY26.
What we're looking at right now is the timeline essentially is to procure and award a design and AE services between around probably late Q2 or into Q3 of 2026 for procurement and award design of A&E services. The design phase would be essentially about another 12 months or so, going through fourth quarter 26 to third quarter 27. And then there's permitting, procure the construction services, award construction. So probably vacating the move back and vacating New York Avenue would be about first quarter of 2031.
So last year during performance oversight, you and I had a very similar conversation. And one of the things that you said, and we can pull that back up, but my recollection of it is that we talked about the need to get a move on CCB, A, because the need is great, and B, because we have this temporary agreement for 501 New York. And we decided, I thought, that the design was going to start, because it had been initially funded for FY25, to start last year, so that by the time that folks moved over to 501 New York Avenue, CCB would have been ready for construction. So this is the first time I'm hearing that design has been delayed another year and now still not started.
Well, no, I mean, well, the critical nature operationally, yes, is to get out of the Daily Building CCB and get into 501 New York Avenue as soon as we can. So the pressure from my end is to get that building completed and ready for move-in as soon as possible in this current fiscal year. Now, in terms of the procurement and award design for the A&E services, again, that will begin this current fiscal year.
Funding was not available. I think when we discussed it last year, I think we all made clear that funding was not available until FY26.
Right, the funding was always in 26.
FY26. I think you had a desire that everyone be ready to go October 1 of FY26 with everything to go. We would say that we hear you, and I think this is a further conversation that we need to include our DGS partners on, because while we hear you, we do not lead that space, because this would be considered a capital project. And so we work very closely with our DGS partners, but we're on their timeline as it relates to that part of the project.
Okay. I think you're right. I think that's what it was. And I feel I'm having kind of deja vu now that we had one of these moments. And then I think I turned to you and said, we've got to follow up with DGS and the city administrator so that we're ready to go October 1st. So now we're February 4th. So anything OPLA can do to help us get DGS moving on the design would be great. Thank you for that reminder. Okay, how about design for the annex? What conversations have you all been a part of?
Well, the programming and conceptual designs that were started and done with CGL, which is the jail programming firm that was contracted, those are done. So there is conceptual design is complete, and that design over the last year or so, the design concept received approvals from the U.S. Commission on Fine Arts. It went through a process of being presented to the National Capital Planning Commission and also the Zoning Board. Those were all required steps that needed to go for approval through those various bodies in terms of the approval of the design concepts of the annex. So those have been completed. The next, I guess, big thing that's up ahead is what's going to be worked out and waiting to hear from the OCFO in terms of what type of funding mechanism and what that's going to look like.
Is it a priority of DOC to build a new facility?
Absolutely.
Great.
And a priority to get out of the Daily building.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. How do you all identify individuals who are sentenced under the Youth Rehabilitation Act? Is that communicated to staff or to the individual?
We receive a list of all 18 to 22, 23, 24-year-olds that are required to have a Youth Rehabilitative Act study completed. We get those monthly, which I can say have increased over the last 2 years. So we get those monthly, and we have deadlines from the court that we have to follow and make sure that they're completed during that time frame.
Okay. And is that communicated directly to the individual when that's happening?
So it's communicated to the case management team. I'm sure it is communicated to the person directly, but we get the communication and then we pull the residents for the process.
Okay. You may have heard from some of our public witnesses a frustration around not knowing what is happening with the new jail. I think as we've kind of gotten to, that frustration is not really aimed at you all or DOC. It is a larger city issue that we are working on and working towards. But I do want to make sure that as we get more information, hopefully over the next couple of weeks about the next steps, that we are leaning on the community, especially those who have been a part of the design process for so many years. And so would love to move forward on this idea of a community advisory group or board, if you think that's something we can commit to today.
But one thing I think it's important to note that wasn't mentioned is we did, there were 25 public engagements out in the community.
Yeah.
In terms of that were conducted. And in addition to that, we have a dedicated website, email process where we post any updated information in terms of that. There's a process where anyone in the community can send back to us comments or whatever on the design. So there was a pretty robust, again, 25 public engagements that were done. Right at this moment, there's no real activity to, have a public engagement, but all through the initial conceptual design process, there was very much community outreach and engagement there. Also in terms of from the very beginning of this whole process, and in terms of the Jails and Justice Task Force, from the very beginning, those conceptual ideas that they put forth in their paper back in 2019 or wherever, when at 2021, maybe it was, those conceptual ideas in terms of what type of facility it should be, that it should be a facility more focused on programming and more focused on rehabilitative design, that all of those were incorporated from the very beginning by the CGL in terms of the conceptual design process. And in fact, in the initial statement of work that went out in terms of the district contracting with a jail design firm, which was CGL, in that initial statement of work that went out under DGS, it specifically had in there requirements for involvement with the Jails and Justice Task Force and CCE. So from the very beginning of the statement of work for that initial contract, CCE and the Jail Justice Task Force were in fact were and are important and were made again as a part of the requirements for the vendor.
And I hear you on all of the history of what has gone on and all the community engagement that was part of it. What I'm saying is, as we get more information that we don't have today, from the mayor and from her team, I think it would benefit the project to have a community advisory group reestablished so that, or to work with the Jails and Justice Task Force so that we can ensure that all of those ideas and feedback are part of the process going forward.
Well, I mean, I think that's really what the Jails and Justice Task Force does, because it has a wide I'm
Yeah.
sure you know, it has
Yeah, I used to serve on it.
a wide membership taking in all types of advocacy groups and community
Totally.
groups.
But as you may have heard, they haven't had any correspondence, they said, from the executive all year since the budget came out last year. So I think that's where some of the frustration is lying.
I think it would be, I think we would 100%, and we will commit to doing community engagement as we know where we're going next and are fully, that's really what we're waiting for. I mean, as somebody who is intimately involved in the community discussions with the community, we don't want to limit ourselves to just a committee, quite frankly, because we've gone to ANCs. It's not, we went to the local ANCs. We were meeting 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock in person, virtual. And so we want to be able to get the word out about what we're doing, how we're doing it, what the plan is. We don't want to get ahead of the district in terms of those decision making process. So we can commit to public engagements as we did before. And I think that's really what the director was trying to say is we committed to public engagements and we are 100% committed to public engagements. And that includes talking with CCE and all the members, but we don't want to be limited to that one group or that advisory group and those limited people, because that really closes the voice to having a conversation.
Okay, I just want to say, because we're running out of time here and I do have several more questions I need to get through. So this is for myself, but for all of us, if we can just try to answer some of these following questions, just kind of specifically and briefly. You mentioned earlier the safe cell use of restricted housing. How many folks have been in a safe cell environment over the last year?
We may have to provide you those specific numbers.
Okay, that would be great. I didn't see those reflected in the pre-hearing questions. You have them for the disciplinary folks.
No, safe cells aren't for discipline.
No, I know. I'm saying you did provide them for disciplinary, but we did not get them for safe cells.
We would have to provide that to you.
Okay, thank you. That would be great. The revised budget last year was 231 million, but then it looks like the spending was 224 million. Is that an accurate delta? And if so, where did that extra 7 million go? I have listed that the revised budget for DOC was 231 million, but that the actual spending was only 224 for FY25. So I don't know if that's accurate, but if so, wondering where that extra 7 million went.
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate.
Be careful.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. All right, so yeah, the expenditure was 205, like $206 million, and the budget was 212. Correct. $213 million.
For FY25.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And so what was the delta? I mean, why was there, like, where did that go?
For the balance was roughly 7.2 million.
Right.
And that's because of, OCA freeze and on PS and NPS spending.
So because of the freeze, you weren't able to hire, and then that 7 million
ma'am.
was never actually
That's correct.
spent.
Pretty much all personnel savings.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
How do you track incidents between residents, like assaultive incidents or fights?
Um, well, tracking, I mean, we have incident, when there's incidents, we track them in terms of, not sure when you say, how do we track them? I mean, we keep, we know all our incidents and track those numbers. And again, as I mentioned now, what we're also doing is looking historically, like a deeper dive into particular incidents, so that if this is an individual, particularly in areas of assaults that we see historically might have been involved in several assaults prior to that time, that then we target those individuals for a number of things, for programming, for safety and security of our staff.
And how many have there been over the last year?
Assaults, I'd have to, I guess, was that one of what we provided? I think we have it available here. Specific number.
Because they're
Serious assaults?
Yeah. For total. Well, we
It's
don't want to total, we'll have to get the totals for you, but it looks, I'm just looking here, resident on resident. On a monthly basis, it's averaging maybe about 6 per month, it looks like. Here we go, totals. FY '25, there were assaults that had a serious injury, 69. Assault but no serious injury, 172. That's inmate on inmate. And then we have inmate on a staff member with a serious injury, 8. And then assault, an assault, but without serious physical injury to staff, 56.
Instances where a report was not completed because of a victim's refusal to comply or to share information?
No, I mean, a victim, I mean,
Or like, one of the people in the fight?
well, no, frequently we have those involved in an assault or a fight don't make any statements, but that doesn't affect in any way our reporting of it.
Got it. Okay. Okay. So who is authorized to make arrests or follow up on criminal investigations that happen within the facility?
Metropolitan Police Department.
What about, so if there's an incident within the facility, then MPD is called?
Well, for every incident, no, they're not called for every incident.
So isn't OIS supposed to be able to make those arrests?
No,
and
they
calls?
don't. No, they make the investigation. So what happens is our Office of Investigative Services, if there's a serious assault or whatever, they will investigate that case. They will get the information, evidence, whatever. They will then present that information to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And then the U.S. Attorney's Office will make a determination whether or not to proceed with charges or not proceed with charges. But we're not making an arrest. We're doing an investigation. That investigative materials are then provided to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
I see. Okay. And are those investigators, the people who are doing this, are those civilian or criminal investigators?
I mean, they're civilian investigators, but they're investigating possible criminal acts, yes. Again, that would be determined by the U.S. Attorney's Office.
There are civilian DOC employees who have, we hire who have extensive law enforcement experience, previous law enforcement experience, who serve as the investigators.
Gotcha. Okay. And how many of those people do you have on staff?
I have to look because there are the investigators, then we have the gang within Office of Investigative Services. There are investigators. There's the gang intelligence unit. He has a different. So you're just looking for just the investigators? I want to say between 5 and 7, but that's an estimate.
Interesting. Okay. I would like to see a breakdown when you could of those reports.
Okay.
That would be helpful
Sure.
to better understand.
Now, anytime, in terms of an investigation of MPD, specifically by NPD, they would do that. MPD will investigate in a death, or they will also investigate at times for a serious injury. It may not result in death, but a serious, like a stabbing or something like that, that MPD will come in and investigate.
Okay. So lastly, when we think about other ways that we can support the COs and get more in the door, when is the last time the CO pay grades were reviewed?
In terms of a official review, I'm not sure. You may know. Now we have done internally. We did a regional review of salaries, both salaries, level of salary, level of benefits, and level of incentives, and did a review of jurisdictions in the surrounding Maryland and Northern Virginia area. So we've done our own internal review, which we actually provided to DCHR. But in terms of actually an official review of the CO position, I'm not sure when that.
It hasn't been.
Hasn't been any time
since
recently.
been the agency in the last 6 years, but we did when the director first returned in 22, we did we formed a committee and we did a check of the entire DMV area and also moving into Baltimore region to compare our pay then. And then we did it about between 3 and 6 months ago. We did another review just to compare our pay and see how comparable we were to the area. We were more at the higher end about 2022. We are moving more towards the mid to lower end. We're still within range of area, but we've moved down. And so we did speak to DCHR within the last 2 months and provide that data and that information to them, but we haven't asked for an official review at the salary.
Yeah, the salary, and again, we're not at the top, we're not at the bottom, but we're trending down a little bit over the last several years. And then the big difference in not every jurisdiction, but a number of them in this area is the difference on the retirement versus non-retirement.
Right. I guess one of the things I'm worried about is it looks like most of the COs are at a grade 8, whereas the DYRS employees can be grade 9 or higher.
So our officers come in at a 6, they go to a 7, and then an 8. Grades 9 are sergeants, and then you move up into what we consider supervisory roles after that.
Right.
And so if DYRSs go up to a 9, that's something we will definitely look at and work from there.
Yeah.
But all of those things have an impact on our budget and all.
Yeah.
And also we will definitely, we're a much bigger agency in terms of staffing than DYRS in terms of the number of, but we will certainly look at that closely.
So we do have 9s within the MS non-supervisory. So we do have corrections personnel that are nines, but they are given the rank of a sergeant, as
I see.
opposed to what you would consider maybe a more line.
Great. I just want us to look into that because if that is accurate, that the DRS, like their more CO type position is a grade higher. I mean, they have their own staffing challenges that they need to, we need to also support, but I just don't want to be setting ourselves back if we don't have to. Okay. What are the oversight bodies or mechanisms that you all have in place to ensure that the HR department is in compliance with DC personnel manual requirements or the FLSA?
So we work closely with DCHR. Oh, am I on? Okay. We work closely with DCHR and also our Office of General Counsel, as well as DCHR's Office of General Counsel, to ensure that we are compliant with rules and regulations. We follow Chapter 16 unless our collective bargaining agreement overrides in terms of processes.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much for everything today. This is a lot of helpful information, and we've got all of our follow-ups that we will need in the next couple of weeks as we go into budget formulation. But really, again, appreciate all of your partnership and work throughout the year on these very challenging and important issues. So appreciate it. And as always, Director, I want to give you a chance if you want to say anything in closing or want to highlight something that we didn't get a chance to talk about today.
No, just thank you again to publicly thank all the hardworking staff of the Department of Corrections, and also thank you to the many volunteers and many groups that we have helping us, whether it's at the Ready Center, inside the jail. Without their support, we would not be able to do all the cutting edge type of programming that we do provide there. So want to thank not only the staff, but the many, many volunteers that make a lot of our programs possible. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you all. With that, the time